of Columbia police. So that's what I'll say.
That's not true because like airports, for example, like Reagan or Dulles or any airports around the country are sort of like, I don't know, quasi sort of federal entities. And so if we've heard about the no flies list, like if you go and start acting real stupid in airports that have FAA and other federal agencies, then there's a huge chance that you're going to be prosecuted federally. So I wouldn't sort of like dismiss, the the role of the federal properties and not say not really being held to the high standards of federal prosecution versus like local ones. So that would be an example.
Yeah, I did not dismiss it. I said that given his example about domestic violence on federal land, that was the example. So I'm like, the most that typically happens around the federal lands in DC are mostly either drinking or the kids stay out too late or parking illegally. That's what I said, and that's what I'm referring to.
Just real quick, I wanted to address something for John or ask John a question. Um, John, do you identify as a Republican, like more on the right side of the aisle or the left side of the aisle? Just before I ask the question, I want to know where you're coming from.
I'm running as a Republican in the 16th District of Illinois as a fiscal conservative.
Okay, cool. So, as a Republican, with what your last submission was, I'd just like to know why, when Biden says we have to stay in for a couple weeks at home, it's totalitarian, it's the worst thing, and the government's too big. But Trump wanting to take over cities and make it his own, as you said, quote unquote, is completely fine, and you want to see him do that in other places with people that disagree with you. Why is big government only a problem for the Democrats and force things that expand governmental power and not Trump?
Well, I think you might be talking about the COVID-19 vaccine lockdowns as opposed to ridding our streets of crime and illegal alien invaders.
No,
Not gonna like the
at the
response.
time, or whether it be crime, and seeing how the principled Republicans, quote unquote, the ones that always stand on small government, we know big government, the government's already too big, drain the swamp, are now the number one people that are now siding with the feds, now being like, okay, yes, we need more government, we need them to go into these cities, we need them to exert more power, etc., etc. The same people that are now super down with the FBI and everybody else, even though 4 years ago they were saying that's the most corrupt institution of all time, that they don't work for anything, that they're in the pockets, they're part of the deep state, they're the swamp, etc., etc. I really just wonder, what in your brain, where does it click to all of a sudden one side is perfectly okay as long as Trump runs it, but the same exact thing happening under a Democrat is what we're.
What does that have to do with racial profiling in America? I'm just curious.
It was based off John's last submission. I just really like to know.
John, you got 30 seconds, and I'd like to get back on topic, please. John, yes or no? All right, let me go to Blake. What's up, Blake, man? How you doing, brother?
Oh, what's up, JB? Man, I came in and they were talking about that last topic, and I was itching to get in on what brother XG said. But if you want to stay on, get back to the topic.
Blake, you can speak on anything you want. I just don't want to distract too far away from the topic because Adam's asked me specifically to open this room for him. So, but you know how I'm gonna say whatever you want, bro. I don't care.
Yeah, XG. So I'm gonna come out full disclosure. JB knows I'm generally living. And the question you just asked is a question that the actual principal conservatives are asking the same question that you are asking right now. Right now, principal conservatives do have a problem with federal overreach, but there is a part of this side that I want to call Trump-tards. Trust me. I was down with Trump, I voted Trump, but all this federal overreach stuff doesn't apply for Republicans and people like me who are principal. And we got a problem with this, but I will give you the difference and the distinction. You're talking about a virus that had a lot of conflicting information and overreach of the government and overreaction to that, ruining economies, ruining people's livelihoods due to government's overreach versus crime that is right in front of our face. We're talking about an immediate result of crime that we've been dealing with since 2020.
Well, I'll dispute that a little bit.
Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying, and I'm gonna let you dispute. We got direct retribution for crime every day in cities across the U.S., including mine, especially mine, the epicenter of the 2020 riots and crime spike in America. So, look, you're talking about crime.
Are you in Minneapolis?
Absolutely. Where just this week, 150 cars got smashed and broken into in a row. And police can't do nothing about it. We got people's garages and homes being broken into by crackheads and
Wait, give me some clarity. Where are these cars being stolen out of? Where's this place?
Minneapolis. Minneapolis has had a ridiculous crime spike since the riots in 2020. Or the police are overwhelmed, or the police just don't want to do their job because they don't want to accidentally have to kill somebody in the line of their work. So we got a lot of OG cops who know the streets, who know they got experience, have left the force because our mayor, a Democratic mayor, and our governor threw the police department under the bus, allowed the 3rd precinct to burn down. And police have been like, why am I going to stick around and lose my pension and lose my opportunity to retire after all the work I've done in this city? I might as well just cash it in right now. So you got a lot of OG cops with experience that have left the force. You got a lot of cops that are just hanging on, that are just milking it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I just hate the play. I just need you to land your plane.
Yeah. So the point back to the point XG's making, like, no, man, principled conservatives are not okay with this federal overreach. And I say that this overreach is a result, a pendulum swing, and a result of the way your side run your cities. It's an overreaction, and I'm not okay with it, but I understand what's going on. It's an overreaction.
Yeah, sure. So my response to that would be, I also would agree that there's conflicting information when it comes to the DC accounts, and that comes from our own White House too, because Trump says that DC is so fucking horrible, the crime's spiking over there, et cetera. Things are so bad. Yet on January 3rd of the same exact year, we get a report from DC saying, let's see, this is from the United States Attorney's Office from the District of Columbia, quote, total violent crime for 2024 in the District of Columbia is down 35% from 2023 and is the lowest it has been in over 30 years, according to data collected by the Metropolitan Police Department and announced by the United States Attorney Matthew M. Graves. A breakdown of the data is available here. In addition to overall violent crime reduction, homicides are down 32%, robberies are down 39%, armed carjackings are down 53%, assaults with a dangerous weapon are down 27%, and compared with 2023 levels, with the district reporting the fewest assaults with dangerous weapons and burglaries in over 30 years. So I'm really questioning what's all the federal overreach needed for a place that has a 30-year low in crime.
Let me just say something really fast. Let me say something really fast. Oh my God.
Gentlemen, Hood, I got you. I was coming to you next, because I know you've been trying to jump in. But Hood, after you, I definitely want to go to Nina. So go ahead, Hood.
Yeah, so listen, again, as a 25-year DC resident, homeowner, and I'll just sort of like land with those demographics. Like, listen, I'm split on this issue with, sort of what Trump's trying to do and what I consider abject failure of liberal politics and Democrats to DC. And what I would say is that, listen, don't throw out these statistics on how DC has improved and how, crime is down 26%. And as a 26-year resident, because those statistics are only anchored in the fact that they're throwing out the criminals and the degenerates of DC because they're bringing in wealthy people, wealthy liberals who live in Capitol Hill, wealthy liberals that live in Columbia Heights.
Wait,
Wealthy. Let me finish. Wealthy.
you gotta take a breath. I have a question for you, man.
Let me finish.
Okay, but let me just tell you how I run my rooms. You get it? You can't go on these long-winded soliloquies and not ask people to jump in. I get it. You live in DC. I know. I live in Brooklyn. I got my own crime. The only thing I wanted to ask you is, you see they're getting rid of people. Where are they putting them? This is healthy debates. We go back and forth. You're more than welcome to come back up. For show a little decorum, man. Nina, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. Do you want to chime in, ma'am?
I just want y'all to go get your Cheeto out of the office.
Can I just finish? Let me just finish. Listen, the only reason that crime has been reduced.
Okay, I know the woman was, this lady, Nina was speaking, and it's so important for him to get off with his chest. So I'm going to bring you back up one more time. I'm going to ask you to show a little mic restraint, and I promise you'll get to say whatever you like. But we definitely don't interrupt the women on here. Nina, go ahead, ma'am.
Just let it breathe. I just think that whoever's in office right now we're going down the rabbit hole. Are we gonna be able to pick this up? Y'all gonna be able to fix this?
Nope.
I mean, we survived Bush, man, so.
That's true, Rich.
But I mean, to be honest,
Give me a solid.
my bad.
No, so
My bad.
But I want to go to Hood because I was a little rude to him. I apologize, sir. But I just run my room a little different. So just get familiar with the lay of the land, and I'll let you speak all night, I promise. But go ahead, Hood.
Yeah, let me just finish. Listen, the only reason, which is I don't play this game with white liberals and white conservatives when it comes to the black population and who's better than the other, because I think that white liberals are as racist as fucking white conservatives, and that ultimately the two play good cop versus bad cop when it comes to the needs of black people, especially in DC. And the point that I'm making is that as much as you white racist liberals, because I think that you're as fucking disgusting and as racist as fucking white conservatives, the only reason that crime is down in DC and you want to beat your chest about it is the fact that
I'm not.
let me finish. Is that racist white liberals are the ones who are gentrifying DC and pushing poor black and native DC people out of DC. That's the only reason why your numbers are looking good. Racist white liberals are no fucking better than fucking racist white conservatives. You guys are as fucking disgusting as you claim racist white conservatives to be. So don't fucking come to me as a 25-year DC resident black one and homeowner bragging about the reduction of crime rates in DC, because the only reason why crime rates are being reduced is because racist white liberals are coming into DC and essentially eradicating and weaponizing ethnocide against the native black American population to force them to areas where they can't afford. And so you're no better than racist white fucking conservatives, in my opinion. And I'll let
So wait. So first of
Actually,
all,
I'll let you go in a second. I have to
no,
say.
he literally.
No, I'll let you go in a second. I have to say something. Thank you. Adam's Craig, Sloan, I hate to do this to you. I need to step aside for 2 minutes. I got to film my puppy. Can you guys run it? Just for 2 minutes. Thank you,
Yeah,
Sloan.
no problem. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And Sloan, don't be afraid to move people down, please. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. Who wants to respond to the hood?
Yeah, me, because it was addressed to me. So let me address the fucking degenerate retard that thinks I'm a white liberal. First of all, I'm not white. Second,
I
you're
never
fucking
said
white
you were
liberal on
fucking
the
white
stage.
liberal.
All
I don't
white
even know who
fucking
you are,
conservatives,
bro.
Republicans on the stage. Two, I'm not for the shut the fuck up since you wanted so much fucking speaking time.
Why are you so
You
upset,
wanted so
bro?
much fucking speaking time. No, because
Okay, hood,
you
let
ended up
him go.
attacking. You tried to attack me and characterize me based on something that I'm not, which is something that I'm not gonna do. Again, I'm not doing that with you. So if you want to go headbutt fucking concrete walls, go ahead and do that on your own time. You want to do cannonballs into empty swimming pools, go ahead and do that. You want to go ahead and wear the bungee cord for your fat ass as a belt, go ahead and do that. Don't fucking try me. Right idea, wrong bitch. So again, everything I stated was statistically correct. Because you can give the reasons why. And I'm more than happy to agree with you. White liberals are fucking garbage, which is why I'm not one of them. Because A, I'm not white, and B, I'm not a liberal. I'm a fucking socialist. I'm completely different than the fucking libs. So I agree. Their methods of fucking doing things or trying to fix things are not fucking conducive to a lot of the things that they think that they're doing. Especially with a lot of them having the white savior complex that they do. So I don't disagree there. But again, just to point out that statistically it is true that DC is at a 30 fucking year low in crime. Yet Trump is trying to act like it's a hellhole of a city. It's insane considering that Miami, the place that he has residences at, and the place he has property at, is statistically more dangerous than DC is right now. So
And that's because fucking rich.
It's like a little
And
identity
that's because of rich white liberals that fucking run
You like take out of your mouth while you're at it. Hold on, Al.
fucking stupid.
Right. Are you fucking? You need to call your uncle to give you some dick.
Right,
You
so
need to
I'm
try to get your
shit that both of
Fucking
you
white liberals are as fucking disgusting as fucking white conservatives.
Jesus
Like,
Christ.
get over it, bro.
And the black conservatives be hanging on the same trees as the white liberals were.
raise this person on stage, whoever got that opinion.
Okay. Who wants to respond to XG?
Yeah, I like
that
it.
one sentence that just made everybody get quiet. That's crazy. Go ahead.
Yeah, whoever said, bro. I don't know if he was going to be, my bad, man. We trying to step themselves. But, I'm like XG, both you and Hood got some points. But I think all of us missing the overall point. People do play with statistics, man. They doing the same thing in my city right now, XG. And they are incentivized to make the numbers look low. So there's ways about just the same way they play with the statistics on unemployment by not counting the people who no longer receive unemployment benefits but have not received a job. So technically on paper, unemployment look low. So you can play with statistics all day long. Like anybody that does any job with analytics, anybody that does any accounting by the minimum amount of accounting, you can figure out a way to allocate a result by moving it over here and, inserting X there. So statistics ain't gonna tell you what people actually are experiencing and dealing with on the ground, bro. Like 150 cars broken into one night, and this is the second time within 1 month.
Blake, let me
Go ahead.
Thank you, because I gotta do a quick reset. So we're getting totally off topic, but let me just say this. Is racial profiling real? Racial profiling, this is the vote. Absolutely real, total hogwash, figment of people's imaginations. It's a bigger issue than I realized. And we got some cool people down here. We got Rebecca, we got V-Bird. What's up, V-Bird? Mike, how you doing? KK, good to see you. Mia, good to see you. Jordan, how you doing? Guys, hold on, let me finish my reset. We have one person on stage, I'm curious who voted. It's a figment of people's imagination. That's interesting. VP, welcome to the stage.
Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, I think most people, when they talk about people being racist, and they can't give any tangible evidence of something personally that they can point to and say this is racist and this is what happened. Every time this conversation is talked about, it's talked about at a super high level, as if everybody's racist, and I think that's the figment of people's imagination. Nobody has.
So wait, I just want to get clarity. No, you don't have to mute up. I just want a little clarity. So basically, you're saying racial profiling is fake.
It's fake in the sense that that people say that these people are racial profiling, but them themselves are just as equally racially profiling others. That so to me that doesn't add up unless you have physical, tangible something. Nobody has ever. I'd like to see somebody on stage give an example of how they personally were racially profiled and continue to be racially
Okay,
profiled.
so
I can give an example.
all right, hold on, William. I haven't heard from you. We'll go William Wood, and then we'll go to Great Nicholas. William, go ahead.
I can give a specific example of actually witnessing racial profiling from inside of a police car. When I was a law student, I was down in Miami. One of the things we did was a police ride along, and that was part of the assignment for criminal procedure. And so we rode along with the police and did that for a couple of nights, and they definitely were pulling people over, popping up over curbs, doing, U-turns in the street and going after people because they were black. And I witnessed it several times, and it's real. So this is just some actual tangible proof that it does happen, and I've seen it, and I've seen it done from the inside of the cop car.
Yeah. Nobody's saying that it's not real. Of course, there's racist people in this world. What I'm saying is, people
Let
like to
me
point to.
let me ask you a question. Respect. Let me ask you a question. Then we go around the room. I don't know how old you are. It's not my business. But do you know who Rodney King was? Would you call?
Was he the guy that got beat up in the streets in Los Angeles?
Yeah. Would you call that what we saw in that video as racial profiling or no?
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, there's racial profiling happening right this second. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm saying that a lot of people, at least the people that I've talked to on Clubhouse and in person, they like to talk about racial profiling and how these people are racist and all that stuff, and then in everyday life they can't even give me examples of how they're racially profiled. They're pointing to Rodney King or to this or that, but them themselves don't got no examples for themselves. They're just like basically pushing narrative that they want to be true.
Blake, you wanted to say something, Blake?
Yeah, absolutely. Rodney King, JB. The Rodney King was being chased for felony fleeing for being drunk while driving about 100 miles an hour before they finally caught up to him. That's not saying not saying legally he deserved to get his butt whooped, but after chasing a guy at 100 miles an hour while driving drunk, I think that even some brothers probably would put hands on him. So that wasn't racial profiling. That was police. So what do you call that? What do you call that? The misconduct. Brutality. That was police brutality, but that wasn't racial profiling. That was a brother driving well beyond speeds that are safe for him and other people on the road, and he was evading the police, refusing to stop. And when he finally stopped, that's the part of the tape that they didn't show. They didn't show the chase. They didn't give America the full context. They showed the car getting pulled over.
Okay, so I use a bad example.
Yeah.
Can you give a better example of racial profiling?
Well, hold on. Can someone just give an example?
You got one already. If you want an example of racial profiling, just look at Obama's 2008 campaign and the birther movement.
Yeah, but
I mean, you're talking about people who personally experienced it, right? I mean, I can give extensive examples of where I personally experienced it.
You already answered your question. You want people to keep answering your question? There's people waiting to talk.
Well, it'd be nice for somebody to give an example of how they personally have to go through it every single day.
Sure, this is easy. I'm not going to say that I have to go through it every single day, but I live in California, and once again, I had said earlier, I'm mixed. I was in Roseville a couple of weeks ago with somebody. There was a ton of white people out there, and they all start calling me a nigger and start calling another black guy that I was with a nigger. So that's something that actually does happen out here in California, especially in certain demographics or certain areas. So that's something I've experienced. But another thing, when I had went to a park that was very close to that city, I was talking to a couple of guys. They were friends of a friend, and they just make little passive suggestions that are racist. They made an implication. I mean, if you're familiar with Sacramento politics, they made some implications like, are you part of this particular gang and stuff like that, that they obviously wouldn't make toward any other white people. Also, it's the racial profiling that you can experience is not just from white people too. Even black people experience racial profiling from other black people. I've had people walk up to me and ask me, where are you from? Trying to figure out what set I'm from or where if I gangbang or anything like that, or if I'm neutral or anything like that. Whereas they wouldn't have done that with somebody who's white, and that's experienced regularly out here. So, like, if you are somebody who has experienced actual racial profiling, I'm not saying that it rules my life or anything like that, but it's definitely something I have to be aware of. If I go to certain neighborhoods and certain bars or certain establishments, if I go to the club, there's been mass shootings out here that have happened just from people getting into it, trying to figure out where somebody's from. And then there's also, of course, pockets of white people, and I'm not a racist toward white people or dislike white people, but there is some racism that does go on. And it can be something that's very regular. So yeah, I think it does affect people's lives.
I mean, I'm not talking about people getting hurt because of someone calling them a name. I'm talking about someone actually have like some type of consequences in their everyday life.
I have an establishment that I've never been banned from.
Hi, hold on, everybody, hold on.
I'm talking about.
Hold on a second. Because I'm gonna tell you one thing, man. The great Nicholas, he's been very patient, but I'm telling you, the dude won't wait much longer. The great Nicholas, the mic is yours.
Okay, I was gonna say, so first of all, I think the question is really silly, right? You're setting up this impossible scenario where someone has to be racially profiled every single day for it to qualify as racial profiling, which I find to be ridiculous, to be an expectation from the start. I think that question is just silly. And the second thing, I actually want to back up real quick to Brother XG. You really should go on the Google and do your research before you talk about certain cities' crime rates, because DC has 2 times the amount of violent crime as the city of Miami. And also Doral, where Trump's golf course is 5 times safer than the city of DC, both in violent crimes and in murder. So check your facts before you come from my city. DC is way more.
Per capita?
Yes, per capita. DC is way more violent than Miami. I'm done.
I don't know, I gotta be honest, I've never been to DC, so I don't know, I'd like to go. I'm a history buff, just never got down there. So maybe one. Get Nicholas.
No, I was gonna say, like, we're almost
in DC, man. People think DC is like secluded and shit, like, you know, it's all government. They think like, no, it's a lot of. DC is a real fucked up environment around that White House, man.
But I was gonna say to JB was like, we're like at near 50-year record low crime rate in Miami-Dade County. So I just think some people are still thinking Miami vibes 1970. That shit does not exist anymore down here. The city's well controlled, well policed. And Doral, where his golf course is actually pretty wealthy. So the comparison is just fucked up. I'm done.
So, Mother, why is he acting the way he's acting?
We're talking about DC versus Miami. I don't know what your question is about.
The guy that was, who was that said that he just experienced something where he went out and everybody was calling him a nigga?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just don't understand.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest, bro. I don't believe you. Like, it bothers me that, you know, I don't know, like, I feel like there's a demographic of black people that haven't really been oppressed in life, period. Like they you know, was pretty much born with a silver spoon. They never really like experienced the inner city activities. But somehow when they get older, they want to be a part of certain conversations to the point where they exaggerate.
Well, I guess realistically, I feel
listen, bro. It's easy to say certain things in conversations if you're not a thinker. But my man, you can't tell me in 2025 you and your friends as a collective decided to find a location where you just so happen to be around a group, right? Because even in 2025, let's say you found one racist person in a bar. You telling me that the whole fucking establishment was calling you a nigger? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, that's just so fantasy. That's TV shit. Like let's cut the bullshit to have. Let's have real conversations. Let's have real conversations. Let's have real honest conversations, and let's not try to trauma bond and make up fake ass stories just for the sake of diversity.
Well, RJ,
Well, sure, let's do that.
Let me jump in here real quick. RJ, first off, man, Brooklyn Love, it's good to see you. I haven't heard from you in a minute. Hope everything's well with you and your family. But I have a question for you. Is racial profiling real in America? And does it only impact the black community? Does the Latino community also get racial profiled? What do you think, RJ?
I think that America is still a baby to civilization, and it was built literally on racism, and we haven't been far removed as of yet, right? We only like maybe 150, 200 years we ain't even started to stop. So I feel like we have a lot. We're still going to have a lot of prejudice towards one another. There's still going to be conversations about, how you feel one group may act, or you could identify someone, and often in your mind you're prejudging what someone is like. That's going to always be a thing, and I think that we still need at least about 200-300 years for us to not even speak about race at all.
Thank you, RJ. Man, I appreciate you. Hang out for a while. We're having a great conversation here.
How dare you host a space like this?
Easily, I opened up the room and people showed up. That's how I did.
Where do you get these riddles from?
Hold on. BD, hold on a second. Hold on. So I gotta say hello to Vero real quick. I gotta almost say good morning, Vero. How you doing, Vero?
How dare you?
How dare I? The cracker in the corner is talking race relations in America. What am I thinking? But Vero, do you think racial profiling happens in the Latino community as well?
I mean, I'm a white passing Latina, so I think so, yeah. I think so. Not as much as in the black community, though, for sure. I just saw eyes right down the street. Like, it's crazy. That's profiling.
What's up, Chris? How you doing, Chris? Chris, then Marcus. Chris, how you doing, man?
I'm good, brother.
You want to chime in on the subject, sir?
Yeah, so I will say this. One, racial profiling is absolutely, positively real. And it's not just for black folks. Because, when you, grow up in certain parts of places, like where I grew up, there was a lot of blacks and Mexicans, and they treat the Mexicans just like they treat us. Even if us and the Mexicans don't get along, the police and the other side, because I say, there's our side and the other side, they treat us the same. So racial profiling is absolutely real for blacks, Mexicans, and anybody of color. Like, if you are a person of color, you get profiled because they will be like, you're not white. And that's enough sometimes. Sometimes that's enough. And that's not me saying like, oh my God, I'm a victim of the system or systematic oppression or none of that shit. It's just a fucking fact that if you in the hood or grew up in some of the spaces where I grew up, then that's a thing. Because where I live now, that's not a thing. You know what I mean? I'll give you a perfect example. I got into a situation where I was sitting with this girl, she drank too much wine, she called the police, her ass went to jail. My big black ass is tatted up, was sitting on the couch. So it's not to say that things are different everywhere. But yes, racial profiling is real, to say the least. Racial profiling is definitely real, but it's not every police that do it, it's not every person that do it. It's not everybody that do it, and everybody from every race does it at the same time. Does that make sense?
I think everybody has their thing, right? I think everybody has a little bit of opinion in there.
Yeah, that's what I say. Everybody from every race does it. but not everybody from every race does it all the time. You know what I mean? Like,
but you know what I noticed, Chris, in my lived experience, bro? I think as I'm getting older, racism, anti-Semitism, whatever ism you want to talk on, has become normalized in society. And I don't think we can put that genie back in the bottle. Just one opinion.
bro, I'm a 6'4", light-skinned black man that got a 6-point star on him, a bunch of Hebrew blasted all over my body. So I get the point of racism from every different direction. from the police to be like, oh, he's a gang member. From Jews to be like, watch out for him, he is. From other people to be like, oh, there go one of them Israelites, he hates whites. And
Well, thank you, PCF, Chris. I go around the room, let everybody speak once, and then we go popcorn style. I want to say a little Marcus, and then I want to say a little Pharaoh. Marcus, how you doing, man?
Why you say Marcus like that?
I mean, shit, how I'm supposed to say it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to y'all, man. Happy Sunday. Racial profiling all the time, man. Being racially profiled, not just driving in the workplace, education. When I went to Houston Community College before I got rich, so she's happy to she got all these degrees. I got out the Navy and I went and tried to register, go straight to college, right? They was like, well, you didn't take the SAT. I was like, well, I took the ASVAB. They were like, well, you can take that, but you still didn't take the SAT, so you got to take these math classes and test out, let us know where you fit. This is about to take the test. They tried to put me in like the 2 classes before college algebra, so they was like, yeah, you need to take remedial math. And the lady was like, yeah, I've been to remedial math, it's not going to go towards your credit and shit, you got to pay for the class, but just take it anyway. If I listened to her, I'd have wasted 2 semesters in remedial math classes and not just jumping straight into trigonometry. So they said I couldn't take college algebra because I wasn't qualified, so I need to register for remedial math. And instead of doing that, I registered for trigonometry. When they found out I was already passing trigonometry, so I had to leave me in the class. So the point I'm making is you don't always have to listen to the people. And it might not be a black or white thing, but I don't think everybody always got to take these extra courses and shit when they don't have to. It's a recommendation, so I want to throw that in there. Driving, man, I don't even drive fancy cars. I drive a little Toyota Tundra, man, a regular vehicle. Just for that reason. I don't want to get pulled up. I don't even want the people looking at me to rob me. I don't want to get profiled at all. You know what I'm talking about? So don't profile me when I'm driving. Don't profile me in the retail store, in the car lot, and definitely not on the college campus. But yeah, it exists. It's happening. You know what I'm saying? Everybody going through it, but some people respond to it differently. I just keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? Like profile me. Oh, this is my last point. But when I hear racially profiled driving, because I don't never do nothing wrong, right? Like you put me up, I have that energy. Like what the fuck did you put me over for, right? But instead of having that, I let them know, like, hey, I'm a veteran. And then the profiling stops. You know what I'm saying? I let them know, like, I'm a veteran. Look out for your boy, man. They're better. Who y'all? And then they let me go sometimes. So,
Yeah.
Thank you, Marcus. Hold on, Chris. Nina, how am I supposed to say his name?
I know you said Marcus.
That's that New York accent. That's that New York accent, man.
I liked it.
Thank you. Pharaoh, what's good, bro?
Hey, Bizzle, how you feel, bro?
Man, your hands don't do stuff, right? So talking about racial profile in America, what's your opinion on this?
I mean, JP, from the D, so I ain't really get that until I got into Ohio. He definitely right, it is an area that in the city, it's all like everything, baby, so it ain't really like, you getting harassed by the cops unless you out there, because they black and shit. But here in Ohio, I came to Ohio, he absolutely right. You better not look like, boy, you better not have too much mayonnaise on your sandwich they at your ass. Hello?
Can I ask what city in Ohio?
Say that again?
I wanted to know what city.
Oh, I'm in a city called Toledo. It's in Ohio. It's about like 45 minutes from the D.
right outside of Detroit.
Yeah,
Oh, y'all familiar? Y'all familiar? Stay away from here.
you don't get it in Cleveland, you don't get it in Columbus. You kind of get it in Cincinnati. Yeah, I'm a Buckeye. Yeah.
I think it's a Midwest though. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Let's say hello to Jamal from Trust 20 to say, what's up, Jamal? How you doing?
Peace, what's up? Good to hear y'all voices. Can y'all hear me at all?
Yes, sir. The mic is yours.
All right. Racial profiling. If it wasn't an issue, you wouldn't have to ask about it. I think it's as simple as that. If you have to ask, then you already know it's an issue. But at the same time, I think that it's ingrained in the fiber of our culture, American culture, and I don't think unless white people really had a long look in the mirror, and I don't think they're looking anywhere close to a mirror, it would never be fixed with this country. So I just think it's just a part of the United States, like the Rocky Mountains or the Mississippi River. It's just a part of where it's at, like the Washington Monument or the Eiffel or the whatever, what's the place out there? What's her name? It's got the Statue of Liberty. You know, the Statue of Liberty. Yeah, it's the same. It's just as American as either of those names. It's as white as apple pie. And I think
Jamal, let me ask you a question. And I think we're all in agreement, right? I think we have one person on stage that said this a bit. Well, that person's just been in here, right? But let me just say that this. We know that racial profiling is wrong, and it definitely 1,000,000% impacts your communities. How do we fix it? What's the solution? Is there a solution?
I think the only real solution, there were a couple of countries that I've heard about had reconciliation. I think one of them was in Asia, somewhere in the South Pacific, where they basically put a board of people to fix the racial problem. They made it into the government, and then I think South Africa may have tried to do something, but in order to fix the racial problem that America has, they would have to take a really deep, long look at themselves. And I think you have a better chance of getting rid of guns in America than you do racism.
Well, that you both know that you and I both know that's not going to happen. But before we
Right,
get that,
so
I have a follow-up question for you, and everybody will chew about this stuff. But Jamal, here's a follow-up question. Is racism only rooted in the white community, or is it rooted in all communities? Be honest, Jamal.
I think, well, I'm going to be very honest. No one else has the power to push on racism other than white people because of white supremacy. I think other people may be prejudiced, and I think our prejudices are real in black community or Mexican community or others, but no one else has the power to administer racism other than white people here in America. And so that's just the reality of being a part of this country. And I think as black people, we live with it throughout the duration. So I don't even know how I would feel if it was any other way. I wouldn't even trust it. I'll land there.
Thank you, Jamal. Chris, you want to jump in, Ken?
I just wanted to say, for your landing point, Jamal, you're absolutely right. You touched down on like the literal definition of racism as a form of, being able to actually systematically improve press somebody because of this, that, and the other. But I just want to say, flowers for that, bro. But for the other part with the racial profiling, is that everybody gets racially profiled. Black, Mexican, white, because like I said, it's like I'm from California. Growing up on the West, if you're from there, you know.
Wait, time out, Chris, hold on. I don't like people get racial profile.
I'm about to tell you. I'm about to.
You sincerely tell me.
I'm about to. Right. I'm about to learn you.
Chris, learn me, man.
I'm about to learn you.
If Frank wants to know.
Listen. On the West Coast, there are like different sections of the West Coast. There's rich people and all that shit, and then there's the rest of us, right? Now there's blacks, there's Mexicans, and then there's the whites. And the whites, and I'm not talking about the rich, this is all separate from rich folks. Because in California, they don't got KKK, but what we do got is like Nazi lowriders and skinheads and some other shit. That these white boys is gangbangers. Alright? They get profiled and because they wear suspenders and combat boots, bald heads, tatted up, they just like niggas. Can I say that? My bad.
Chris, can I ask you real quick, what part of California?
Oh, I'm from Northern Cali, bro.
Oh, same, brother, same.
Yeah, I'm from Sac.
I'm from Sac, bro. That's what's up.
Yeah, I'm from North Hollis, though.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, I know what you was talking about, cause you got the like the trailer park white.
Yeah,
that's different.
I say they just, and it's not even necessarily the church, bro. I know some gangster white boys that they don't even like black folks. What's crazy, or I can't even say they don't like black folks.
Well, I live near Orange County. Have you been to Orange County? They don't even like. They don't even.
My family from Antelope Valley, the rest of my family from Dixon Gardens, bro. But I am California official. My daddy from Fresno. I grew up in Sac. My people in LA, they in Fresno.
Yeah, you can't even go to Huntington Beach.
You got the white Roseville type of races too.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, so I've met white boys that I won't say they like look or dress black or anything like that, but they look and dress a certain way to where when people see them, they like, there go one of them. The same way they do one of us. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Thank you for learning and crack.
But they can take their clothes off.
Oh, hold on a second, Jamal, hold on one second.
No, they can't take it. The ones I'm talking about can't just do it.
Hold on one second. When Barry tries to jump in, I try to get her in.
Oh, my bad, I'm sorry.
It's all good, she don't talk very
Oh, JB, I have a question for you when you're done.
Yeah, Vera?
Yeah, no, for sure. No, just to kind of plant the foundation here, to be racially profiled isn't necessarily a negative thing when you're profiling someone. It's just to kind of create stereotypes. So when you see like a white man with a puffer vest and a white checkered shirt and some slacks and some tennis shoe loafers, he's a finance bro. We just profiled the fuck out of that man, so it's not necessarily a negative thing. So that's all.
Thank you, girl. Nina, you hold on to jump in. Nina had a question. Nina, man. I can't hear you if you're speaking, Nina. Can you ask me?
I'm a pass. Go ahead.
You can ask me questions if you want.
I just think that you were gaslighting right now. Because if you have to ask this, first of all, as a white man, because you're a white man, right?
Ask me that. Do anything you ask me.
Alright, so I think you're already gaslighting the space. But you have good rooms.
Well, no, thank you. I appreciate that. How am I exactly gaslighting? I'm curious.
I just think that if you ask certain questions in a space where you know that people are marginalized, it can be it's very gaslighting.
I'm sorry you feel that way. It's actually when I opened these, this wasn't my space, by the way. Adam's sleeping right now. He reached out to me offline and said, do me a favor, open this room with my racial profile. I actually had no interest. So I did it for him and his dude went to sleep. But you know what, when people start to talk, like that. I like to hear what people have gone through and continue to go through. Because for me to get to the solution, we have to ask the questions. And that's just how I feel. So if I'm gaslighting, if that's how you feel, I sincerely apologize. It's not my intention. I'm just trying to learn. That's all. So we're gonna go popcorn style, guys.
That's all good.
I mean, JB isn't even like the WASP white guy. Like, he's a New Yorker white guy, right? Like, that's more culture than just the ring. You don't need any defense, but I mean, he's always kind of rocked with all races and cultures. So I don't perceive it personally as gaslighting in the conversation. I think he often has the cultural conversation. That's all.
So I think there's some people don't understand the differential between white people that don't like black people just because they black, and white people that say, you know what, I just only want to be with white people because I know black people that only just want to be with black people. And I got white friends that only want to be with white people, and actually some of my best friends, they fuck with black folks all day, but they just don't believe in like interracial mixing. Does that make them racist?
Well, Chris, they're entitled to that perspective. But
That's what I'm saying. Does that make them racist?
I don't know if it makes them racist or not, but Sloan, I can give you up and say this feedback, please. But Amy spoke, touched on a good point. Right? New York is a different beast because we're a melting pot. We're not spread out like Houston's a very big city spread out, so you can stay away from white people, you can stay away from Spanish, black, and so on. Here in New York, we live on top of each other. So either we're going to learn to live with each other or we're going to learn to kill each other. That's just how it goes, you know. But here's a question I have to do with this. And I've found it before. Right? I've found it before where people say, white people should be hosting rooms like this. I'm like, really? Why? Why can't I learn about a community? Now, a person wants to open a black space and I'm welcoming white people, be my guest. But let me tell you something. One thing I learned on this app after 5 years, one of the hardest spaces to run is race relations. And I have to say, this room runs really smoothly. We're yelling at each other, we're cursing each other. So, if people feel that I should be hosting these spaces, that's your opinion. The best teacher that's ever invented on this app is the League Quietly, but. So,
Who's that bad?
okay, come on,
You do your shit, JB. You've been doing
Yeah,
great time, though.
exactly. JB always got nice
You've
spaces.
been doing your shit. So, and like, honestly, even if you were a racist, like, now I'm not saying you are, but if you was, you conduct yourself as a professional to conduct a space with race issues. So,
But I still think it's a little gaslighting. Like, you know, racial, like, profiling happens. That's what I meant by gaslighting. Like, you know, the answer is yes. I know you know that.
So everybody might know that they know that, but if you look at the top of the room, says only 88% of people know that, and then 6% of people say something else, and 6% of people say something else, and then 2% of people say it's something else. So everybody don't know that.
well, this is how I see it, right? Everybody doesn't know because it's not their lived experience. Chris, you know that you lived experience. Nina, it's yours. It's Sloan's. It's Vera's. It's never been mine. I don't think I've been racial profiled. I've been profiled for other things, but
Because you can't, because you're a white man.
okay.
No, you profile white men all the time.
Let me say this.
How is a white man gonna be racial profiled?
I literally gave a whole breakdown as to how white boys get racially profiled.
Yeah, me too.
Well, let me just say this real quick. There's a section in Brooklyn here, right? If you're in New York, you understand. Oh, Williamsburg, very gentrified area, but there's a small pocket in there, right? That is very religious Jewish people, right? Very secular people. I don't care if you're pink, polka dots, if you walk through there and you're not a Hasidic Jew, they are following you around everywhere you go.
Oh, yeah.
So there it is. You're getting profiled by that community. So look, I'm not necessarily surprised that white people get profiled. I'm sure we do. I get profiled for other reasons, not because of my skin color. But let's go popcorn style, guys.
But that's kind of the whole point too on what Vero was touching on when she was saying that profiling encompasses more than just race, and that's not always negative. Like when somebody says, for example, when you said, how could you have experienced that? You're a white man. And then you just gotta look at what profiling is. It's just analyzing and assessing something about somebody's psychology and their behaviors. So, and then you're doing it on the basis of something racial. That's not always negative. You might assume something that could be true on the basis of something like that. But yeah, of course, everybody's gonna experience racial profiling because we're always gonna be profiling people, and of course, we're gonna incorporate race into that analysis.
And that was a great take, Give. Thank you. I'm gonna give you a little peek. It's just my opinion. I don't speak for all white people, but I think white people are afraid and intimidated by black people, and that's why they racially profile. That's always been my opinion.
Wake it up. Wake it up.
I don't think that really has much to do with it. I think it's a economic thing, and it's a way of keeping order so that they can administer, their white supremacy onto the country, because they have to keep blacks at a certain mind state and level, and a level of respect so they can seek comfort. Because God forbid if blacks ever decided to revolt or really act a fool, then they would only have their dogs and guns to protect them. And so I think the racial profiling and the racism and the way they conduct all their business here in America is so that they can seek comfort. So they don't have to worry about going to war, because they don't want to go to war, although they're all armed and they're all ready for war and anticipating some of them. But they really don't want that. And so I think they do racial profile and amongst other things to try to keep blacks in line. I'll end that.
I want to ask you, Jamal, just curiously, and I don't have any opinion, or I do have a little bit of an opinion, but more so curiosity. What percentage of the general white person do you feel like is in that mind state necessarily, versus kind of like what Chris was touching on, where sometimes people just prefer to associate within their own demographics and people that they find culturally related?
I would know the answer to that is about as well as I would know what goes on at Christmas dinner at a white person's house, or what goes on in Hanukkah at JD's grandmother and granddad's house at Hanukkah time. I'm not privy to that, and that's the whole point of it. They're passing down information to their children. They're passing down knowledge to each other, and they're sharing information at all times.
Jamal, if you invite me to Christmas dinner, I'll be more than happy to come. I'll bring you so many good desserts you won't even know what happened.
I'm sure you would, but the answer to the question is you would have no way of knowing that question, because it is what it is. They're passing information directly down, and their kids know very quickly how to speak to you from. They're taught that from the beginning. They know it's not right to say certain slurs or phrases to you. They know how to carry themselves with you when they're around you. And they also have information on the ways that they feel about you and your level of intelligence. So how would I know what percentage it would be? It could be all of them, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, let me ask you a follow-up question, Jamal. In your opinion, where's racism taught? Because kids aren't inherently born racist, so you have a group of...
I think it's taught by the mother.
He just told y'all in the house, it's passed down.
It's passed down from the, and the mother is your first teacher, and so the white woman is the one who dangerous than anybody. She's the most dangerous to the black community, I would say, because our women have lined up with her, like, from a female standpoint, just because they're both female, and our men have been slain for dealing with it, and killed, and castrated. So the white woman is very dangerous, and the white woman is leading to white children.
Let me tell you something. Just my perspective, right? To crack what your points from there. I think you're wrong. And I'm not about it being taught at home. I think it's definitely taught at home. And now it's also taught on social media. See, social media wasn't around when any of us were growing up. Well, maybe MTG. But I think racism really comes from the fathers. There's the white guys and the other groups that are racist. They teach their kids. They drop the N-word like it's nothing. And I'm just telling you that's what I believe. I could be wrong. But I think, and I'm not gonna lie, I think it's the fathers that teach it more than the mothers. Just my opinion.
Well, you would know better than I would. So if you say that, then I don't have any argument for you.
Hey, this is John. I think I can put in the queue.
It's your turn, John.
Yeah, I don't think profiling is really the big issue. To me, it's representation. Meaning, if you think we live in a structural white racist society, well then, it's not just profiling that should be the issue. It should be representation on the board of directors at the Federal Reserve, Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, Pfizer, Moderna, Coca-Cola, J&J, etc. If you want your seat at the board of directors and you want equal compensation based down on racial breakdowns, well, that's an argument. I mean, so I'm just saying the real racism isn't from profiling. The real racism is from lack of representation in the Fortune 500, proportionally.
That's fine, John, that you think that. But do you understand what we're speaking about?
Yes, I speak English and I understand what you're saying.
Real profiling.
Yeah, I have a profile on this app. It's called John Kitover. You have a profile named Nina. Is anybody racially profiling you right now in this room?
So I want to ask you a question. Do you understand that there are people that are subjected to inequalities that you might not have to experience?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes they look like brown people. And you know that, right?
Is that a serious question? Yes, again.
I'm serious. So then why would you just come off the mic and act like profiling doesn't exist?
Because representation is a bigger issue than profiling. I hate to break the bad news to you.
Oh, God, but you know why there's not representation.
Well, I'm making a case that if you believe there's structural racism, well then profiling is not a primary issue. Representation is a more primary.
Is there structural racism that's happening?
You tell me.
I'm not the one that's in charge, so you tell me.
Well, I'm not in charge either. I'm running for Congress to try to get in charge. If you want to donate to the campaign to elect John Kitover, I'll be happy to put the link in the chat. You can send $10 and we can help you can help organize and get started right now.
No fundraising, please. Let me do a quick reset. John, I promise I'll do a review one day and we'll give you some money. Guys, this is not the debate. Racial profiling real. Racial profiling is absolutely real. Don't allow to watch a figment of people's imagination or a bigger issue than I realize. We got some cool people in the room. We got Ash, we got Mike Moon, Lady MD, love that PTO. Gene, how you doing? Keith, how you doing? Guys, come on, people, welcome. If you have a pink ticket, cash it. Yo, MJ, you said I am a professional racist. I believe those are the words. MJ Israel. You're more than welcome to come to the stage and expose me for the racist I am. Please, by all means, you're more than welcome to. But let me welcome Nine to the stage. Nine, I'm happy you're here because I'm gonna eat. I didn't even want to open this room. But you know, Adams is Adams. Hi, Nine.
What's up, JB Adams? What's up, Sloan? What's up, Stage?
Hey, Nine.
John. What's up, Congressman? Bouncing around these rooms. Happy Sunday evening, everyone.
Alright, guys, we're gonna go popcorn style. Slow down, slow.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think while John makes a valid point, it is a misplaced comment for this conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, because we are talking about day-to-day, regular life, people going about their day to go to work, go to school. We're talking about just a regular old day. The systemic racism, the systemic issues, they exist, yes, but that's not this conversation, John. But yes, there is a place for what you're talking about, and the bigger issues. This is a very important issue, just day-to-day racial profiling. But the bigger conversation, yeah, that could be had. Just it's not right in this one, but yeah.
Well, I mean, in defense, all I would say is that the title is all or nothing, is racial profiling. It doesn't open up the room for any other conversation.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, Chris, more popcorn style.
John, I think that they were just addressing the particular concerns that they were addressing were more on a localized level rather than a systemic level.
Well, I mean, I mean, I'll just be quiet for now because I agree. If you want to stay on topic, it's fine.
So here's the part with staying on topic, right? When you stay on topic, but I think everybody agrees that racial profile is real. You even voted for it, Joe. When I asked the question, like, I don't know, an hour ago, how do we fix it? There has to be a solution there somewhere. Where's the start? If these kids are being taught to be racist, I don't think you can unteach them, but how do we make sure the next generation isn't taught these cancerous thoughts? Chris, you wanted to say something?
I think honestly that the majority of today's society, at least around like the places that I go, because I do a decent bit of traveling, and I do like winter sports, I snowboard, and then the summer I wakeboard and this and that. And I'm a little older, so I've run into a lot of younger people. I don't think that racism today is like something that is like predominant. Like, is it there? Yes. And is it still being taught? Yes. But I think it's also fighting a losing fight.
Well, let me jump into 2 seconds, Chris. Just speak up for a second, Chris. John, you put in the chat education. I want to tell you why education doesn't work, in my opinion. When we're not going to be honest about the black community's history and teach them the real history, and we teach them the bullshit that we teach them now, yeah, how's education going to work? When we don't even let them learn about their own history. So it's really important. That I believe to be a fact. Go to these schools where they teach these kids about black history.
Maybe they're teaching lies, but that right there is why it's systemic. That's something that we can't change. But what we can change is how we raise our children, the way our children perceive other children, and the way we interact with people of different cultures. We can't change the systemic part because everyone knows that black history is a monumental history. And it was erased and turned into a history of slavery. But that's a whole different subject.
Listen, hold on, Jamal. I'm the white guy in the corner, the crack in the corner. I can't speak on black history. But I know there's a lot more to it than what I've learned. And that's the part I want to learn. That's the voices I want to hear. I think it's about time that it's not going to happen. Maybe it's just some utopian fantasy I've been. When white Americans will step back and say, just let's embrace these people. Let's learn about their history, their strength, how far they've come. But the white supremacists in this country, they ain't never gonna let that happen.
JB, I feel like you kind of have good intentions with that, but at the same time, you want people to know that like all the things that we suffered and like what we went through and this and this.
I want to know about the inventors, the people whose patents were stolen. I want to know it all. Because I know slavery is not indicative of your entire history.
like the FBAs.
Can we have one mic on this?
There are blacks.
Sorry.
There are blacks that have been here. We've been here. Them the slaves.
Well, Chris, let me go to E because he's been trying to get us like 20 minutes. You can, man.
You know, I was just responding to what you guys said earlier when you said that you had mentioned something about racism, and I think that I just wanted to differentiate the difference between racial profiling versus racism, because I think there's the racism is from, like we had talked about, racial profiling is just a subcomponent of profiling in general. We're constantly profiling people, and of course we're going to take race into account. So I don't think that racial profiling is necessarily the problem, because oftentimes the purpose of profiling is to gather accurate information about an individual. I do think that education could play a negative role in it if you have stereotypes that you automatically think are going to apply to all groups of the demographic. But I think the racism aspect is a little bit more problematic as opposed to just the profiling. I think profiling overall can be useful. And I think that is something that, once again, we do every day. When you see somebody, you're going to take into account what they're wearing, how they talk. Like when I talk to you, I can automatically hear that you're from New York. You know what I mean? That's not necessarily profiling based on the way that you talk. And I'm gathering accurate information as a result of it. That's not negative, but I think the racism component of it is actually the negative.
And let me say it with a little Keith and then concrete, and then we're gonna go pop. What's up, Keith? What's good, man?
Hey, what's up, JB?
How you doing, brother?
Pretty good, man.
You wanna chime in?
Yeah, on the topic, I just think that, like what he just said, the profiling is pretty good if you get more information about that person and you just come up with, you from New York or you from this place or that place. But what I think is it puts us in a box. I was speaking earlier and I was telling them how I came from nothing to where I was successful. And I was in another room is what I'm saying. And when I told them I was light-skinned, hazel-eyed, but at the same time I identified as a black person because both my mother and father was both black, but I just happened to be light-skinned with hazel-eyed. I started getting profiled by my own people. And they started saying, hey, you like this or you like that. And it was crazy because they knew what I was making yearly with my company, and I probably shouldn't have said that. But it came out, but it was coming out in a way that I was saying, look, I'm not educated, but I still got myself to a certain point where I was successful. And then all of a sudden it was profile, but I don't want to get on that note. I just want to say that a lot of times I believe in a profile, it hurts the person who profile. It hurts the people that does it because the rich will always get rich. It's a numbers game. The more that we come at each other and we separate ourselves, because you from the east side, I'm from the west side, you dark, I'm light, you Jew, I'm not, whatever the case may be, the rich get rich because at the end, to me, and it's my opinion, it's the poor and it's the rich.
Well, I think that class is really torn this country apart. But guys, before I come back, let me say hello to Concrete Sound real quick, and then we're gonna go pop and stuff. Concrete, how you doing, man?
What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing fantastic. You want to chime in on the subject, sir?
I just came in the room. Just make sure I get the topic right. Just so I understand.
What we're talking about racial profile real in America.
Talking about from like a law enforcement standpoint.
From any standpoint, have you experienced racial profile in your life?
I'm sure I have. When we used to shop in department stores,
And they follow you around. Sorry, Chris. Sorry.
Flats. Yeah, they're gonna give you an eye, probably extra attention. Think you that one of your shoppers, your skin tone, so yeah.
Hey, Concrete. We get paid a little Senator. What's up, Senator? How you doing?
Hey, you're doing pretty well, thank
Ms. Hamilton?
Yeah, I really think, racial profiling, it's not a systemic phenomenon. So it can't be considered racial, right? For it to be racial, it's racism. Must be systemic. So there's a narrative or a framework that wrongly attributes race as the primary cause of enforcement decisions. I think it's really better explained by behavior. In line today, as a clean cut gentleman, walk into a store, I'm less likely to be profiled, right, or considered for lewd acts or misconducts if I'm behaving in a way and dressing in a way that is reasonably appropriate by societal standards. If I'm sagging my pants and have crazy looking hair and I've got a long chain on my nose.
What's crazy hair?
What the fuck is crazy hair and I wear a gold chain, bro?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You know the kind.
Don't
Be triggered, please be triggered. If I come in, looking like, crazy ass dreadlocks and crazy looking.
I'm not dreadlocks. Is just
Crazy ass nappy hair, looking like
nappy hair.
looking like a wannabe Jay-Z. If I come in,
Yeah, it's a troll.
yeah, no, I'm not joking. I'm telling you.
Hey, you did a good job. You almost got me out of character for a second.
Wait, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's set the plan. Let the plan, please.
Well, I understand, but it's going to set up before we continue. Like, you're a black American.
Absolutely never disrespect myself by calling myself black. I'm an African.
Okay, and I see.
And I know my heritage. So my heritage is nature. So I'm a Nigerian American, African American, which makes me
Wow.
African.
Well, I wasn't trying to insult you. I don't think that's an insult.
No, you weren't trying to. I'm saying that there are black people that call themselves black, which is such a disgusting word to call a human being. But I didn't take it as an insult.
Thank you, sir. So sorry, before we continue. No, I need to step away for 10 minutes. Can you run it?
Okay, you got set up in the queue.
Thank you.
I'll just land by saying that, if you walk like a duck and act like a duck, people are going to treat you like a duck. So don't come out here speaking that ghetto slang, blasting your trap music, dressing like a rapper with a long chain and everything, expecting people, law enforcement, not to target you. That is absolutely ridiculous. Justice does require evidence of intent. It's not speculative. And the presumption of a individual agency matters more than any assumed victim. So it's absolutely ridiculous that anyone would think this still exists.
So what do you say about the
Hold on, wait, because I saw Nina come on first, and then Chris, and then who wants to, we're going to Nina, then Chris, who wants to talk to Chris?
I got Chris.
Okay, Concrete, and then Jamal.
let Chris
Nina go, please, let Nina go, go ahead, Nina.
So what did you say about the hearing? The box and the twist? You said something.
Yeah, there are ways that some Black Americans style their hair, particularly the men, that make them look like criminals. Okay, they resemble those in the prison system. Okay, if you dress like that, don't be afraid of when police officer targets you. You want to look like a criminal because you want so badly to look like your favorite rapper. You deserve to be targeted because that's what you want to look like. And I hope my children will never dress.
All right, next.
First off, I would say when saying like if you want to have dreadlocks, I'll say shout out to Cam Newton. That's the first thing I'll say. Shout out Cam Newton, a brother with dreads who's a superstar and who is the opposite of everything you just said about looking like a criminal. Brett, you are the worst example of a fucking stereotype that it is crazy because I work for a non-profit organization. I'm a supervisor of operations in one of the biggest Habitat for Humanities in the state of Utah, and I wear a gold chain, and my hair is nappy, and I'm tatted up, and I do so much community outreach that is crazy, and I rub elbows with some of the richest motherfuckers in the country. You out your goddamn mind.
And if you looked at me, you would say I was a criminal. But when I talk to these people and they get a chance to just give me a chance, they find out that I'm different. You the problem, bruh. You're the fucking problem. You just worried about my hair. And you worried about how I look. And you worried about how I fucking talk. Are you out your fucking mind? You the problem, bruh. That's why you not black. And that's why you African. Because we don't want you. The same way you don't want us. We don't want you. Take your ass back to Nigeria, bruh. I'm from Cali.
Okay, Curtis, all right. You gave him slow.
Alright, so, next.
Wait, concrete, concrete and then Jamal, I got you at the concrete. Go ahead, concrete.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think we should be harsh on Seneca. I think this is, just a response to the pressure that the black community and the African community is put under, through, like, worldwide, systemic, let's say, oppression, right? The entire continent has been under siege since its great history. The entire black community has been under siege since its history. Worldwide, public, relentless degradation, right? When they talk about us, they characterize us low IQ, just sexual, sexual. If you look at yourself as a man, and a black man of this community, you're gonna say to yourself, that's not me. And then you're gonna, but there is somebody that lies to him, and it's rightfully so that rise in this way. So all Seneca is doing is a misguided attempt to separate himself from these titles, these characterizations, and he's doing the best he can to remain sane as a person. And if I have to call the police on you, if I have to throw you into a ditch as the person causing, I guess I'm gonna do it, right? Because I don't want my life to be diminished because of something you're engaging in, right? So that's all that's really happening. It's a coping mechanism, right? And don't hate him. There is, unfortunately, something to pay about it because he hasn't taken the time to understand all the dynamics at play, which is leading him to utilize this rhetoric. And I mean, just one example.
Concrete, before you continue, let me just say one thing real quick. People in this room, please don't ever accuse me of gaslighting. That's disrespectful. Okay, concrete.
Talking about me?
No, it's something else.
Oh, okay. So, the point that he made was here like a criminal, right? And we can take that statement and we can examine it for its, let's say, truth value or how it, reflects the real world. Now, is there a hair characteristic of criminals? A hairstyle characteristic of criminals?
Is there?
Obviously not, right? Obviously not. Jay-Z didn't invent the hairstyle, nor did Jay-Z make it popular. And it was a thing that people had as hairstyles before Jay-Z probably, right? But it's tricky. Hairstyles not really.
When I was outside on the road, I had short hair up on the low.
So with that statement, a little glimpse into his psychology, into how he is navigating this world, right? And that's why we should not be upset with him, because obviously that wasn't like a well thought out statement. That's like an emotional reaction. And whether or not he's intending to trigger, he's definitely intending to separate himself. And that separation is, in fact, a defense mechanism. Because the world is shooting at black people. And he's saying, not me, them. Stop shooting at me. Right? And I understand. And like I said, there's something that should be paid. Because obviously he has
Okay, concrete. Eat yourself, but I appreciate
this real quick. He wanted to know about what I felt or what we felt was a remedy to the racial profiling, and we went in another rabbit hole, but I'm going to try to bring it back. I think the only real remedy that in my mind I can see is land, maybe 2 or 3 states where we would succeed the union or try to come out of the country, but we could settle a couple of states. I'm in a state called Wyoming right now. I'm headed to Utah, where the brother said he's from.
Right by Evanston. What do you mean? I'm in
Okay. I mean, it's not the point, Chris. Alright, yeah. All I'm saying is, as I was driving on Highway 80, headed west, I seen a Walmart distribution center that's hiring for $30.65 an hour. Now, I know Walmart distribution centers, and I know Wyoming is a white-ass state. So they have settled certain areas of the country, and they have business in those areas. They're still Americans. I'm saying all that to say, Carolina, and some of these states we can settle and make our own, still do business, make money, create our own hourly minimum wages. Because I'm thinking to myself, how the hell are these white people in Walmart distribution center all making minimum of $30 an hour? And so I just find that very interesting, because I know if you go down south, they're probably getting paid $16 an hour, right? So we can settle some of these areas, and that would be the biggest way to stop racial profiling, is to police ourselves and our section of the country and our community and settle those areas. That's the best example I can think of for a remedy. I like it.
Jamal, I share your perspective. You just said you was not sure that on Clubhouse, brother. You know you get rid of people like that.
Seneca, I just wanted to respond to some of what you said. I disagree with most of what you said, and more so probably disagree with the presentation of it. And it just feels like it was a little too broad, and it wasn't as precise as what it could have been. And I think that's where the problem, where stereotypes can come into play. But there was one thing you did say that I somewhat agree with in terms of the words black and white. I think that they're overly used. They're speaking for different black country or African countries, and there's about 44 to 48 somewhere like that European countries, and they all have different histories, different lineages, and these do influence the culture. So I do think that the point that you made that was really good is to take into account, if this is what you were trying to make, is to take into account people's individual history according to where they do come from and what your actual ancestry is. So I mean, I agree with that, but I think I disagree overall with the presentation of it. And I think it is problematic. It is just gives me a little bit of Candace Owens type of vibe.
Well, I'd like to respond. Yeah, no problem. Sloan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Sloan.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna. So this is. I just have to review the book by its cover. That's what I have to do, and then it's hidden in a guise of some sort of elitism or racism against blacks. There's nothing wrong with using the term black or person of color, and specifically if a person, however a person chooses, I challenge your belief system is what I challenge. And what I will say is I met a couple that they had tattoos from their neck all the way on both of their arms, down their legs. They had nose rings in, and they had four little kids. however their life brought them to decide to tap their body or whatever they did. I don't care. They reach people because for my Christian belief, it's important to reach everybody and to love everybody. So, but they can reach people I can't reach because I don't look like that. And so you judging people like that and then choosing to say you're elite, and coming across elite. We know you're not elite, but it yeah, you need to stop. You really just need to reconsider what your beliefs are. John even gave you a little hot pepper, like that was a spicy comment. No, because how you dress, how you look, it's how you act, and what your character is what really matters. So what if somebody's playing their trap music and they have tattoos? Big deal. That's not what you judge people on. And if you don't have the wherewithal to take time to know, then just keep going on with your life. You don't need to create opinions and put people down because it doesn't bring you up to put people down. It really exposes who you actually are. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we want to give Senator a chance to respond. Go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, I just, like, there's a community of people that just live in delusion. Like, I'm just sorry. First of all, I'm so glad I'm bringing what I mean by my heritage. My heritage and my religion, okay, give me definitions of who I should be and how I should respond in circumstances, how I should dress, what I should eat, how I should speak, and the like. A police officer is very upset with all the over and is yelling at me very sweetly and conservative. I respect that, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know I was going to say that. Okay. When my black counterpart who has no heritage and is not informed by any culture or heritage or values from his heritage refuses to serve God, and decides to serve the tarot cards and zodiac signs, okay, and chooses to essentially be anti-Christ and anti-religion, anti-Islam, okay, because he's not informed by any definition of who he should be, he assumes that he needs to be as black as can be. And what does it mean to be black? It means to be rambunctious, argumentative, and to go toe-to-toe and fight for his rights right then and there. And so it's really part of that way. That's all I can do.
We're gonna let Senator finish. You'll have a chance to respond.
When you go and you look at all the list of people for the Black Lives Matter and all the people that were killed, you do not find one Nigerian, you do not find one Somali, you do not find one Canadian in that list. All of them are Black Americans. All of them are Black Americans that don't know their heritage, don't know their culture, don't know where they're from, and are not informed by any culture other than being as ghetto and niggerish as possible. Okay.
Okay, I'm next. I gotta go again.
Hold on. When Seneca lands, we go to the mods first. So we'll go Seneca and then of course Queen Sloan. And then Chris, I know you want to respond. So Seneca, let's let him land first, please.
Okay, yes, I'm gonna land here because I know you have some perspective and some control.
Seneca, hold on. I have a question. I stopped listening to you talk because you're blowing me away with what you're saying. And keep it real with me because we always have good conversations. Do you actually believe everything you're saying right now?
Yes, because I'm tired of people acting like animals and not, if I was Black American, okay, and I didn't know my heritage to inform my values, I would be Muslim, okay, because at least there's a community, there's the Ummah that will inform me and provide a culture that will ensure that when I meet a police officer and that position of authority, he is Muslim. He lying. Yes. When I am Muslim, I'm not lying. What are you talking about? I never said I was. Don't worry, I'm gonna cook your ass. Okay. As soon as I get this mic, that's okay. Cook your ass.
Hold on, Chris. Stand down, Chris. Hold on.
Just let
it's fit for game.
Chris, let him land.
And to respect authority. These black people do not respect authority. They act rambunctious. They act like wild hyenas and animals. And then they expect to be respected. And that's just not how the world works. If you respect yourself, people respect you. If you act like you don't have a heritage, you didn't come from a home, you want to have tattoos all over your face and then put a chain on your neck and then go into corporate America, no, they're gonna kick you out. You don't belong there. Okay, if it walks like a criminal, acts like a criminal, it's a criminal. I rest my mind.
Thank you, Seneca. I think Sloan wanted to go, and then we'll go to Chris. Anybody want to speak after Chris? I have a few. I see E. Anybody else?
I do too.
That's Keith. Okay. Anybody else after Keith? All right, cool. Please don't interrupt as the speakers come off mic. Cool. Sloan, you got it, sis.
I'm not even going to say very much because I just don't really need to give my energy to ignorance. I really don't. He believes what he believes. I gave a very good example of why you should not judge people based on appearance, and he chose not to even acknowledge that. That's fine. But you, and this isn't to talk. I'm not even talking to him, and I'm not going to center myself. But I will say that it is important to know that blacks in this country may not know their heritage, not through any fault of their own, but through the capitalism called slavery. And that is important to know when you decide to pass judgment on someone that doesn't know their culture. And let me be clear, I am black. I am not African American, and I'm okay with that. In fact, after meeting you, I am more than okay with not being African American. I am black, happily black. And to further make my point, I'm actually, I am in the lineage of George Washington. My black
woman and she's
my family is on the slave side of George Washington. We're in the Smithsonian Historical Museum for African American History and Culture. So when you say people don't know their culture and they act a certain way, yeah, things come with that. And this of the capitalism of slavery. I would wish to be a Nigerian based on your nasty attitude. I wouldn't. I am happy being a black American and I'm proud of that. But when you look at me, it comes from a place of imperialism, of colonialism, of things possibly your Nigerian ancestors probably gave our asses up. So that's what I think of you and your opinions. Thank you.
Let me jump in here real quick, 2 seconds. Sloan, please don't leave because you and I don't have chance space a while, and I appreciate you. I understand trying to protect your energy. But I appreciate you. And let me just say this real quick, because I know there's people that blow back from this room. Right? Healthy debates does not endorse anything that's being said by individual speakers. I'm not signing off on any of this stuff. So before you guys go open rooms and healthy debates is horrible or racist, I don't want to hear that shit. So get it back to you, Nine.
For the record, before we go to Chris, for anybody keeping tabs, I personally don't identify as black, African, or Negro. I'm the Time Lord from the planet Gallifrey. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, me, I'm just another brother from Captain. So I love what you're saying. It's just amazing to me. So, like, the sister saying that, her family, something that goes back to George Washington. So, my great-grandmother, if you ever go into Texas, my last name is Gardner. My family founded a whole town in Texas, and they black. They not African. I don't know any Africans. None. In my whole
I'm kind of surprised about the things you're saying, because, you know, I don't feel that energy here in your or that vibe. I mean, listen, you're going to believe what you believe. I know I'm not changing anybody's mind. But you kind of knocked me focused tonight because that energy doesn't live here in you, as far as I know.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different cultures in New York. I think in areas that were being surrounded by immigrants, right? But even JP in Brooklyn, right? Trinidadians, the Jamaicans, right? They're not sad. Most of them are not. Some of them still complete and stuff, but they're not like out here acting like criminals. You know, sagging their pants. You know, out at the hours of the night. Just allow show syndrome.
What if I work in a graveyard? Does that put me out in the wee hours of the night? Because I used to be a bouncer in Miami and in Utah where I live now. I used to work at the clubs as security, so I was out in the wee hours of the night. And what the fuck does it mean if I sag my pants? Why are you looking at my pants? Why are you watching my pants?
That's what criminals do.
That's what criminals do? Why?
It's to attract you.
Then you need to stop watching TV, dog, because I did 5 years, and that's not the case. That's not the case. You stop watching TV. You need to stop watching TV, brothers. Because you never been there. Stop talking about people you never been to.
Corporate America that decide.
And fuck corporate America, because I work in corporate America. I work in corporate America now.
We have to have one mic. Hold on, Chris. We have to have one mic, otherwise we can't hear. And G, I see you. I see you flashing away on Q. So after Chris, we have E, Keith, and then we got you XG. So go ahead, Lane.
Yeah.
I got you, bro.
You know, see, black people don't want to hear anything that will feel so responsible for their behavior. And why they so okay, when you look at the African American, they have the highest, I can't remember if it's over capita, right? But they have the highest percentage of suicide deaths. When you look at Black American, Black Americans come only 23% of them come from the single parent households. Okay, but the systemic issue, the sort of the cause of the systemic issues will be them is their behaviors, is their attitudes, and the distance from their members. Okay, even the ones that are Christian are out here putting their titties on and they're having their class up talking about God first and Jesus first. Okay, the honesty of these people, the unwillingness and disrespect, the lack of self-respect, okay, is what puts them in these situations when you adopt a value system, a framework that's informed by your customs, from your heritage, or from your religion. You're not privy to a lot of the knowledge that you get from beliefs and everything like that. There's not one Nigerian, okay, that you can find on the list of people that were killed during that COVID Black Lives Matter era. Not one. All of us lawyers, doctors, engineers, successful people. Same thing with a lot of other Africans, when you see all of the list, when you look down the list, only one demographic is on that list, of that Black Lives Matter list. It's all Black Americans. It's Shaquille was it, the Shaqis and the Jamal. I can't wait to get it. Let's just be honest. Can we just be honest in this room today? Okay, let's be honest about it.
Let's set it the lens, please.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're not going to accept it. It's too many blackies to not accept it. So, well, I don't think okay, like
Wait. We're gonna make everybody keep their submissions under 2 minutes, please. Let's go. We got E, Keith, XG, and then Thug. Who wants to go after Thug?
I'll go, John. Put John in the queue.
Just for me and you, let me know when I can go to Chris.
Okay, so Chris, hold on. After Thug, we have Chris. I think I saw John come off mic. And then go ahead, E.
So, Seneca, I'm just going to say that I think that while I'm not particularly offended by what you're saying, I think it is understandably offensive. And I also am going to say that I fundamentally don't think that your intentions behind what you're saying are
are actually bad. I think it is really a misguided attempt at accountability. And I think it's a bit of an overcorrection. I think what you're pointing to is examples of you can have real life examples of people, for example, who go to a store and say and have stole something and then get in trouble and say that, oh, this is only because I'm black or something like that. I think you're pointing out examples like that where accountability could be taken. But I think what you're doing is you're overcorrecting. So you're seeing these examples and then you're attributing more fault to black people than should be attributed, as opposed to looking at it from a nuanced perspective, which is that yes, there's accountability to be taken within the black community, but that's not to then necessarily go and see every negative thing that happens to a black person and assume that they could have taken accountability for it. Sometimes it can go way too far. That's like, I live in California. That's like an earthquake happening in California. Somebody saying, well, you should have known about fault lines and tectonic plates and shouldn't have lived in California. There's a point where the level of accountability that you're expecting from somebody is just not a realistic sense, and there's things that are beyond people's control. So I think that all your intentions are really just to be accountable and to take responsibility, and it's really probably more of an empowering message that I think you're trying to have, and that you take that with yourself and you seem frustrated with hearing people who you feel have not taken accountability. I do think that it is misguided because it doesn't encompass a balanced view, and so that's pretty much all I have to say about it.
Thank you. Keith, go ahead, Keith.
Yes, I just wanted to say that, Seneca, man, I like, part of me, like, I understand I'm the same as he, but the other part is like, bro, you kind of coming at black people with this generalization, meaning the same thing he said, you taking one situation and you put it on all, and just saying this is who you guys are, and it's no Nigerians, they got enough black, live movement and all of that. But I just want to say, in my profile is my son. He got the box. He went to school to Xavier, had a 3.7. His father, so I'm the stepfather, is there in Cleveland. And his mother, who I'm married to, is a nurse, and they are African. I just came back from Africa, and he was wearing the locks out there, and they did tell him, they said, hey, look, down here, as he was free and he walked around in Africa, he did get the freedom as a black man and not getting profiled by, people, because everybody was out there was African. So that was real good and he enjoyed that. But they did say, hey, you gotta be aware of your environment. They did talk to him, and I did talk to him too about that situation. We do have to know our environment. I'll just say this, and I know a lot of people gonna come at you, but if I got some Jordans and I got my gold chain on, it's some places in the hood that I'm not gonna walk. And it goes the same way for the way that we present ourselves in different situations. So I agree on that side, but Seneca, I think the way that you explain it, you kind of throw all of us under the bus the way you do it. Okay, so
No, Doug, XG's first. XG, it's on you. Go ahead, XG.
Yeah, I'll keep it short.
Wait, who said who wants to queue? That was Jamal? Who said they want to get in?
Joe, that's me.
This is how we're going. It's XG and Thug. We have XG, Thug, Chris, John, Bird, and then Ja. Who else? Okay, cool. Go ahead, XG.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I think, in short, TLDR, when we say, in short, you're an uptight, self-righteous little, but that way, all you do in everything you speak just puts the furtherment of black people further back or African Americans. So to say, even though you type this pride of Nigeria, but the number one threat of Nigerian parents who are in the U.S. is to send their children back to the shithole of a country that Nigeria is. So again, I'm really confused as to how black Americans are the bottom of the barrel and African Americans are the bottom of the barrel, yet the worst living African American in the U.S. probably lived a high class life in fucking Africa. So like that's what I'm confused about. It's always Africans are so much better than African Americans, yet all of them have to migrate here to make anything of themselves. That's hilarious to me. That you guys have to go ahead and flex 50-year-old technological advancements being made by fucking sticks and stones and act like it's fucking amazing in Africa when we did that that 50 years ago. I'm so sorry, you're still catching up. So to try to act like Africans are independent little societies with morality, half of them still can't let their women drive, half of them just got the right to vote. The other half, they're so fucking societally behind and technologically behind that for you to imply that the Africans are somehow so much more superior to the African Americans, it's mind-blowing to me. It's mind-blowing to me. And it's the pinnacle and the epitome of this coon-ass Candace Owens state of mind that you trap yourself into to keep sucking the white man's dick from under the chair. Like, I'm really confused as to how you kowtowing this bad to white people and racial stereotypes is somehow benefiting your cause, benefiting your message, or benefiting you as a person. You're one of the good ones until they don't need you anymore. And then when they don't need you anymore, guess what? You become as much of a nigger as the rest of us. So congratulations. You're equally as fucked in this scenario. You're just delaying yours a little bit longer. So the more you keep playing these cool games, just wait, because you're going to be in the same fucking tree that all of us are going to be on.
Wait, Thug is next. Yeah, go ahead, Thug.
Yeah, so this is the problem that Black Americans feel the need to try to educate these assholes about what our images are. If any of you have not watched the show on Netflix called Young African Fitness, Fitness in African, look at the images on how these degenerative Africans have allowed themselves to be used to project these images of them as if this is their lifestyle in Africa. It's false. It's a lie. These are the Nigerians. And you look at the makeup on their face, they make them lighter. These women are pitch black. And they are using makeup to have the images of what they would like American, or the American standard of what beauty is. They're trying to use that show to have all Africans on the continent portray themselves as such. So this whole idea that he's trying to make it seem like Black Americans are the worst degenerative images on the world, your allegedly best people are trying to portray those images. They're trying to look exactly like the degenerative thing that you're saying that we are. And your children are growing up that way. Your children are growing up loving hip-hop, loving sagging their pants, loving rapping about killing motherfucking Africans and doing all the rest of the stuff. They love that shit, right? So it just behooves listening to people like him, right? It only further gives me the ammunition to prepare my next generation to know that don't ever let these fucking niggers, because that's what you are, don't let these niggers, use their survival tactics of, saying all these black terms or trying to pretend to be cool because they're educating with you in school. Fuck them, right? Fuck them into the next century. I'm done speaking.
Okay, Mom, we have a queue. I keep telling you we have a queue, and it's called Chris, John, Bert, and John. So I'll put you in after John. So, Chris is on the phone, so let's go ahead to John. Congressman John, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I would just say don't judge a book by its cover. And what that means is we're all Americans. And on the inside, we have pink brains and we have blood and we have other colors on the inside. So I would just say that when I say that education is lacking, it really is a spiritual education because we all have a translucent soul which is colorless, or at least all of our brains are pink and our hearts are red.
Let's go on to the next person, please.
Like that. That's messed up. Okay, wait, Chris, you were on the phone. Chris, you were next before John, so we'll go Chris and then Bert, John, and Jamal. Go ahead.
I can't even think of anything else to say except, man, that ain't crazy. And I will just yield my time to the next person. Because, like I said, I was on the phone, so I can't even deal with that right now.
No problem. Thank you, Chris. Go ahead, Bert.
What's good, Bert? Yo, Bert, I need you to do me a solid, bro. Cashing that pink ticket.
I got you. That is my fucking land. You know what I'm saying? That's some of it I do. Some of it I actually do own legally.
So you own this because you bought it, not because
No, I didn't buy it. I did not buy it. I inherited it. I inherited it.
There's no law that says that just because you live someplace it's your place. Sorry.
Yes, it is. Actually, no.
No, I don't know what that is.
Hold on a second. I
Lord, I would have to, like, natural law would also be, like, the
Great room title there, Rabbi. Really top notch, very funny, good stuff.
Go read the book and go to the gym Friday.
That's what I keep telling people on this app, fatty.
Do you know that Mayhem turned out to be what's his name? Hickman?
Yeah.
He's a Yiddish guy.
He's Jewish.
How you doing, motherfucker? Yeah, he's a Yiddish guy. Why do you think he's sitting so hard? He literally, he used to hate Trump, and he suddenly started loving Trump because Trump is scared for the Jews.
Oh, he's talking for the Jews.
That's right.
Really?
That's right. I don't like people whose views are so easily swayed by either the coin or by some, people whose emotions are so easily, so readily aroused. And I just don't like that.
The issue, I think you're very surface level with it. Surface level ignorant, damn near MAGA. No offense to anybody else with MAGA. Just trying to make a point. So yeah.
Thank you, Bird. Okay, let's go to John.
Well, at some point we gotta give Senator a chance.
Okay.
Hold on. Because you're getting me a dog pile.
Good. He's just gonna call from Master. He's just gonna call from Master.
No one said anything in this music. So hold on a second. Hold on. Mike, I'm gonna hand it back to you. Run it how you want. That's like 3% of good conversation. Otherwise, it's a dog pile and an echo chamber.
Okay, so we'll let Senator respond, and then we'll go to John, Jamal, and then I see Mike came on. We'll go to Mike Allen after that. Go ahead.
Okay, so anybody knowing is I'm back.
Okay.
No one is attacking all black people. Right? I hate it when
Wait, hold on, Bird. You have to mute up, Bird. We're getting feedback, please. Go ahead.
I hate it when some black Americans use their typical cultural deflections, right? Whenever you hold them accountable, they want to hold your country accountable. They want to hold you like they say white people do it too. They say, oh no, you don't understand. Slavery happened to us. They make all these excuses upon excuses. They call out slavery like they're the only ones in the world that ever experienced hardship or ever came from generational hardship. Okay, it's just not an excuse. I'm sorry. We're tired of the bullshit. People come to this country, they don't even come from a country where they use the same characters, let alone speak the same language, let alone know the culture and the systems, and you have 400 years of knowledge in this country. Okay, you know the systems, you know the educational systems, the financial systems, the justice systems, you know the culture, you can speak the language, and still you don't overcome, you don't succeed. Why? Because you're dropping out of class to go smoke weed. Okay, you're hanging around the wrong people, you're out late.
Let's smoke some weed right now.
You come to work, you disrespect your teachers, you don't do homework, you barely graduate from high school if you graduate. Okay, you don't go to college. Okay, and then you end up thinking you're the shit because you got a 15-hour per hour job while your immigrant counterparts are going to college, getting engineering degrees, getting accounting degrees, coming out making 6 figures. Okay, and they wonder why. Okay, that it's not fair, and blame slavery for your lack of discipline and lack of self-respect. No, we're sick of the shit. Okay, we're sick of your communities being so freaking decrepit because you won't look at yourselves. You won't tell your woman to put on some clothes. Okay, you won't tell your woman to stop having promiscuous sex, disguising it as dating, looking for the one. They're always looking for the one until they catch AIDS or until they get pregnant. Okay, it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? No, I'm sure Keith is. You sound like a really great gentleman and a gentleman that respects himself. But let's be
his lived experience, JB.
I'm not part of your community, I'm part of my own community, but here in New York, as you know, we're a melting pot, so we mix together. For you to label an entire community as being just saying, I'm gonna keep it real, bro. Is you reprehensible and disgusting to me? Can't speak for anybody else in the truth. But you know, I like to give everybody a chance to expose who they are. And I have to tell you, dude, you really, in my opinion, my advice to you is take a step back and listen to what other people are saying. Come in that headspace, because bro, it's not reality. But I'm sorry for cutting you off. I had to say that.
It is reality. It's the reality.
That's how these things gross.
Yes, different video with like 30 fucking. Can I ask you a question, JD? So, question. So, you're from the Italian community, right?
Yes, Italian Jewish.
Italian Jewish, okay. Do you see a difference in the behaviors and the culture of your community and the Black American community and how it has made your community more successful?
Like what I see, and I've seen beauty in the Black community, man, here in Brooklyn. I live in Bed-Stuy, but no, let me, you ask me a question, let me answer it. I don't see any difference with all communities, right, but all people. Listen, Doug and I argue every fucking day, bro, and I still gonna have a fucking drink with this guy. I don't give a shit. Let me find out the context of the person, not the whole community. I'm not gonna paint the entire community because one idiot did something stupid. And it's ridiculous. Listen, look at the narrative we have in this world right now. Jews own the media, Jews own the banks. Guys are not going down that rabbit hole right now. Just using this example. It's ridiculous, man. I'm not gonna sit here and paint the entire community because there's one person made a mistake. Because there's plenty of people in my community. I guarantee you, son, I'm making mistakes today. They'll make them again tomorrow. Does that make me the same person that that person is? I would hope not. But guess that I go land your plane, please.
Well, I have no further questions. I was hoping you would acknowledge that your community has been more successful because you act like a community. You come together and support each other. Okay, and you take responsibility for your growth.
Yo, Senator, listen, I'm not gonna say that the Jewish community hasn't been successful. Let me say this to you, bro. I've been ostracized by my own community more than any other community. See, there's hypocrisy in every community. That's why I get smoke from my community, because I call them out on their bullshit. Right? They don't want to hear that. They ostracize me. That's fine. I'm still a proud Zionist, and I will be till the day I die. and let me just give you this little example, son.
He's not a
Zionist.
Zionist.
Down the road, and the cop pulls you over because you're black, because we don't know that happens. That's the title of the truth. You think you can tell me, no, officer, hold on, I'm not black. I'm African. You think he's really gonna believe that bullshit?
So he can tell by the way I speak, the way I conduct myself, my behaviors. I call him sir. Even if he's angry and rambunctious, I de-escalate. He knows that that's not the behavior of a black man. And 9 times out of 10, JB, they let me off with a warning. Even when I'm speeding, they let me off with a warning because I'm so respectful. That's not the characteristic of a black American man.
I disagree. I absolutely agree. Everybody get up there.
Please becomes the
guys, we have a queue. I'm gonna hand it back to 9, but I want to say hello to MG real quick. MG, put your seatbelt on because we got some craziness going on here. Alright, please, I don't know where your queue is. It's on.
I just want to do a quick run to reset for folks who came in. Healthy debates. We're talking about racial profiling. We have a poll at the top. Absolutely not. It's leading by 90%. If you don't see the poll, you have to go out, update the app, come back in. Absolutely not. Total hogwash. Figment of people's imagination. Bigger issue than I realized. Those are your options. Please vote if you haven't voted already. Folks, I know everybody's heated and passionate and spicy, but we have to honor the queue. We have Jaw, Jamal, Mike, Chris. Trap joined the stage. Trap, do you want to get into the queue? If not, just let me know when you're ready. Okay, so we'll add Trap after Chris. So let's go ahead, John, and then Jamal.
Before we go to John next, but John, can you do me a solid, bro? Please cash your pink ticket.
Thank you, JB. John, the mic is yours. Please, everybody, remember, keep your submissions under 2 minutes.
If there's anyone worthy of being dogs, it's him.
No, we ain't doing that block boy. We ain't doxing people. That's not bad job.
Nah, because, I mean, I'm South Sudanese, so, like, I'm African, South Sudanese. I mean, I say African Americans. You know what I mean? It's something we agree with, because, I mean, we both get drunk. people like to fight. So, you know what I mean? But, like, stuff that's African American, I don't get that's their problem. Who, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes that's their issue. I sit back, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what am I gonna do? It's their problem to solve. Like, I just sit back, like, you know what I mean? Why would I go in there and start talking shit? You know what I mean? Make it work? Nah, it's that you can't. You know what I mean? They gotta solve it themselves. You can't really tell people. All right, I'm done.
Thank you, Jamal. John.
I'm watching you on this piece of shit too.
Okay.
We do some bullshit too. They don't tell us all the bullshit we do. They just be like, oh yeah, all right, yeah.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, so I hope y'all can hear me clearly. Not gonna be some other headset. Seneca has touched on and articulated very well a lot of my own personal feelings, and I'm from the United States of America, the foundation, African American myself, I am. And I agree with him. I know that he is gaslighting a lot of it, probably, and upsetting people, and the way that he's saying it so smug and matter of fact, and it's a little disrespectful the way he's saying it, but everything he has said is right, and I agree with him. And I think we as African American, black people, foundational black American, we have to come to terms with some of this stuff in order to really, really go back to the title, and the title is about this racial profiling. There's a way that you have to deal with police, and what he was describing is exactly the way that I handle business. There's a way to deal with this white supremacy that we live in, you know, and the best way to do it, we've learned, and we can see it from the Chinese, we can see it with the Nigerians, we can see it with the Indians. You have to understand the system of capitalism and move in it in an educated fashion. We need to stop being their entertainment. And I think the most important thing we can do is stop our kids from playing sports for 5 years. And don't give them no more NFL players, no more basketball players, and redirect a whole generation of generation alpha and beta, into engineering, science, STEM, technology, and reboot ourselves out of entertainment. There's no money in it anymore. There's no money in the music. They officially rate you from making money from music unless you're performing and on stage sampling, breaking your legs, getting at each other, and getting brain aneurysms from football, shooting and breaking your legs and shit, shooting basketballs and shit. It's time for us to redirect shit. And I agree with everything that the Nigerian brother's saying. And right is right. You know, and we gotta really take a long look at ourselves. If we wanna stop the profiling, we gotta really take a deep, long look at ourselves. And I'll land right.
Okay, XG, hold on. So I have Mike and Chris no longer on the stage, so I have Mike. Is Mike still?
Mexican people, they have a specific, preposterous.
Well, I don't know that there's
come up here and play with my.
I don't know if there's like a genetic thing, but I mean, Mexican, someone's sport I participated in, like, it is, Mexicans definitely have a, they're definitely known for being successful in boxing. I think in the Western Hemisphere, the most successful. But they also have a higher participation rate than other groups.
I don't know, that was what they were saying. I mean, it kind of reminded me of the shit I'm sort of based on. And I'm really, real proud.
Well, they have, like, in the country of Mexico, like, Mexican-American fighters kind of have a similar style. It's called, like, pressure fighting. It may to some people look like you're just being you're just like a slugger. But these are people that literally, they keep on walking forward. They try to walk you down into a corner, into the ropes. And they'll fight on the outside, but then try to go on the inside, and then, you know, there's a little bit of like taking a punch to give a punch. It's actually a very difficult style of boxing to learn. It's not, it literally takes years for people who had long amateur careers and had boxed that were pros for years as well.
Is that what happened to your brain when you got TBI? Was it in a pressure fight?
Yeah, I usually don't get TBI from one fight.
Well, I want to thank you, Pepe. You did it again. You know, your doxing of Roger Mayhem, your stirring of the pot. You have once again.
Somebody else moved it. Hey, bro, you killed them. You were watching? You were watching?
Stir the pot.
Yeah, it was a sponsor for a little bit.
I was an amateur, and then, like,
He's like, let me tell you, you gotta
kick me. Oh man, we need Roger back. We need Roger back.
Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things are gonna get harder. Ooh, child, Roger Mayhem's gonna get fluff you out.
I like Kitover.
When are you guys gonna donate to the campaign to elect John Kitover? Oh, that's right. You're Canadian. You can't donate to the campaign anyways.
I cook. I actually cook food. There's some sly roundabout way I cook. I just want to bring them in. Bring that faggot in. That Pokemon faggot.
I saw him on here earlier today, but I didn't see you around.
There's no longer showing up to cut counts until you delete his Twitter because he's been exposed as a Yiddish guy. Called Sean Pinkman. And he misspelled Sean. Child, the Jewish faggot selling Pokemon cards while talking about gold. That's right. Check. You have to understand John Kitover. You have to understand that this room we are nigga minimizing. That's right.
We are studying FIFO, LIFO, and specific identification as far as inventory management.
That's right. We actually do finance, unlike Roger Faggot Mayhem, who actually Pokemon cards while talking about gold and not owning. That's right. We do finance. And we don't do niggas. We're nigga minimizing. Okay, so these are privileges just for you to know. And you should steal more than what you get the biggest Satoshi check of
Oh my God, what? So this Muslim chick on Hinge is like, what are you looking for on here? I said, whatever you're looking for. She says, I'm looking to get married. I said, we shall see if that's in the cards. She wrote, you're Muslim? I said, no. Can we ummah and do 2 wives?
child. I'm proud of this movie. Oh, child. I actually do like people like I like Kitover. People don't appreciate it though. When I beg to differ, I don't appreciate it. I just think
She wrote, so are you considering it? Sure. Can you believe these people want to have these like ridiculous text conversations on a dating app? People are really fucking stupid. And this girl is a physician, a fucking doctor. That's why I give no credibility to the medical industrial complex. It's just basically people who tested well and now they work in consumer packaged goods. That's it.
I completely agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that.
Are you serious?
There are aspects of medicine where critical thinking is required, but that's like other specialists. It's not like hospital. It's not you. It's like your fellowship. Like whatever. Yeah. That's right. I mean, that's because I do see that, what doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If I love you, Kitover, I don't understand that. That's right. I hope Kitover understands that. I like Kitover.
Well, Rico Bosco, you should consider contributing to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Let me put the link in the chat, Rico Bosco. You should become a donor to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
Bitcoin is dumb, so I don't know about it. Funding a fucking Polish Jew. That's right.
I'm not Polish, I'm not Jewish. You shawarma, Jordanian, kanafa eating
That's exactly
motherfucker.
what we need in America.
You motherfucker, you.
Others would be funny to see John Kitover control Congress, so I would enjoy the. It's never gonna.
We're gonna get on the ballot.
Go read a book and go to the gym, man.
It already worked out today. We're gonna get on that ballot, but I need money to actually get the signatures.
Well, Bitcoin's a dumb motherfucker, so I'm not feeling better.
Well, that's okay. Just buy some more put options because Bitcoin's going down, and then you can contribute to the campaign.
Hi, you've reached 1773913.
You Indians for study.
I agree. I think we are brother and sister.
I'm with you. I'll go along the road.
I like that. You got a husband?
More than one.
More than one?
He said brother and sister, not like you have a husband.
No. I'm asking.
White people, you get to a certain age, of course you're gonna have some stereotypes. You feel me about white people when you see them. You feel me, and then you're gonna racially profile them, even if it is on accident. Like, hey, y'all put this in your potato salad and shit like that. Like I see us do it more than anybody else. Matter of fact,
Yeah, it's human nature.
I'm also tell us this. I've seen black people racially profile motherfuckers more than anybody else. Black people, we racially profile Africans, we racially profile other black people, we racially profile whites, we racially profile Asians, we racially profile fucking Arabs. We always think one of them motherfuckers walking around with their jobs, is that what they call it? Whatever they call the little shit that they put on their head. We always think one of them about to blow some shit up, you feel me? Like, we racially profile motherfuckers more than anybody I've ever seen in my life. I'm just going to put that out there. So, yeah, again, it just comes when you don't have the knowledge about the other race. You feel me? You don't fit into proximity with certain people. Yeah, you fall under the racially profiled.
Thank you, Trap.
Can you ask a question?
No, hold on, hold on a second. If you want, Matt, I let you ask 2 questions. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No, we haven't heard from Trayvon yet, and George hasn't spoken yet. I'm gonna let Mike ask his question, then you want to get these other guys involved. It's on you, man.
Yeah, it's a quick one. Trap, I actually agree with everything you said. I think you're a very level-headed man here. Would you say you're afraid of police officers?
No, sir.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying, G. And that's that. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Trayvon, are you there, Trayvon?
Man, what's poppin'?
What's going on, man? You want to jump in this conversation? You just want to hang out?
Man, I guess I chime in real quick. I'm gonna say that everybody got different views, you feel me? So we ain't never gonna sit here and actually build on something that we attacking everybody's point of view. You feel me? So I'm gonna go ahead and put that out there. And in regards to it, racial profiling is definitely a real thing. Trust me, believe that. Now, I like to see things from, in between. I try not to take sides of it. So, to be clear, a lot of times that, we get racially profiled from my own personal experience. We are doing something that causes us to be looked at in some type of way. Let's be real about it. And to be 100%, I do feel that within our community, we don't take accountability, but I do feel that there's times in which we do things to cause, people to look at us a certain way. Prime example, in certain places, as much as we would all like to, value cannabis, in certain places, cannabis is illegal. It's definitely been times in which, some person gets pulled over under the influence of cannabis, under the influence of alcohol, you know what I mean? And it just goes down. It goes into a downfall. It spirals down. I don't like that. And it causes people to look at them suspicious. But there's also times where it's not anything that gives them a reason to look at us suspicious aside from our skin. So there is those times in which racial profiling is just what it is, racial profiling. So I'm gonna keep it brief at that and let y'all better continue better know what y'all better know.
Thank you, Trayvon. I always appreciate when you come in. So I'm gonna go to George and then I'm gonna go to Seneca. George, you there?
Hey.
Yeah. Hey, you wanna chime in?
Yeah, I believe that racial profiling is definitely real. I think there will always be racism in the state of affairs. I also think that people should be on their best behavior, of course. I mean, it's just good strategy. And you don't see that. If you're on your best behavior, it's not a problem. So that's it.
Thank you, George. Senator, you there, Senator?
Yes. Senator.
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if you wanted to chime in or not.
Yes, I did. Thank you. So the gentleman earlier, I think it was me, said that, you don't have to show your license and it's your right? And, you don't have to show your license to a police officer, and so therefore, your identification, right? But here's the thing. There's certain things that we don't have to do that we ought to do, right? And there's certain things that we can do that we probably ought not to do. For instance, we have the right to freedom of speech and freedom of expression, and anyone here can say anything that they like, right? But if, say, Mike Allen or maybe another white man calls someone in this room a nigger, right? Does he have the freedom to do that? Yes. Ought he do that? Probably not. Okay, probably not, because it's very disrespectful. In the same way, regardless of whether it's your right or not, we are
problem is that you seem to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, you seem to be supporting arbitrary punishments that people could inflict as a result of somebody not having done that. So if I am not required to present my ID, there's times where I may not want to present my ID because I might feel that my rights are being encroached upon. I mean, I've had times where police were involved in something where police did put me in handcuffs simply for recording them, when the whole reason I was recording them anyway is because they came off aggressive, they came off more hostile than was necessary. I felt like I was being treated unfairly, so I wanted to record for my own safety. And then I was arrested, or not arrested, but detained and put in cuffs for recording. So I think that sometimes people are exercising their rights for their protection, and while I do think it is the decent thing generally to comply, there's also, you have to take into account human nature that police officers are not perfect, and some of them are wrong and corrupt as well. And those are the times to exercise your rights, and that's what rights are for. Rights are for preventing against being encroached upon unfairly. So I don't think that I don't think it's the decent thing to do to let a police officer search my vehicle if I haven't done anything wrong, because I don't think it's the decent thing to do to go search somebody's vehicle that hasn't done anything wrong. So to some extent, there's common courtesy and there's decency and there's I generally will comply. I'm not gonna lie, I got pulled over by the police like a week ago, and I actually was. I said, I apologize, sir. Maybe I was, going a little fast, whatever it was, and I completely complied with him. He said, well, you're being cool with me, so I'm gonna let you go with the ticket. I could give you reckless driving because you were going like 95, but and so generally, yeah, I showed him my ID. And I did, I complied with him in the ways that I should have. But there's also been other circumstances where police were very hostile, very aggressive, and I don't think that you should unconditionally just bow down to people. So I think that's where I more so take issue with what you're saying, is that I think people should be able to have their rights and not have to, they don't have to.
Thank you. I think that I stated my opinion. Okay, so now we got a couple of new people on stage. We got CM. We got Bella on stage. I'm gonna hand it over to you. I'm gonna sit back and listen for a minute. By the way, now you're doing an amazing job tonight. You are crushing it. You're great.
Thank you, Mike. So listen, guys, I know this conversation was very heated, so I just want to keep it orderly and run a queue. The queue list is ended, so I'm going to start a new queue. Please let me know who would like to speak.
Yeah, I know there's people who are jump in there, but let's do it.
Yes, we're gonna come back over.
Hold on, we have Seneca, then we have Mike. I see Trump wants to speak. So Seneca,
For sure, but I'll wait my turn. So people that want to go first.
How he takes a couple of hits from his and all of that. So as the proliferation, sorry, I'm still high. As the proliferation of marijuana starts becoming legalized, you see a lot.
Oh, hey, Jillian, what are you doing with these highbrow financiers, Jillian? I thought you wanted to you wanted to make love to Mangione and free him. Oh, hey, Edmund. Hey, Edmund.
Admin, whatever your name is. I'm a man of duality.
you have to do is give $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Link is in the chat.
I don't think he would do that. I think he really doesn't. I think he would do that. He don't know time for this stuff. Just like all of them. It's not gonna be any different.
That's right. Israel's my number 2. America's my number 1, baby.
No, Israel's their number 1, man. And America's their number 2.
No, you Jordanian schwab eating motherfucking faggot.
Let's try it back this thing. Maybe heard that one about Alright, let's go
Link
next.
is in the chat, faggot.
He's nuts, motherfucker.
Link is in the chat. Link is in the chat.
I seen it earlier. I was laughing. It was funny. I seen it.
Yeah.
I laughed at that. It was humorous to me.
Yeah, it was actually funny. But,
But it's sad though on how they, kind of hang on to so much. It's been a long way. Like I tell you, y'all know what y'all saying, and y'all just having to deal with a breed of people who came up under a time where they were told y'all oppressed them. And you gotta give a rate.
I understand. So,
it's a time for everything like that. And it is a time when these people are going to start terrorizing you. It ain't going to be safe to come to the end of the day.
we're already in America.
I mean, that's how they're going to try to do it. They're going to get it so we can devour each other. So we're going to have all the blacks saying they want revenge for slavery. And they want to try to get it by
But not you, because you've got reparations, so you're strong, right?
have reparations. So I'm trying to help people how to get well shit without one blood.
Well, I think whatever we can do so people don't shed blood is good. And come against bloodshed.
Right. We've had too much of that already. We see what that do.
That's right. That's right.
We're supposed to learn from what we did from that. You know, whatever was written for our learning so that we can be patient and come to the scriptures like that. Now we can truly do
Have you met Lucifer? Oh my god, yes, I have. I'm up there. Who's Lucifer? I am Lucifer. Oh, he's just so cool.
Oh man, Jamel, stop it with the devil worship shit.
Oh, wow, that's right. So what is it?
And you know, really, he's worshiping the devil by hating me. I love it. I love it. So just keep hating me and dividing amongst each other. Keep your biases. I think that being prejudiced is healthy. I really do. Like, you guys are entitled to have your preference on staying within your groups. I think you should stay in your groups. Love the way you sound. Thank you, Stu. I love you too.
Hey, you know what? He might really be. I think that might really be good.
Jamel, this is real. Come on. You know God is just a hokey dokey piece of shit.
No.
No, you baby, you believe in God?
Lucifer, do you know what a jinn is?
That's me, baby boy. I'm a jinn.
Oh my god, I've never felt better in this life.
I feel amazing. So wait, Penny, you believe in God, Penny? Oh my goodness. Interesting.
God. I told you I'm not representing anything. I've been so clear with that.
Danny, you did say that you were Jewish.
No, I'm a black Hebrew Israelite.
Wait a minute, damn it, Jenny. This is actually sexy. Now you're a black Hebrew Israelite. I'm loving this shit. And you know what? And I am a fairy. I'm the fairy godmother from The Wizard of Oz.
Mr. Froman, NOI member, so just FYI.
What's an NOI?
Nation of Islam.
Oh, you're Mr. Farrakhan guy. That's what's up, man. Nation of Islam in the building. Shout out
That's
to
what's
Allah.
up. You know, they say that the devil doesn't live outside of you. The devil's inside of you.
Congressman John Kitover is here, ladies and gentlemen. Bam, 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 bam. Hello, Congressman. You guys know Congressman John Kitover. He's my motherfucking dude. That is the hippest, that is the blackest white dude that you'll ever meet. John Kitover. He is a nigger for real.
You ain't black if you don't vote for John Kitover for Congress.
Hey John, that would be the funniest shit if you did that. You should put some humor in your campaign, brother. Some real raw humor. Like shock John Kitover. You're too scared to do that though. You're a politician.
No, we're creating content all the time.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Jamil. If you love niggas for real, you would talk shit to them. You feel me? Like you won't be scared to talk shit to them. And sitting there basically like, hey, what you taking this shit for real? Like, you really in your feelings, nigga? Like, what's your problem? You feel me? So you sound like a nigga. Yeah, I can be anything you want me to be. Sometimes I sound like a straight bitch.
That's sexy.
Yeah, thanks, boo. But yeah, like, dude, John, what'd you say, John? You said you do have?
I'm saying I do a lot of comedy. I mean, I'm filming myself 18 hours a day and putting it on 10 different YouTube.
Provocative content, John.
It's pretty provocative.
Hours. No, what's provocative, John, is you going to the hood, nigga, and playing basketball with the hood niggas and calling them a bunch of niggas and dogging them and dunking off on them.
Well, I'm running against La Hood. His name is Darren La Hood.
Okay. You're getting close. Okay. That's what I'm talking. What I'm saying, John, is okay. You're a congressman, so you're a people person. So you got to be able to smile with Karen and have potato salad with raisins, and then step over a few blocks down the street and motherfucker shake a tail feather with Keisha and them. You feel me?
I feel you.
Alright, that's so you need me. Anyway, you know you can always call me for advice, my nigga. So you're gonna need advice when you're in that office. Some nigga advice, some brotherly love.
Well, I'll be sure to look up the Love Hard podcast on Spotify.
Yeah, look that up or look up Love Hard Network, because you know I am a synergy specialist. I'm a consultant, so you can hire my services. Yeah.
Well, how do we get Pennywise to Chicago so we can get married and start a family?
Who's starting a family?
Me and Pennywise.
Oh shit, Pennywise! Congratulations.
She recently broke up with her Michelin Ashkenazi boyfriend.
Wait, dude, you don't want no rebound pussy.
Have you seen how hot she is?
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck how hot she is, John. Don't do it.
It's not rebound pussy. She's a real woman. She wants to free Palestine, and together we're gonna free the world.
John, just call me on the back end, dude. Like, if you're being serious right now. Like, okay, fuck that. I love you, John. You know I do.
I knew it. Lucifer had the thing for John, and he's trying to psyop John right now.
Stop trying to cock block him and let him shoot his shot.
Yeah, let me shoot my shot. I'm trying to get some John dick.
Somebody told me on my YouTube channel that I'm not funny.
Well, John, what does Penny think? Penny, is he funny? She's lying already to you, John. Don't fucking do it, bro. Unless you like a liar. Now, if you like a liar, which they can be very spicy and very, like, being with a liar, because it's very, you don't know what you're going to get, right? You never know. It's so inconsistent. It's so inconsistent, dog. And it is actually, it's fun. It's really fun. So, I really, you know what the hell? Make sure you guys just like videotape your escapades, your love. I think if you put it on the Congressman in Love on YouTube, I think that is television.
Can you sing, Lucifer?
Baby, I can do anything. Okay. She's almost up singing a song. Ain't this some shit?
Yeah, sing for us, please.
Oh no, not right now.
No, come on.
It's too early in the evening. I don't sing. I only sing around angelical hours around 3 a.m. 3 to 6 a.m. That's when my wings come out, my fangs. But this is what book were you reading? Says come read a book for me.
No, I wanted someone to read for me, actually.
Did you get them to read for you?
Yeah, someone did.
Oh, okay.
John will read
Oh, I got some Ruby for you, baby.
Oh yeah, John loves to read books.
Oh, I love poetry. Oh my god.
Okay, I got
Have you
it.
checked
Here we go.
Arabic poetry?
I got
So good.
I got a poem.
Okay, go ahead.
Hickory dickory dock. No, not that one, not that one. There was an old lady who lived in a shoe. She had so many children, she didn't know what to do. I call bullshit.
There once was a woman from Thrace whose corset was too tight to lace. Her mother said there's something in your stomach that didn't come through your face.
Little Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. At least that's what those freaks told y'all. They went up on the hill to get busy. Jill came down right.
Diane, I think you're getting confused with the stories, you know?
What? Jack and Jill?
There once was a boy named Carter. By golly, he was a farter. When the winds wouldn't blow and the ships wouldn't go, Carter had to start her.
I like that.
Yeah, I know that.
I like that. And we should have like a poetry time where we're just doing nasty, naughty, like adult poetry with a kitty, like nursery rhymes. Adult.
Hi.
Nursery rhymes.
Hi,
There once was a vampire named Mabel, whose periods were eerily stable. Thus, every full moon, she'd get out a spoon and drink herself under the table.
I like that one. I like that. Yeah, we should get even gorier, more gory with it.
How about this one?
Party was great.
There was a ghetto. A lot of people adore a witch, but shout out to Trump and January 6th. How about that?
Trump in January. What happened January 6th?
Some retarded white people.
Oh, you talking about?
Look at your PTR, right? Is that it?
Oh, did they storm the Capitol? Was that January 6th? They stormed the Capitol. Oh,
yeah, it was.
Hey,
Shout out to them for that.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to those independent individuals who decided to do what they wanted to do, and now it's all good.
Does anyone have a limerick on that? Do you remember the photo of that little old lady and she's holding the American flag in the middle of the Capitol with all this craziness happening? Hold on, I have to find it.
You know what? Let me ask y'all a question real quick. Remember this? Remember when they said a plane hit the Pentagon? How many people in here believe that?
When the plane hit the Pentagon,
Yeah.
they showed where it hit the building. That's what they said.
It was
No
a
plane
missile.
fucking hit the Pentagon. That was not a fucking plane that hit the Pentagon.
It was a missile. It was a missile.
Okay.
That's right, dude.
So plane, missiles, all the same shit.
No.
What's the difference?
It completely deconstructs the actual narrative for the American psyop that they have provided us here in the United States.
Exactly.
Wait,
John.
Stu, what do you mean? What do you say?
I thought it was the walls that they built in the explosive.
That's in the World Trade Center. That was all done by actual Mossad and the American CIA. It was CIA operatives and Mossad.
So wait, the CIA and the Mossad are they tight? They cool this shit together?
Absolutely. They're one another.
They're inseparable.
This is why Jewish men, please don't have children with non-Jewish women, because then your children end up like Michael Bronstein, and they're very confused and they have a lot of internalized anti-Semitism. So
John?
your warning.
John.
Your kids.
Oh,
John's another partially.
John.
It's all the Wahhabis.
John, help me out here.
Well, the two partially agree on it, I guess.
John. Fucking motherfucker. Now you don't want to talk, John. What the fuck?
Well, I'm good on Yali's good side right now. I don't want to upset her anymore. She's a very easily agitated young woman. I know she's for male castration, so I don't want to upset her.
Damn, she's from male castration.
Chemical castration.
Holy shit, bro.
No, I think I said male birth control.
Male birth.
Yeah, which would be
like neutering.
no. So they would be given a dose of estrogen, and it would be a chemical, quote unquote, castration. But it's not a permanent one. It's sort of like women do now anyway. If you add extra hormones to prevent pregnancy, men can do the same. But John is horrified by this.
We add extra hormones to prevent pregnancy.
Yeah, that's what birth control is.
Well,
It's extra hormones.
they've already for a long time been turning all of the men into fags. So what's a couple extra hormones gonna do?
You sound so sad when you say that, Issa.
No, I'm sick of fags. I hate fags.
I'm so sad when you're sad.
No, that's the only thing that the God of Abraham and I have in common is we both hate fags.
You know something? That's not the only thing you have in common. Mm-hmm.
What?
Wait, why hate fags? Because they're always performing.
Why do I hate fags?
Abraham hates fags.
Lucy, you try dating a fag and let me know.
Oh my god.
What happened?
I dated a bunch of
Oh,
them.
they're awful.
How many fags have you dated?
Too many.
They're not awful. You're being
So how do you know you're not projecting and it's a you problem?
He's just playing. He's just.
Oh, it's 150% a me problem too.
Well,
Because I'm also awful because I'm a fag.
See, that's self-hatred. That's what it is.
No, when I say all fags are awful, I'm including myself.
Right, but awful. But you know what?
This is not bigotry. It is just, observational.
But you know what? Issa, you're right, Issa. And I would like to say that I commend you on the. I owe you guys, all of you, the whole LGBTQ community. Everyone should get awards for performing arts. You guys are actually.
That's me.
You are drama queens. I fucking love it. This shit is hilarious. You will read a bitch in a minute stab a nigga later on that evening, in the same evening. I love it.
Lucifer, you live in the Washington D.C. area, right?
Yeah.
So what's it like having DEA, FBI, and police rounding up all the criminals?
I knew it was I told everybody it was gonna happen. I had already called this like 2 years ago. Cause we need to clean up. We have to trim the fat. It is that the fat has to be trimmed, right? The corruption, the performance is coming to an end. I need to clean the house. I just wanted to see for a few decades or centuries how things would be. We've got the economy moving. We're about to move into a whole fucking another direction. Well, we got everybody queued. The psyops have been working, right? So killing is kind of like everybody kills somebody. It's no big deal, right? To kill a motherfucker, you steal an apple, nigga, your whole head get chopped off. It's all good. So now,
I mean, what's your name on the PSN? Yeah, I'm typing it in.
You're gonna have to memorize them. If you want to calculate tangible book value, what do? I don't know. You have to remove from the stockholders.
Slave, right? And they have gone on to procreate with more blacks, such that they might have darker skin than white people, and white people go on and procreate with whites and keep their lighter skin. And it's still, there's going to be two families that are going to converge.
And of course, I'm just speaking from an individualistic point of view. I want to make it home at the end of the night. I'm not arguing with the police. You did? Take the ID, do the background check if you have to, and let me go on about my way. I'm not going to stand there and start quoting the amendments and all this other nonsense because I want to go home. Y'all, whatever y'all want to do with your encounters with the police, that's cool. And then if you get your wagon knocked the fuck off because you've encountered a cop with a bad attitude, or he's racist, or he doesn't give an F about you reciting your rights, then don't call on me to be mammying and windmilling and marching in the streets because, another black man or a black woman statistic, and then we see the police body cam, and y'all are combative and argumentative when all you had to do was just hand over your ID. It's not about being defeatist. It's not about being pounded down. And let's really get to the nitty and the gritty. Elect better political officials. You want police reform, elect better politicians, and demand tangibles. Demand police reform. We vote blue no matter who in these liberal, urban, big cities, and it's your politicians that you vote for that enable these police. Elect better politicians. These politicians don't give a fuck about us. They protect the cops, right? We see what happens if one of us gets shot or beat in the street. What happens? They barely get convictions. They barely serve time in jail. It all goes back up to the cop. So never mind what black people are supposed to do. Hold your politicians accountable. How about that?
So sometimes, and I agree with comply, but sometimes it can go further than you just complying. So if you are obeying all the laws and a policeman pull you over, you have the right to ask, why am I being pulled over?
You're right, I agree.
That can often, and I've seen it, turn into something else. I'll tell you in a minute. License and registration. You hand them the license and registration, and you're still asking, okay, well, why did you stop me, officer? Did I do something? I'll tell you in a minute. That right there tells, what is the harm in the officer saying, I pulled you over because you blew the stop sign? Or, and then it goes further. Do you mind stepping out of the car? Why am I stepping out? Now, you said comply, but at some point, there's a violation to where you haven't told me why I'm being stopped. Then you asking me to get out of my vehicle. Now I am feeling threatened for my safety because this can go left really fast. You haven't even announced what the offense is. And so I've seen this over and over and over again, even under someone who has handed the license. And it's basically, to me, it just seems like a slave patrol to where now I have to tell you, oh, well, where are you headed? Where are you coming from? If I got a damn ticket, give me the ticket. Don't ask me where am I coming from, where am I going? What business is it of yours if I did a violation, a traffic violation? And that's where I understand a brother saying, do you give away your rights? Or basically what he said. Now
I want to give an example. I was arrested, right? I was arrested one day. I had some illegal shit in my car, right? And the police, confiscated the illegal stuff that I had in my car. So when I got to the judge, my lawyer, right? They allegedly pulled me over for a traffic stop. These are narcotics undercover police that just so happened to pull me over for some bullshit and found some shit, but it was allegedly a traffic violation. So my lawyer to the judge said, Your Honor, our president, and it was Obama at the time, he said, our president passed a law that says that once there is a traffic stop for a traffic violation, that is the extent of a police officer's investigation. Like, there can be no further. There's no search and seizures. There's none of that, right? A traffic violation is a traffic violation. That is it. You cannot go further. You can't say, I smell weed. I can't do none of that shit. If you pull me over for a taillight, illegal turn, whatever the traffic violation is, that is it. And I walked away scot-free by getting caught with 106 fraudulent credit cards in my car. Scot-free, I walked away because they violated my right for searches and seizures.
Thank you, Doug. Hold on, I think Mike Allen was trying to jump in there.
Do you think him? He had 106 stolen credit cards in his car. What the fuck?
Excuse me. They were not stolen.
Y'all can't be this slow.
Hold on. They were not stolen credit cards.
They weren't stolen. They were fake. That makes it so much better.
They were fraudulent. That's it. They were fraudulent.
That's so much better.
They're not stolen, but they were not stolen.
Yeah. You're right. That makes it so much less criminal.
So 100% less criminal.
It doesn't make it less criminal, but there are elements to a crime when you're being charged. If you charge me with murder, you have to prove intent. If you charge me with stealing, if you charge me with stealing, you have to prove that I stole it. So it's not stolen. It's not stolen.
And y'all are missing.
So why were there 106 fraudulent credit cards in your car?
That was my business. Why? That's my business. Why? I was giving the account about what the law entails as far as traffic violations and police stopping people. But you're so much derailed on y'all just really.
Listen, the black kid said he wasn't criminalized and didn't go to jail. Some of y'all should be happy about this. He beat the dog.
Yay! The criminal got away. Yay.
Okay, so we're not gonna interrogate him over his credit cards. If y'all want to know him,
I didn't get away because I wasn't committing a crime. The police violated my rights, and the judge, according to my lawyer, right, saw that my rights were violated, and I walked away scot-free. Watch this. Let's just say it wasn't credit card. Let's say if it was a gun in my car, right? A gun that was purchased legally but wasn't legally registered, right? Let's say it was purchased legally, was legally registered, and I got pulled over with that gun. They still violated my rights, and I would have walked away scot-free.
There it is, people. The through line of the conversation tonight. His rights were violated. He walked away. The system worked. Go ahead, Michael.
It did not work. He had fraudulent credit cards. Jesus Christ.
Bella, the judge said his rights were violated.
And he's free. So move along. Right after he violated the law. Yes.
But the judge said.
I hear you. I know. I get the technicality. You should have still probably gone to jail.
What crime did I commit by having forges?
We're gonna move on. Okay, let's go to Mike Allen. Go ahead.
Yes, I'll be quick here. I think that first of all, Thug, I'll just address you real quick. I don't know if you heard about the recent story where the lady was pulled over for a traffic violation, and she was going all crazy, and they found 2 dead kids wrapped in garbage bags in her truck.
I heard that one.
So they pulled her over, and then for a a traffic violation and then ended up finding dead children in her trunk. Are you saying like,
no, she wasn't going crazy.
Traffic stop?
No, she wasn't going crazy. She did not go crazy. She was acting evasive, but she wasn't going crazy.
She had
Hold on.
Let me
I think
explain
she
the
was
law
past
to you.
crazy. I think she was past
No,
crazy.
no.
I think the bitch killed two. They said
No,
the bitch killed two kids.
Let me
She was
explain.
beyond crazy.
Let me explain the law. Let me explain.
Wait, one mic on truth. One mic on truth. What I say on truth?
Thank you. What I'm saying is the way he made it like that she was going like acting like a lunatic when they pulled her over. She wasn't. She was very calm. She acted like she was trying to portray herself as being normal, but something was off. That's all I meant when he said she was going crazy. She was acting crazy. She wasn't.
Okay, so here is the law to that, right? Since you said, what am I supposed to think about her having two dead children in the trunk? So there, search and seizures couples with a reasonable suspicion. See, there is where the law becomes particular. If the police have a reasonable suspicion to detain you, then they can search your vehicle. Now, that reasonable suspicion may have been something that triggered them to say, ma'am, step out of your vehicle, right? They have to explain that. All of this goes to court, right? Court, lawyers, prosecutors, they all have to explain the case and say why they searched this woman's vehicle. So when I went to, in my instance, when I went to court and they explained why they searched the vehicle, they had no probable cause. So now when they go to the court and they explain this woman finding two babies in the car, they have to explain what their probable cause was. And the probable cause found those babies in that seat, thank God, and they had a decent burial. And I'm done speaking.
Okay.
And just really quick to
Hold on,
I think
wait. I want to see if Mike Allen had a chance to land, and then we'll go to you, E. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, no, I only got one sentence. I mean, look, I was mentioning Doug's thing. Look, if you get pulled over, whatever, okay with that. So Trap's not up here anymore, but I think Trap made a good point when we were talking about lowering the probability of something bad happening. Nothing good is going to come of not complying. It's always going to be bad for the person other than the cops. And what I think is not getting mentioned here is, look, if the cop asks you to identify yourself and you say no, the only people that say no are people that have shit to hide. If a cop's going to search my car at any point in time, they're going to waste their fucking time. Go ahead, cop. You're about to waste fucking 20 minutes searching my fucking car, you dumb fuck. Go ahead. You want to fucking run my ID? Go ahead. The only people that don't do that shit, and you know what it always ends up happening? They have warrants. They have other shit going on that they don't want to be found out. They have a suspended license. They shouldn't be driving in the first place. There's no reason other than you're trying to hide something when you say no to a police officer for anything. And I'll land right here with this. My next door neighbor's a cop. Now, he used to do he's older, so he does forensic accounting stuff, so he's got a desk job, but he used to be a patrol guy, whatever. He told me this. He goes, the two most dangerous calls a cop can respond to are domestic violence, because everyone at the domestic disturbance is in a bad mood, and none of them want the cop to be there. And the second most dangerous one is traffic stops. When that cop walks up to your car, they are walking in blind. They have no fucking clue what is about to happen to them. And you got to think about that for a second. Imagine if you let some guy, say you get a minor fender bender, and you get out of your car to check your damage, and the other guy doesn't want to get out of his car. So you got to walk up to his window to be like, hey man, we got to exchange information. You know how fucking terrifying that would kind of be? You're like, yo, who the fuck is this guy? And by the way, the lady that mentioned that, I will say this to you. Every video I've ever seen, the first thing the cop says is, do you know why I stopped you? And they explain to them, I stopped you for this. Every time. That's like protocol. Do you know why I stopped you? You ran a stop sign. You have a taillight out. You were speeding. You were this. They tell you, now I need your license and registration. The reason they need their license and registration is to make sure they are willing or capable of driving a car with other people being on the road with them. So not complying with the police officer is the worst decision you could possibly make. They don't want to be there just as much as you don't want to be there. They don't just pull people over for the fuck of it. They pull people over for a reason, and they want to see who it is. Bam, here you go, cop. Bam, bye. You're wasting your fucking time dealing with me. Sorry I sped. Do my ticket. Most of the time when you're nice to them,
They let you off the warning.
Thanks,
Can I speak? Because, can I speak to what he's saying?
Really quickly, Truth, I was next in the queue. I do want to hear what you got to say. I just wanted to respond really quick. I do feel like mostly everybody missed what Doug's whole point was. It had nothing to do with whatever he had going on at that point in his life, why he had those credit cards, but it did have to do with the reason it got dismissed is because there is a due process to things and there is a proper protocol that's supposed to be followed. So there's one thing, like I can't speak to whether he's right or wrong for what his situation was, but I can speak to the fact that I absolutely agree with it getting dismissed if the evidence was wrongfully obtained. There's all types of things that people do that the cops swear an oath to literally uphold justice, which means that when they go, I would have no issue with compliance, and I don't have an issue with compliance, which I've said multiple times. What I don't think is that people should absolutely have to comply when it's not appropriate. You should not just have to get your property searched or seized. You should not have to speak, and there's all types of reasons why these rights are or why they came up with in the first place. For example, the Fifth Amendment rights is probably one of your most important rights because anything you say can and will be used against you. Something like 10 to 15% of people who are actually convicted of criminal cases actually were not even guilty in the first place. They just take plea deals because they're scared of what's going to happen if it does go to trial and they're wrongfully accused. So whether they're guilty or not, you got people who take plea deals all the time, and it's absolutely in their best interest to exercise their rights. And in fact, if you have an attorney, that's the whole purpose of an attorney's job is for you to help you exercise your rights to the fullest extent. And they're going to tell you all of those same things. They're going to tell you don't answer any questions. They're going to tell you that, generally be compliant, but, if it's not in your best interest, don't. In that same regard, yes, you should be generally compliant with police officers, but at the same time, yeah, you do have rights. So no, I don't think that. And to your point, Mike, when you're saying, do you understand how scary their job is? It seems like they don't understand how scary their job is because you know what? As a police officer, that's what you sign up for. You're dealing with violent crime. You're dealing with all types of shit. If that doesn't give you a right to violate people's rights any more than if I sign up to go to Afghanistan, I don't get to go shoot civilians just because I'm scared that what if they got a bomb strapped to their chest? That's what you sign up for. You sign up for a very specific job, a difficult job that you have to be properly equipped for. And if you're not properly equipped for it, that doesn't mean that you get to break protocol, violate citizens' rights because you're scared. So I just don't think that that's a logical argument.
Thank you, E. Hold on, Truth, I know you wanted to go after Truth. We're going to pass the mic around to some of the new speakers. Frank B's on the stage if he wants to speak. Welcome Gillis to the stage. Black Girl, Concrete is back. So go.
So basically, I was going to say the same thing he was saying. I don't know what videos Mike has been watching, but the videos that I have seen and the life experience that I have, they don't always ask you, do you know why I stopped you? They come up, license and registration. Do you have license and registration? So I guess it depends on what channel or station you're tuned into. The other thing is, you asked, well, why wouldn't I want someone, why wouldn't I just let them search or whatever, comply? Because I don't have to, is my answer. Even if I'm doing nothing, I don't have to agree for them to search. I don't have to step out my vehicle. I don't have to, if I'm in the passenger side, present an ID. For what? I am the passenger. You stop the driver. It's just a total violation. And then it just opens the door for them to, I watched one video that initially the guy said, well, I stopped you for this. Did you know this? And the young lady said, well, no, I wasn't aware. Oh, okay, can you step out? He gave her 4 different reasons why he stopped her after the first reason. And then when the other police officer showed up, he lied, outright lied. And so I think, like the brother said, pleading the fifth, you don't have to answer, but then we've seen it where, they're being uncooperative. I have the right not to cooperate with their line of questioning. I have the right to exercise my right not to speak at all. And that's just the bottom line of it.
And they're going to call you uncooperative.
Thank you, Truth. Thank you, Mike. Really quick, room reset before I pass the mic to speaker. If you just joined the room, this is Health Debate. We have a poll at the top. Racial profiling is it absolutely real? Is it total hogwash? Is it a figment of people's imagination, or a bigger issue than I realized? 89% of the vote is absolutely real. If you do not see the poll at the top, that just means you need to update your Clubhouse app. So Frank B is here, Black Girl is here, Gilvis is here. Would either one of you like to speak on this topic before we go to someone else?
Don't forget about concrete.
Concrete, yep, concrete. Black Girl, Gilvis.
I'm
Okay.
good, thank you.
Oh, concrete's good. Frank B, go ahead, sir.
Nah, I would just really like to, racial profiling is definitely real. To those who spoke earlier, gentlemen who spoke earlier, basically saying, go this booty over, do whatever they tell you, no matter what it is. If it's just a traffic infraction, he tells you to get out of the car, get out your car, stand on one leg, walk like a dog, you should do it. It's ridiculous. Because, let's say for instance, Mr. Mike, you were going home. You were speeding by 10 miles over the speed limit. I pulled you over. Your license, your place on your car is accurate. Ask you for your license, registration is accurate. But for some odd reason, I want to say I smell weed in your car. I know you ain't smoking no weed. You still gonna get out your car and feel like you're this is due process, or I'm actually policing the situation as an officer. No. And the thing that it seems like when I just hear you speak, and I guess you have your own opinion depending on where you're from, where you are. But for most of us, it's not the same reality. And when I hear people like, I don't want to say people like you, but when I hear the statements that you make, it helps me understand that you don't either understand the reality that we're speaking from, or you don't care. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Frank B. The stage is open. I think we'll go popcorn style. I don't have a cue, but please don't speak over each other. And so, popcorn style. Whoever wants to take the mic next.
New York, I forgot to say one thing. If I just wanted to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. It slipped my mind at first. I was riding through Virginia, a town in Virginia, and I got pulled over on this road. And I complied. I pulled him over once the cop got behind me. When he came to my window and I asked him, why did I get pulled over? He said the reason, he asked for license and registration. I handed it to him. I still had my Illinois license at the time, and my vehicle was still registered to Illinois. This fool, skinhead, said to me, the reason why he pulled me over was because I fit the description of the registered owner of the vehicle. I will never forget it. I said, excuse me? He said, the reason why I pulled you over is because you fit the description of the registered owner of the vehicle. I said, give me your badge and your name. I said, this is nothing but profiling. I was going through a white town. He saw a black person coming down the road. I saw him park, and he got behind me. This is the stuff that we're trying to talk, that we're explaining to people. You can comply all you want, but when someone is profiling you, they will make up stupid reasons to say that they want your information. Anyway, I yield with that. That's all I want to say.
No, and on that note, and I'm glad you brought that up. And what I'm about to say is in no way to minimize that experience and that share. But that example highlights why, for me personally, that type of cop encounter, and I'm not suggesting you did this, Drew, but for me, if I had that type of cop encounter and I recognize I'm being racially profiled by a very problematic and seemingly racist cop, I'm going to do everything I can to make this encounter as short as possible. I'm not going to argue with him. I'm not going to debate laws.
shit, and he got in his car and I pulled off. It made no sense.
And Rod, real quick, I just wanted to say, well, from a general perspective, like a pragmatic perspective, I do agree. Like, if I was in fear for my life, I'm gonna prioritize my life over my rights, you know. But at the same time, I do want to just make an important psychological point that pertains to positive reinforcement. When a cop is violating your rights and you allow them to continue to do that, you are positively reinforcing that. So you don't know that that's necessarily going to protect you by complying. Sometimes the only thing that is actually stopping a cop from continuing to do something that could be harmful to you is the fact that now he's like, I've encountered somebody who does know their rights, and this happens all the time, where a cop is not able to manipulate somebody because you say, okay, no, I know it's my First Amendment right to record. I know it's my Fourth Amendment right not to be searched. I know it's my Fifth Amendment right not to have to answer any of your questions. So sometimes that actually is the case because you know what, at the end of the day, cops don't want to go to jail too. They don't want to lose their jobs. They don't want to get suspended. You know, and sometimes the only people who really are going to hold them accountable is people who do know their rights, or people who do have a lawyer, or people who will file a complaint. And when they see that you're the type of citizen who is not going to let them violate their rights, that might be the only thing that actually does hold them accountable. So while I do think that sometimes compliance could very much so save your life in a certain situation like that, it also could be the positive reinforcement that you're providing to them to violate your rights, because essentially by definition, you are reinforcing that behavior of them violating your rights, and I think that could be problematic.
I agree. Thank you for that.
I've been pulled over before because I have them.
Wait, we didn't hear you. You went out. You've been pulled over because why?
Her tint was too dark.
Hold on.
Limo tint.
Why every time I ask her something, she don't respond?
She said limo tint. Her tint was too dark.
Thank you, white man, for answering. Go ahead, Mike.
So I wanted to respond to a couple of things people said. I mean, first of all, truth. Yeah, that was fucked up. That why that cop pulled you over. But I will say this: if a cop pulled me over and they're like, "Hey, you fit the description of the person that owns this car," I'd be like, "Yeah, sweet, your system works." And even you said he fucking looked like an idiot, handed you your shit back, and you were on your way. Yeah, I mean, that's a dumbass cop. I'd be like, "Yeah, sweet, dude." So yeah, dude, the description, awesome. And Frank V, I mean, if they pull me over and they say they smell weed, they're like, "Hey, step out of your car, I smell weed," and I know I don't have any weed in the car, I wouldn't be like, "Bro, what do you mean you smell weed, bro? I don't fucking have weed." I would get out of the car and let the guy waste his fucking time in my fucking car.
Right.
I don't understand any of this.
Well, here's another. We're gonna let Mike have a lane. Okay, we're gonna respect all people.
Oh, good. I like interjections. Go ahead, though. But I appreciate it.
I don't. So go ahead and land.
It's your lane. It's your room. I landed good though.
Yeah, so here's another example without using the police, right? On my job, right? You got different tradesmen, right? Do various different, these particular ones were the plumbers. Most the plumbing positions are, held by white men, right? Most of them, right? You got a few blacks in there, but on this day, me and my coworker, two black men, went into a storeroom. Now, I always wear my agency's ID lanyard around my neck, which is a requirement. These two plumbers, they don't do it, right? Because they're white. None of the white men usually adorn their cells with the lanyard so that they can be identified as employees. So we were entering the storeroom, and we were using the key at the door. These two white plumbers were looking at, and I'm observing them looking at each other and then looking at us, and then asked my coworker, because he had the key, he says, "Excuse me, does anybody know you're going in there?" So I looked at him and was like, "The fuck you mean, do anybody know that we're going in here? Like, this is a storeroom that is frequented by employees, right? But the fact that he asked us, does anybody know that we're
to that real quick, Thug, by saying, yeah, I mean, that's, again, there are racist pieces of shit in this world. And it's time for us good people to start making some fucking noise. It should, I'll say this preface it, but I'm going to get to your point. It shouldn't be, a new cop joins the force and they're showing him around the bullpen or whatever, and they're like, oh, well, that's Jimbo over there. Don't worry about him. He's a racist. No, it should be, hey, Jimbo, you're a fucking racist. Get with the program or get the fuck out. Sorry, dude. Stop lost. I don't know what to tell you. We need to start making some fucking noise here. But Doug, in that situation, you're probably right. Those people were fucking douchebags. But what I thought, well, I'm not gonna tell you how you do your life, right? But if I was in that situation and someone's like, hey, does someone know you're going in there? And I have the right to go in there, I would have looked at the guy and been like, no. Because he'd be like, well, does anyone know you're going in there? I'd be like, no. And I would have walked up in there. Because now that would have forced him to whatever he would have done. And they would have came and been like, well, this guy walked in there. And then he would have looked even more stupid because they'd be like, yeah, Doug is allowed to go in there, so why the fuck are you saying anything? If some dude asked me that, I'd be like, no one knows I'm going in here. And I would have kept going in there because you have the right to go in there. I think that, I look, did he do it because you're black? I don't know. Did he do it because people have been going in there and stealing shit, white or black? It doesn't matter. And he's like, fuck, now I need to make sure that doesn't go in there getting stolen by either a white plumber or a black plumber. So now he's asking the questions. And your take is, well, he's profiling me because I'm black. I just would have been like, no one knows I'm going in here. And I would have walked in there because I'm allowed to go in there and just moved on with my day. I think that I get what you guys are saying, right? I'm not saying that racial profiling doesn't exist. People pull people over. Cops are fishing for shit, right? They got quotas, blah, blah. They pull people over in a bad neighborhood hoping they're going to find drugs. They don't need a reason. They're just making up a reason to pull them over just so they can get a hold of them and start looking through their car. I get it. This shit happens. I think all NY was saying, or I'm not going to talk for NY, but what Seneca earlier was saying was that in Trap 2, I think Trap made the best point. Trap was like, you lower the probability of something bad happening. They just lower the probability. There's no reason, right? It's never going to end good, ever. Because all they're going to do is be like, oh, fuck, they're going to radio, be like, oh, I'm getting a hard time with this motherfucker. Next thing you know, you got fucking 5 cops there. Just be like, dude, whatever, man. You want to, and I think Frank B, you're like, oh, they tell you to get out of the car and hop on one leg and bark like a dog. I would look at the guy and be like, that's fucking dumb. And then I'd get out of the car and I'd hop on one fucking leg and I'd bark like a fucking dog. And then I'd be like, dude, you're a fucking idiot. Now that's never going to happen. No cop's going to do that. But dude, what? Well, no, like saying no is never going to be a good idea. Ever. And I think that's all that people are putting in.
So to really quick, Mike Allen, just to your point, I think it clarifies it for everybody exactly what you're saying. You said you would literally get out of the car, stand on one leg, and bark like a dog. To me, what that just strikes me as, and I don't mean this as any insult, I just mean definitionally, is without being as insulting as possible, that strikes me as a cowardice move. And I don't think that you can use your cowardice to justify a moral standard. So just because you would, like, I think it was really funny, Randy in the chat said, if a cop pulls out his dick, you better suck it from the back. That's the rules. Just because you're willing to comply with pretty much anything that somebody tells you because you're scared for your life does not necessarily mean that that is a justified principle to follow or a standard that everybody else wants to follow. Either is wrong and it's much better rather than having a tyrannical police force that can arbitrarily enforce their will to operate on the standards of why we have rights in the first place and what's supposed to make America what it is to begin with. So I don't think that you can use, you might be willing to do that. You might be willing to get on your knees and do whatever he says to do. And like you literally said, you'll stand on one leg and bark like a dog. Sorry, I'm not doing that.
Wow, really, bro?
But I'm just, I mean, that's what you said. I'm
yeah. No, Frank,
hold
on. You can respond. Let him land, Mike. Hold on.
But the only thing I'm saying is that just because you're saying that and just because that's what you would do doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right thing to do. It doesn't justify a moral standard. And honestly, while it might in the short term, maybe you get what you want, maybe it will save your life, it actually has a more negative effect long term for everybody else, because if we set a standard that we're going to comply with police no matter what, under any circumstances, nothing positive ever happens. That's the whole basis. What if people just complied with slavery? Then how is it ever going to get overturned? What if there was no civil war? Simply compliance is not not always a positive way of seeing the change that you're going to want to see. So yes, to some extent, I'm not always going to go for what's most short-term and immediately going to benefit me in that moment. Sometimes I'm going to look at like, man, I wish there was more people who could make a change, so that way we don't have to have our rights violated, because that's what we got them for in the first place. So that's where I'll end.
Mike, before you respond, I was reading some comments in the chat, and listen, I'm gonna pray. I'm gonna pray that none of us, black, white, male, female, gay, straight, trans, it doesn't matter, that none of us ever during a traffic stop have to suck cock, and gargle on cock cum. Because some of y'all in the chat said you would suck cock and drink cum if it meant a life or death. Please, God, don't let it come to that.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. We're gonna start a new movement. And like Truth says some people have. Ain't that the truth though? The truth, ain't that the truth?
Real quick response to E. Again, we were going to Frank B's, which clearly Frank B was using a very hyperbolic scenario, right? No cops asking you to stay on one leg and perfectly talk. I think I was being hyperbolic when I was going with that, but the fact of it would be the cop asking you to step out of your car and sit on the curb while he searches your car, right? If the cops can ask you to step on one leg and perfectly talk. So to call me a coward is ridiculous. But if the cop asks me to step out of my car and sit on the curb, I'm gonna step out of the car and sit on the curb. I'm not gonna be like, why do I gotta step out of my car? It's like, well, this. I'm like, I'm not stepping out of my car. It's like, sir, can you step out of your car? No, I don't have to. Well, I'm gonna need you to step out of your car. No. Go get your supervisor. And the supervisor gets there. Get out of your car. No. I mean, what are you doing? Just get out of your fucking car. No one's gonna ask you to hop on one leg and park your dog. But they're gonna ask you to get out of your car and sit on the curb, maybe. And the only people that aren't going to do that are people that are trying to hide something. That's it.
Yeah,
Wait a
I mean,
minute. Somebody in the chat said it's just Dick. You'll be all right. Y'all was so funny. That's hilarious. Okay, who was that? Frank.
Frank, real quick, I'll be on like 10 seconds.
Wait. My beautiful mod was coming off my mod privilege. MG, were you trying?
No, I mean, E is very passionate about this. I'm just trying to wrap my head around like your logic. I would comply. I'm just going to say
it's a bad strategy.
Right. What do you need? Here's my license. What else do you need? My registration. Like, I'm not arguing back and forth, right? And I think both things can be true. I think we can comply and still advocate for just police reform. Like, I don't know why it has to be one or the other. I think it can be both.
Exactly.
Short-term interim strategy and long-term strategy. Like,
I do think that to some extent they are.
I said Frank B could go, but E, I'll let you go if you make this submission really quick.
I'll be very quick then. I do think that sometimes compliance and the reform are mutually exclusive. Mike Allen, to your point about the cowardice, I'm not referring to the cowardice of the particular event, the particular example of standing on one leg and barking like a dog. I think where the cowardice comes in is the unconditional compliance, regardless of whether it's morally justified, and the unwillingness to be able to stand up for your own rights. In MG, the only reason I'm passionate, I can just be very quick with an anecdotal example, is, for example, I'll just be personal. As a kid, I was abused pretty badly by both my mother and my father, and a lot of times I did comply with it, and it wasn't until I became about 13, 14 years old when I did start leaving and doing my own thing and actually did stand up for myself that the abuse actually stopped. So from my experience is that if you continue to enable abuse by positively reinforcing it, it's only going to get worse and worse and worse, and it's not going to stop until the moment that you actually decide that you're going to stand up against it. And I think it's the same way with police reform, and I think that's exactly what, the message of people like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X all in there.
I will say real quick, Bella, real quick.
Hold on. We're gonna go Frank B, then Bella, then Truth, and then Mike. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Let me explain myself a little bit better. I believe most of us who are in unison saying that the racial profiling is real, look at it from this perspective. Not all cops are bad. That's one thing. Let me get that out there straight. What I'm saying is this: if you were to take a real statistic from that side of the law, policeman side of the law, and you looked at the individual assault on the person they pulling out the car. Then next thing you know, somebody's getting shot. Case in point, Laquan Smith, Chicago, I think it was 2016. The kid was high as hell, no doubt about it. The police walked beside, was in their car. They traveled with this kid as he was walking down the street for about a half a block. And if anybody lives in the city, not big a half a block of the city is. The kid, when the police officers pulled over in front of him, he walked slightly away from the cop's car. The police officer got out of his car and shot this kid 16 times and said that he feared for his life. When they went back through that police officer's jacket, they noticed the same things I'm speaking about. Those are the policemen, and these are the reforms that need to be taken heed and taken care of immediately. These are the things I'm talking about. I'm not saying every cop that pulls you over, asks you for your registration, whatever else is going to turn into some old freak show. But there are certain cops, and when they get to that point, they don't get penalized. I had a cop tell me in another room about 2 weeks ago. They think about this right here. They have something called pushing the line. That terminology comes from gang talk. And when we asked him, well, what do you do as a good cop, as opposed to pointing out the bad cops? And I have to fear for my life. Cops they have too much power. They have too much power.
Thank you, Frank. Wait, no. Hold on, Mike. I know you want to respond.
To E, real quick. It's like 10 seconds.
Okay, 10 seconds. Go ahead.
E, first of all, I want to say I'm sorry that happened to you, brother. It breaks my heart. And I know that you're responding to MG, but the first part when you responded to what I was saying is actually a fair point. It was a fair point. I couldn't argue with any of that, what you said, and I'm sorry that happened to you. It's just fucking awful.
Thank you, Mike. Bella, go ahead, Bella.
It actually just got touched on, but I just want to touch on it again. In general, when you look at police officers nationwide across the United States of America in particular, the majority of them are just trying to keep people safe. So they go into those domestic violence cases trying to keep people safe, trying to keep people alive. They're there to keep the people alive. That is what they pledge to do. They're not like, we can't act like all police officers are out there just to like pull people over and beat them down, because we all know that that's not true. So can we just please keep that in mind? Because I feel like in general, the majority, and I believe when you look at the statistics, it's at 95, and I really wish it was at like 99, but 95% of the incidents reported were finished, or like 95% of our officers are doing the right thing for the good of the community. They're trying to save those babies from getting murdered. They're trying to make sure that your kids aren't child trafficked. They're not coming after you. Like they're just not. That's not what they're doing. It's not this, like, some of this conversation sound like they're in the mafia, and they're not. In general, they are the good people who are trying to keep us all safe and happy and living about our lives in an orderly fashion. So I just wanted to ask if we could all please remember that.
I can understand where you're coming from, Rick.
Truth is next. Hold on. Truth is next. And then you got it, Eagle.
So I gave an example to what the brother was saying, that taking it outside the police car. And I don't know how many people you all seen this, but there was, I think it was on Real, but there was a shop owner, black shop owner, who was in his shop after hours, him and an employee working on some things. Some white person called the police to say there were black people inside of a shop and the store should be closed around this time. Police showed up, knocked on the door. You could see the people inside the shop. It was a glass shop. Showed up. The shop owner came to the door, asked how could he help. The officer asked, what was he doing in LA? He says, well, we're are you know, do you know the owner? He said, do you know the owner? Was this black man? He said, yes. He said, you do? What's the owner? He said, I'm the owner. He said, oh, you're the owner? Two white cops. And he said, yes, I'm the owner. He was like, well, can I see some ID? He was like, why? I'm inside my shop. He said, well, show us that you're the owner. Do you have the keys to the shop? So the store owner puts the keys in the shop. You know, he's like, yes, I have the keys. He was like, well, we just need to see some ID. He said, why? I'm inside my shop. I told you I'm the owner. I have the key. Basically, it wasn't until a white man down the street at another shop happened to come out and tell the two white officers that, hey, that's his shop. Oh, it's his shop. Yeah, that's his shop, man. Leave him alone. The white cops immediately respected the other white man and said, oh, sir, we're sorry. They didn't ask the white man for his ID. They didn't ask him, was he the owner of the shop down the street? They just, and that's a profile right there. And I just wanted to give that example that it doesn't just exist in patrol car, it exists on the street, and we see it all the time. So we need to stop being so naive that, you know, all these cops are here just to protect and the safety of the children. Yeah, some of them, but it's not no damn 90%. I can tell you that. And I
would ask, can I ask for receipts?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Like you so you just claimed, you gave this, like, my mom told me this story about this guy once that was a shop owner that this happened to him by the cops. Do you have any receipts? Do you have a news report? Do you have a police report? Do you have anything to show receipts of what you just said? Or are you just trying to fuel the fire with bullshit?
Do you have receipts about your 90%?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well,
I do. Yeah. I mean, that's from fucking CNN, so you can have them.
Yeah, okay, you have them. I don't give a shit.
CNN.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's CNN.
Okay,
Hold on, sir. You're gonna get your chance, and I value you with your submissions often, but let me deal with this. I didn't say my mom did anything. I didn't say she
No, I didn't, but that's what you just gave a huge story.
I didn't say my mom.
You just gave a huge story. Do you have receipts? What city? What town? Where's the police reports?
First of all, Karen, I don't have to justify shit to you.
Of course you don't. Because you want to make it up for a reason not to get out of your car and comply with the police.
Shut the hell up, because I don't have to listen to you, and I don't have to prove anything, and that's the problem. White folks always want a black person to prove. Everywhere we go, you see what she has to do, I have a receipt. That's the very reason why when a motherfucker in the store and I get gas and he just act like, I say, no, give me a receipt, because the white man out here don't ask me, did I pay for my gas? Even
Bullshit.
though
You guys ask for more receipts than we ever do. So bullshit.
First of all, you damn right we ask for receipts. Do you know why?
Exactly. So I'm not allowed to ask for receipts.
Do you know why? Do you know why a black person asks for a receipt?
Do you know why anyone asks for receipts?
Tell me why do black, you said you guys ask for receipts more than anybody. Tell me why.
I don't know why you ask for it. Everybody has the right to receipt. Says any account.
Shut up.
Hold on, Bella. You just made the claim, and I think she asked you a valid question. You said we ask for receipts more than anybody. Why? I don't know why.
She said we do, but whenever I asked for receipts, she said, well, you provide receipts, and I said I would be happy to, and then I asked her for receipts, and she was like, I don't owe you anything. That's how the conversation went down.
It sure did. It sure did.
That's exactly how the conversation went down. I said, you don't owe me anything, but I owe you everything. Why do I owe you anything?
No. Why do I owe you receipts? Because I gave a submission of an encounter that happened on a Facebook reel that we could see. It was posted from the camera.
This is the reason why. This is exactly the reason why. Because we're talking about law enforcement, and we're talking about legal records. And so if you're going to talk about legal records with law enforcement, the reason that we can enforce body cams, the reason that we want to believe in our police force, that I want to believe that my police force is 90% because we are talking about the legal system. And so when you get into the governmental legal system, you have to have receipts. So if this happened, I would like to know the city and the state so that I can look up the police reports as to what happened.
Okay, so first of all, what no police report? What are you talking about? What are you talking? Who said it was a police report?
Well, it was a police encounter, but there's no report.
No report. I just told you, if you were listening with both of your white ears, that when the white man came out and told them to leave the black shop owner alone, they didn't ask him to identify himself as the
Do you
white shop
understand
owner.
why this is like hearsay?
Let me finish because you didn't hear it. So
No, I heard it. It just still sounds like hearsay.
No, you didn't. No. Okay, so now tell me, because I'm gonna get back to this, because you're not gonna get out of this. Why do black people ask for receipts more so than anybody, as you stated?
Well, you said that you had the answer for that, so you tell me.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't say that. See how you hear what you trying to switch words around? You're crafty, but you're not. Yeah.
Oh,
You're not crafting up with me. So when I said, when you said black people ask for receipts, you guys more than anybody, I said we do. And then I asked you, do you know why?
You said we do. And I don't know why. I agree with you. I said it, you agreed, but I don't know why. So you clearly know why. So can you please explain to me why?
Bella, in truth, I think we should move on. I don't think this is.
Yeah, I'm not going to talking
Of course it is. Go ahead, shield her. Shield.
Hold on, Bella. I agree we should move on, but when Bella says you guys ask for receipts more than anybody, she makes the submission as if she understands why. So I too was waiting for her to explain from her perspective, why do black people ask for receipts more than anybody? You're the one that made the claim, Bella, and then said, I don't know.
Well, no, Truth was ready to explain it to me with all respect. I mean, I know you have a green bean, but you're not like the expert on this.
Hold on. Bella, hold on. You're right, I'm not an expert, green bean or no green bean. You made the submission, and now we're asking you to explain from your perspective, because you stated it. Don't be a smartass with me, miss. You're the one that stated black people ask for receipts more than anybody, as if you understand why. If you don't understand why did you say we ask for receipts more than anybody? How would you know that?
I don't understand why you ask for receipts more than anybody, but I do know that you do ask for receipts more than anybody. So there's a difference
Why
there.
do you think that?
There's a difference there. Because I've been asked for receipts. The first thing that she asked me for was where's the receipt?
Okay, let's move on.
Like that is the reason why.
She can't answer the question. She just wants to be.
What are you talking about? No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I'm so sorry, Drew, but shut the fuck up. Like literally, you're just okay. You're right. You're so right. Every white woman is a liar. You're right. We're all out to
It's not every white woman.
Hold on. Let me ask you something.
You got a white woman here. You got a white woman here on this panel that literally called you a racist, fella. So you gotta step down here.
I'm not stepping down for shit, Jess. You is my ass. You're the racist white bitch.
The white girl mom?
Yeah.
Not the white girl mom.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is Jess, the white girl. Yep.
You guys calm down. Crazy. Be nasty. What's going on? Okay, I'm muting because the white girl mob is tagging the stage. Listen, all voices are welcome here. Black, white, male, female. Bella, I'm not giving you shit. Not at all. You're welcome to speak. I welcome your voice. But the thing about it is, you make the submission. Truth asks, why do you think, since you seemingly are aware that black people ask for receipts more than everybody else, from your perspective, why do you think that is? And you said, I don't know. I think that was a great opportunity for you at least to just do a little bit of critical thinking for this conversation and just take a guesstimation. But you refuse to do that. And then here comes Jess talking about stand down as if Bella's under attack. She's a grown woman. We just asked her a simple question. So, white girl mom, stand down. Bella doesn't want to engage. We'll give the mic back to Truth. And then Jess, since you have a lot to say, you can go after Truth.
If you don't mind, I did want to just chime
justify anything to you? Why do I have to show receipts? She gave an answer because she didn't believe me. And that's why black people have receipts. They ask for them because when we go to purchase something, if we don't get a receipt, we're accused of lying that we made the purchase in the first place. And some have even been strung up and hung for stealing. Some have had their hands lopped off for stealing because they didn't get a fucking receipt. So when you ask a black person to show your white self receipts, it's an offense, first of all. As if I'm naturally accused of doing something wrong, stealing or lying or cheating or doing something other that of a nefarious state that I have to justify myself. Same as with the cops. Where are you going? Where are you coming from? The slave patrols. This is how we see it. I don't have to.
I call bullshit. Name the city. Name the city. Name the date. I call bullshit. Name the city. Name the date. No. This is bullshit. She wants to accuse cops of shit. She won't even say any of it. She wants to go into some diatribe about getting hung. Like, this is ridiculous.
Frank B will give you the receipt. Bella, Frank B
without receipt.
Bella, Frank B is telling you.
I don't understand, Bella. You seemingly have self-control. When truth lands, you can respond, Bella. Okay? So let her land, and then I'll give you the mic to respond. Please don't interrupt. And when Bella speaks, no one interrupt her. Okay? Truth, go ahead.
No, thank you. I think that's New York, and why I've given my submission. Obviously, someone who's new to Earth will not believe any of the facts of the history that has happened to people of color, and so it's no sense. They're not going to believe it because it didn't affect their lily whiteness.
Now, Bella, no one interrupt Bella. Bella, go ahead. Please, everyone keep their submissions under 2 minutes. Go.
I'll happily keep this underneath 2 minutes. It was very simple. I asked for a simple question of where this entire scenario happened, what city, so that I could look things up. She doesn't want to give any of that sort of information, and then she wants to claim that it's my fault because I'm white, and that I'm asking for information to verify what she's talking about, the black shop owner versus the white shop owner with the entire police interaction. What I'm saying is, and this is the reason that I started this conversation, was we've got to believe in the fact that in general, whether you're white, black, Mexican, whatever race you are, that the people who are out there, who are in the cop cars, are fighting for the better society, and that they're looking out for you. And if you don't feel like that, and you're going to be combative, then yes, that's how these crazy things happen. Whether it's the woman getting dragged out of the car, like, I don't want to see any of it. I don't want to see any of it. But these tales, talking about these tales of stories from 20 years ago, don't do us any good. Like, can we talk about today? Can we talk about now? If you're going to bring up an incident, talk about what's going on today in our society. Don't bring up some bullshit about history to try and justify your point with absolutely no facts behind it. Please. That's all I'm asking.
Truth, let me ask you a question really quick before we go to Jess. When you shared this story, did you tell us the city, town that this incident took place in?
No, I was just relating it to what the brother had shared about. It's not his submission that it's not just profiling in the streets, it's profiling other places, and I was relating it to the reels that I had seen that someone had posted about this encounter.
Now, for Bella's peace of mind, can you tell us? Do you recall where this incident took place, so she can go look up the police?
No, I don't, but I was gonna go back and see if I could search it out. But for real, I want her to have unrest. I don't ever want her to have no peace of mind.
Jesus. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. So let's go to Jess, because Jess came up to the stage with smoke. Jess, do you have something? Imagine that.
I'm thoroughly enjoying the comments with everybody. Just yielding to the mic. Love y'all. Yeah.
Well, I did
just want to say real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was waiting. Appreciate you. I was waiting for a little bit. us to try to, one, be on track with what we were talking about, and two, be as fair to you as possible. But I do just want to say that you have made quite a lot of comments in here. One, you made a comment that black people ask for receipts more than anybody, which then you proceeded to say that you don't understand why. You also said that Fourth Amendment rights
didn't even try to understand why.
Okay. Yeah, didn't listen to that. And then you made a comment that Fourth Amendment rights only pertain to when you're on private property. That was incorrect. You made a comment that CNN is your source of statistics. So you said quite a lot of stuff. And then most recently, here's where I'm trying to be as fair to you as possible. You're saying that 90% of officers that they have good intentions. Okay, let's say that you're right. There's two demographics of people that I've experienced in my life who are some of the most traumatized demographics that I've seen. One is gangbangers and two is police officers. Why? Because both of them are constantly in life-threatening situations. So from looking at it from a police perspective, in all reality, when we have nurses, these people are required to go through medical school, 4 to 6 years of schooling in order to be able to operate because they have people's lives in their hand. When you have any different profession where somebody's lives are in your hand, you usually are required to have an incredible level of competence. This is not the case with police officers. They don't have the psychological training. So even if what you are saying was true and that they had good intention, the reality is, yes, police see a lot of crazy shit and these people are traumatized as fuck. And so what do you think happens? You don't think that they're potentially going to be profiling people? You don't think that if a police has gotten shot at or has some type of crazy experience with a black person, you don't think he's potentially likely then to go and profile the rest of black people? I don't see how anything that you have said in this conversation, one, has been primarily ad hominem. You haven't really made any actual arguments to anybody. You've just been insulting to everybody. You said fuck you to a bunch of people. It's really in some sense been kind of childish, but and I'm not even trying to be insulting. I'm just trying to keep it real with you. But at the same time, it doesn't seem like you're logically evaluating what you're actually even saying in terms of them having positive intent. No, you can't make that assumption that these people have positive intent. You're not in their psychology, and we've had too many examples of where that's not the case. In order for you to even be able to make that assessment. So what are you really basing it off of?
If I could get in right quick, it won't take but a second. To add on to what he just said to Ms. Bell. I just pulled it up. It happened August 25th. August 25th, 2020. Store proprietor Yema Khalif, his wife and business partner at 1 o'clock a.m. This is the story the lady was telling you about. That's your receipt. And you said not something of 20 years ago. Well, there's a bridge between 20 years ago and now. Lumberton, North Carolina, they had to shut down a whole police station because they were involved in drug trafficking, prostitution, along with profiling and racism, and the police officers, majority of them were soldiers of white supremacy.
Can I agree with it? Did you land, Frank B? Because I want to make sure you land. Or are you still speaking? Oh, you landed? Okay, thank you, sir. Hold on, Bella, did you hear the receipts?
I did. I'm really confused about the last one. What police station was shut down for being white supremacists in 2020?
No. The height of it became, and y'all remember when Michael Jordan's father was killed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, they went into a further investigation of the police station because he got killed right down the street on Highway 95 from that police station. I'm just trying to, when she spoke about, she don't want to hear something about 20 years ago. I'm just saying there's a bridge between that past and this present, because when they went into further investigation of that Lumberton police department, they were drug trafficking. They had set up prostitution. What's the name? Right down the street or right across from the department. And many of the so-called police officers were soldiers of white supremacy. And then I later went back to what the lady was talking about black store owner, question my police, and it will come up.
And I put it in a chat, and there was a settlement made by the city to the business owner. So there are your receipts.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Let me just say this, and I'm gonna shut up for real, for real. Miss Bella, the term "let us see the receipts," believe it or not, that term was basically brought about for us to hold each other accountable for the shit we say, meaning us black folks. So sometimes when you speaking on stuff, understand where it comes from before you just say we throwing it out there just to be throwing it out there, because we do hold each other accountable for the shit that we say.
And the original term was because you had to have your receipt in a store where you would be accused of stealing an item.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you for the history lesson. I greatly appreciate it.
She just blew us all up.
Yeah, you know.
I mean,
people reveal themselves with what they say without revealing themselves.
That's totally
Bella sis, with love, we see you, sis. We see you.
Totally fine.
You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
Yes, you hated me before I even started speaking, so it doesn't even matter.
Girl, why would I hate
Like,
you?
it's not even
Wait. Here she goes, victimizing herself. Wait, Bella, I don't know you. Why would I hate you? Mike, go on mute, please. Tell the stage, why would I hate you? And I don't know you. I think I've been nothing
Because
but
I'm asking
respectful and kind to you.
Because I'm asking legitimate questions and supporting the police department. I'm already hated. It doesn't even matter.
There are times on this stage tonight that we should listen to the police, because I do have respect for the police. So I want you to explain to me, since you just made this very ridiculous submission, why I hate you. We're going to center you since you want to be centered. Why do I hate you?
You hate me because I'm a white woman. It's not simple.
I'm on here.
Why? You probably
Pause. Everybody go on pause. Because this trick doesn't know me from a bag of dicks. She doesn't know my past, doesn't know my friendships. She doesn't know who I rock with. She doesn't know who I've made love to, who I've had dinner with.
Nor do I care.
And you actually think, that's because, you know what? Now I'm about to turn into a glass of whiskey and a pack of Newports. You don't care because you're very racist to your core and anti-black.
Oh, there it is. Yes.
But you've already revealed this about yourself, Bella.
Yes.
You've already revealed this about yourself.
Please tell me, Nye, how am I racist? Tell me how am I racist? How am I racist? Please, I want you to school me right now. I want you to tell me how I am racist.
No, cunt. You're going to tell me why I hate you. That's what we're going to do first. Okay? That's what we're going to do first.
That I'm a racist. I want to know why I'm a racist. Please.
You're going to answer my question first.
I already told you.
Why do I
hate me because I'm a white woman?
I don't hate
white women. I'm a white. Well,
I don't hate white people. First of all.
Clearly you. And definitely truth does. So, like, most black people hate white people. Most white people don't give a shit.
I just put that to the audience. We're not doing that tonight. We're not doing that. One mic on the mod. Jess, I gave you a chance to speak. You didn't want to speak, so you're not going to interrupt me. Okay, now when I'm done, I'll give you the mic. But this dizzy ass broad, you could tell by the things that she was saying that she's anti-black. I wasn't going to go there. That's why I said, Wink, sis, I see you. I think a lot of us see you. I've shown this woman nothing but grace and respect. As a matter of fact, I agreed with her comments about police. Okay? Hate her because she's white? I don't hate white people. I was about to say something, but that's too personal. Anyway, she's got to go. Anybody else on the stage feels like I hate white women, state your piece so I can put you in the hallway with the rest of the peasants so you can go scroll and find a white supremacist room and y'all can go cry about black people. Jess?
I love you so much. I'm laughing my ass off. You were so not that way. She was rough. Wow. That was one piece of work. I love you in the room.
The hoe is probably drunk. She's
Hold
probably
on.
drunk.
Wow.
I was literally thinking that. I was literally thinking she sounded like she'd been drinking.
And she sounds like the type of white bitch
finish that gargles on black dicks. So we're just gonna move on.
Well,
Mike,
yep.
let's pass the mic to the next person. Who would like to speak? We have Mike. I know Mike, you were trying to speak earlier. You're back. Not Mike Allen, Mike with the NYKE. Go ahead, Mike. If you want.
Yeah, he was saying good stuff.
All right, man. I just want to salute to the title, man. Salute the room. I've been in the row while I'm listening. I want to just start saying, just to the title, is racial profiling real? Hell yeah, on Crip. Like, I be begging. Like, a nigga said earlier some shit about gangbanging, which I don't really necessarily think is true, but just on some real shit, like a nigga could be posted on the block, you feel me, sagging, and a nigga get pulled over, cops start frisking him, all types of shit. Like, you got white folks, you feel me, you in the grocery store minding your business, they following you. So, I mean, to act like racial profiling don't exist, that's crazy on Crip. Like, that's really all I gotta say.
Bella, don't take shots in the chat. You're welcome to come up. You're welcome to come back up and speak your piece. But when you come back up, you're gonna have to explain to me, hold on, Mike, why I hate white women. That's what I'm saying. You're so delusional. You have no original thought that you resort to being a whiny Karen. You resort to being. I'm surprised you didn't start crying on the stage. To be honest with you. Elsie, Ellese. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. But you got the mic. Go ahead. I want to get some new voices on the stage.
I'm gonna go with Elise there.
Elise, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Chicago. Elise, come up.
What part of Chicago?
She's part of Chicago. She's the CPS teacher. Elise.
CHS
Wait, hold on. Miss Bella's coming back. Let's show some grace to Miss Bella. Let's see if she let's see.
Why?
I agree, Jess. I agree.
As a white woman, I'm saying I don't want to give her, so,
Well, here's what will happen.
Fine.
Jess, I'm with you, sis. I'm with you, sis. Hold on, just stand down for a minute.
Okay.
Stand down, Queen Jess.
Okay.
Hold on. Bella will, hold on. Somebody just told me something about Bella in the back end.
Oh, of course they
Bella,
did.
are you friends with somebody on this app named Pepe?
No. Fuck
Okay.
Pepe. But I also have the bunny right to my house. No, I'm sorry. I have to get the bunny out of my house. So I gotta go.
Okay, she's got bunnies in her house. Lord today. Go ahead, Mike.
So to throw the Bella thing to bed here, I mean, she was asking for proof of the story. I think it got convoluted with receipts of paper, and Bella's asking for receipts of the story. Did it come off weird? Yeah, I think that Bella didn't help herself here, but I think it was all kind of harmless here. Now, Jess, I want to say something to you, Jess. I've heard you say it twice, and it kind of harkens back to what Truth was saying. In Truth's scenario, Truth said there was Black Americans that owned this shop, and no one believed them until a white guy came over and told the cops, and they everybody believed the white guy. And the very first thing you said when you got here, Jess, you said to Bella, you go, Bella, you are racist. I'm a white woman, and I'm saying it. And then I heard you say it again. You go, as a white woman. So I think that a lot of y'all need to be wary of people. Like, I think Jess is the most harmful people to the Black community. People like Jess, because basically what Jess did inadvertently was basically saying, guys, I'm the white woman, so my voice speaks louder than everybody else, and I'm calling Bella racist. So now believe me because I'm the white woman and I'm saying it. And I think, Jess, you're inadvertently not understanding what you're really doing here. Is you're basically saying, Jess, you're basically saying that because you're a white woman, you have the authority over everyone else to call someone else racist. And it kind of came off kind of weird here. And I didn't really understand that whole part of it. But we'll move on from it, from all of it. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think that what we're missing in this whole conversation is Bella's initial claim was that not all cops are bad. Do I think cops get a bad rap? Yeah, I think cops get a bad rap. I think that every single person on this panel, if shit hit the fan, like if we're in our home and someone's breaking our fucking home, or if we're somewhere with our family and some shit's going down, I think every single one of us would call 911. We would all call the cops to come help us. Every single one of us.
I don't think you know that.
That's cap, brother. Don't be saying that.
That's what I'm saying.
That's cap.
So if someone's breaking into your home, you wouldn't call 911?
No, I'm calling the Crips.
You're calling the Crips?
Yes, sir.
So, okay, well, actually, that's actually serendipitous of you here, because E, I wanted to ask you a question, E. Earlier you mentioned.
Yes, sir.
Earlier you mentioned about, and these are your words, so don't hold me to this. You said the most traumatized people, and I agree with you. The most traumatized people are gangbangers and cops. I think is what you said.
Bro, stop speaking on gangbangers, bro. That shit not true, bro. Y'all steady speaking on gangbangers like y'all.
Bro, he said this, dude.
Right, I'm just saying, you saying gangbangers and cops like you a gangbanger, bro. I'm a real life crit. You speaking on this, like, stop speaking on us like that, bro. Real life.
So,
bro, what I will put you through.
I mean, y'all steady.
So he.
Let's put one mic on Mike Allen, let him land, and then you guys can respond. Let's let Mike Allen land go.
So anyway, so E, and again, I don't want to misquote you here. I think, and I agree with you. The most traumatized people are gang. You use the word, not me. Gangbangers and cops. I'm not misquoting you, right?
correct.
Okay, so you use that word. So now I just want to ask you a hypothetical situation. Let's say, because this is going to harken back to the whole IP thing. Let's say you're walking down the street, and again, these are your words. Let's say you're walking down the street, and two gangbangers walk up to you. Now, I don't know your name, and I don't want you to give anybody your name, but you have an E right there, so let's just say your name's Eric. And two gangbangers walk up to you, they're like, hey, man, I know who you the fuck are. You're that fucking dude, Kyle. You're fucking Kyle, bro. You fucking did something to a friend of mine. I'm gonna fucking kill you, bro, Kyle. And you're like, bro, I'm not Kyle. They're like, yeah, you are. You're fucking Kyle, bro. Prove you're not Kyle. Let me see your ID. Would you give an ID to the gangbangers to prove you're not Kyle?
So before I answer that, I do kind of want to understand what exactly, because obviously a gangbanger and a cop are two completely different sides of the coin. And I don't think that somebody's gonna walk up to. I don't know. I just don't feel like you're giving.
Do you believe the gang? Do you believe that? Okay, I'll ask you this. Do you believe the gangbangers are violating your rights by asking you to prove you're not the guy Kyle?
I think that the streets is very different from a situation when you're encountering police, because and first of all, if I'm in the streets and I'm in some shit like that, I know what comes with the territory of it. So, like, if I'm getting pressed about something like that, then I don't have a right to then ask to request protocol. We don't have a constitution for the streets. We have so I just don't feel like I think it's a false equivalency in terms of what you're comparing it to. We have a constitution for our government, and we have the right to hold police officers to a standard that they're legally supposed to enforce. And I don't have to pay out of my taxes to fund gangbangers. So, like, that's just I don't see how the comparison that you're making holds any water. But I mean, I kind of want to understand where you're going with it. But
like, you're walking down the street and the cop comes up to you like, hey, you fit the description of a suspect that's named Josh. You're like, yeah, I'm not Josh, dude. The cop's like, well, let me see your ID so I know you're not Josh. You'd be like, fuck you, cop. I'm not, just it's violation of my rights. But if the gangbangers walk up to you and they're like, hey, dude, I know who you are. You look like this dude Kyle that fucking I have beef with. You're like, bro, I'm not Kyle. And the gangbanger's like, let me see your ID. I bet you pull out your ID and you show the gangbanger. You're like, dude, I'm not Kyle, bro. Here.
Well, a gangbanger would never ask you for an ID. That's correct. Just to be real, a gangbanger would never ask you for an ID. If they really thought that I was some nigga who really did some shit that I wasn't supposed to do, I'd probably be dead before I could really even explain myself. You know? So I don't.
That's a non-answer.
I get what it is. It's not a non-answer. I feel like it's a falsehood.
In your defense, it's a trap question.
I feel like it's a falsehood.
It's a trap question.
Well, I feel like it's a false equivalency in that sense, because obviously I'm going to deal with a situation in the streets very different than I'm going to deal with a situation with a police officer. And Mike, just out of respect to you, brother, I just wanted to clarify something that I said when I said the gangbangers and police officers are the most traumatized people. What I'm really saying is that people who are caught up are people who are in gangs. At the end of the day, they see a lot more shit than the average person is ever gonna see. They got people, you say you're crib, you know what I mean? No hate on you. People who are in that type of lifestyle, they're gonna see shit that other people haven't seen. You got ops very likely if you're involved in shit like that. So obviously that shit is gonna change the way you look at shit. If you go to certain places, I imagine when you go out to a bar or a club or something, you're looking out for shit that the average person ain't necessarily looking out for. You're looking out to see that if somebody, is either some too.
Alright, brother.
That's very even.
Okay, hold on, one mic. Please, one mic.
Probably.
I was a solid answer, brother.
Hold on. See? Whoever moved her, thank you, because I don't understand what's going on. Or maybe she moved herself. People come up loud and proud and wrong on the mic, and we can't hear. We don't know what's going on. It's 12:03 my time. It might be time for some of y'all to take your minutes, just in case you're not looking at the clock. Go ahead, MYKE. Mike.
Alright, I just want to say I appreciate that, brother, clarifying, man, because, you know what I mean, it's always a bad look or a bad representation on gangbangers, man, and that shit not always true. And like y'all said earlier, if a nigga had to call the police, or if who I was going to call, I'm going to call the Crips, because at the end of the day, I know they going to have my back regardless. Why would I call the police? And they going to fuck around and arrest me, they going to start harassing me, that shit dumb. I'm going to call the Crips, we got guns, we got everything we need.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, for those in the room that aren't Crips.
That's why we have police.
I really want to move on from this
Well, you were caring on my mother.
I want to move on from the gang talk, okay? Because I don't want no smoke with the Crips, the Bloods, the BLM. I don't want no smoke. I've already been cursed out twice by a Crip on this day.
Why?
We're not doing it tonight. Okay? We're not doing it tonight. I'm done fighting with thugs. Okay?
But we not
So we're done with the gang. Leave the gang members alone. Y'all better go hire a gang member for protection. Point blank period. Now, Bella, did you get the rabbits out the house?
I did.
Okay.
I had to chase her. I totally had to chase her out of the house. It was totally. She's the Benny. Yeah, she's a pain in my ass.
Those fuckers shit everywhere.
They do, and she lives outside, so she's fine. But I'll open up my back door and she'll sneak in, and then I have to chase her out of the house, which is what was going on. She's
Mike, I'm not
super
scared of Crips. I'll put you through a fucking
You
wall.
scared, nigga. Drop your location then, nigga. I'll pull up on you, nigga. I'll drop my location.
Hold on. We're not going to do this.
A space opportunity.
Then tell Mike
Mike, y'all can't be here.
What are you fucking from the fucking
Nigga,
night?
drop your location, nigga. I'll slap this
Here
shit
we
out
go.
of you, nigga. I'll drop my location.
Here we go. I keep telling y'all.
Well, you better stop playing with me.
I'll put you through a fucking wall.
I'm not no
You
motherfucker.
fucking fuck
Alright.
I'm not no
I need a gang to
motherfucker.
fucking back me up, bro. I got nobody.
Okay. I don't know who moved Mike. It wasn't me, but I really need y'all to be peaceful. We're not going to do this. Both mics have been moved. Okay, for the record, because we have to keep peace. Thank you, KP. Mike Allen,
speaking.
Yeah. Thank you, KP. No, thank you. Mike Allen, as JB would say, I love you like a fat kid loves cake, but we have to keep the peace on the stage. Okay? And now you see what happens. I was trying to build with Bella, and she's gone too. See what happens, ladies and gentlemen? When y'all want to fight, take this shit to the back channel.
So you go take that shit into a private room. You guys go hash it out there. When you have a moderator speaking, respect the room. That's all we asking. What's up, MG? Long time no hear from. If you're still there.
I am. This app is glitching really bad. Hey, KP. Nice to see you.
Cool. What's up? Nice to hear from you. It's been years.
I do just gotta say that, okay, if somebody comes up here and they say they're a Crip immediately, I do expect, a certain behavior. But from the other mic, who gave me a very long lecture about law-abiding citizenship, to then say that I'm gonna put you through a wall and everything, it just wasn't exactly what I expected. It feels like it kind of contradicted a lot of the.
Did you not see what you wrote in the chat? Did you not see what you wrote in the chat?
But you're a law-abiding citizen, right? Aren't you? You present your ID. You stand on one foot.
Do I have the right to defend myself?
Do you have the right to defend yourself against police? I just think it goes against the narrative of what you were saying prior. And then it was like, fuck all that shit I just said a moment ago.
Are you serious?
This mic on mic violence has got to stop.
Bro, the dude wrote in the chat that I'm fucking terrified of Crips and how many kid was told to me, bro, I'm not scared of any fucking gang members. If that dude's gonna go call the Crips and be like, hey, gay Crips, there's this guy on the internet that we need to go handle because he talked shit about me. Go ahead, bro. Fucking bring as many as you want. I'm not scared of any fucking gang members.
Wait, hold
Zero.
on.
I'm scared of zero gang members. Zero.
Listen, wait. Let's not do race violence because this house is not my house, and there are a lot of people behind the scenes who worked years to build up healthy debates, and I don't want to get this house clipped because folks are threatening violence on the stage and in the chat. So let's stop. Let's stop it now. Let's not entertain it. Mike, you have every right to stand on business and defend yourself, but I don't want to put healthy debates in the crossfire of being clipped.
Fair enough. Okay? I apologize, and I will say
This is why I kicked those.
Fair enough. I just want to say this real quick. Mike with a Y, I would expect him to give me the same amount of animosity if I were to try him like that, because that's what men do. So I wouldn't expect anything less from the other Mike as he's gonna get from me. So that's
if I can't speak, if it's not wrong, the mic is yours. Frank, back to my man E. I kind of disagree with what you said, but this little bit right here when you said, what is it, police and gangbangers are most traumatized. I believe in a male like myself, who I consider myself an L7. I'm 50 years old.
Wait, Frankie, I don't mean to interrupt you. Hold on. I'm gonna give it right back. You don't even have to mute up. Let me just address Mike Y in the chat. He says, so why is White Mike on stage when he started it, but Kid Mike down? Mike with a Y, I have no problem with you coming back up, but I'm not doing this with y'all going back and forth and arguing. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing the violence. If you want to come back up and submit to the conversation, cool. But I'm not letting y'all back up to argue and fight and threaten each other on the stage. So the people are calling for you to come back up. I'm gonna bring you back up. But the minute y'all start arguing again, you're going back down. So if you want to come up, raise your hand. Go.
Nah, I just wanted to say, well, I'm 50 years old, been married for over 25 years, but when I was living in Chicago, which is very gang orientated, I used to run with a certain clan, and so when my man Mike had spoke on that, I don't know, I was out west for a particular time, me and some homies, and the way we were confronted about were we from the area, from the neighborhood, that question gets asked a little bit different than how it's being explained up here. And the reason why I say I'm the most traumatized being an L7 married man, God bless I found my wife, is because when I come out my door, and this is no disrespect to my man Mike, because I'm not saying his character is built like that, but I know, because I live in North Carolina, a lot of young kids gangbang, they claim something. But when I come out my door, I got to worry about their attitude, because they flagging whatever they flagging on. I got to worry about the simple-minded police officer. And then and on top of that, I got to worry about these scary ass, because my wife has been through 2 incidents. And she's told me about these scary ass white boys come riding through Spring and Nipple. I believe I'm the most traumatized when it comes to the situation. And I ain't saying, oh, woe is me. When you out here and it's just a fucked up situation, I'm gonna be quiet. Then I feel like I'm the most traumatized.
Nah, I'm not discounting that. The only thing I'm saying is, like, especially in Chicago, if you've been, I know Chicago has like some of the highest crime anywhere you can find. So, you know, there's all types of innocent people who get caught in the crossfire. I'm not discounting your experience at all. The only thing I'm saying when I say that gangbangers get it pretty bad is because, you know, if you are in that lifestyle, man, there's a difference between being caught in the crossfire and being actively targeted by it. You know, so all I'm saying is that they see stuff at a disproportionate rate, you know, than an average human being is going to see, and it's going to cause, you know, some hypervigilance and some bad dreams and a paranoia, and like it changes people, you know what I mean? So that's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not discounting your experience.
And why? Can I say something? And why?
Sure. And then we're going to go
Frank, probably you had to battle with GDs, OGs. You had to deal with Vicky Lowe's. It
was so much shit back in our day. You had to deal with all this shit. It was inner fighting. It was crazy as hell. So I get Frankie B.
Okay, so hold on, we're going
Hold on, I ain't got nobody call me Frankie B in a minute.
So wait, we're gonna go to let Mike speak, and then I see Elmo's on the stage, so we're gonna let Elmo go too. So go ahead, Michael.
All right, I just want to say, like, it really bothers me about how people really view gang members and Christian shit. Like, me personally, I have a whole college education. Like, I graduated from college and everything, bro. The streets honestly saved me, bro. Like, so to hear people always just having a negative image, a negative opinion on gangbangers and all, they just be so scared of gangbangers, bro. That shit crazy. Like, because to be honest, if it wasn't for the Crips, I would probably be dead right now. I would probably be in jail. I don't know where I would be, bro. The white people ain't give a shit about me. The police ain't give a shit about me. The Crips took me in. So at the end of the day, I'm not tolerating no disrespect from nobody, bro. You ain't gonna disrespect no gangbangers. You're not gonna disrespect the Crips. Because at the end of the day, y'all don't know them. Y'all honestly scared of them. But if y'all get to know them people for real, instead of judging them niggas, y'all see it differently on Crip. That's it.
Thank you, Mike. That's why I say, listen, I've been on this app long enough to hear so-called members, and I say so-called because I don't know these people personally. I don't know if they're really gangbangers or not. If they proclaim to be, I believe them. And I've heard enough of them crash out, pull up, and in one instance, somebody got shot. So I want no smoke with the gang members. Okay? That's why, we have a brother on the app who is an alleged crib, and he offers $300 package for protection. You got clubhouse beef, pay him $300, he will handle it. And I've got him on speed dial in case I have any problems. Thank you to the gang members for offering their services to protect ninjas. Go ahead. Okay, no problem. Guys, go ahead, Kate. Go ahead, KP. Yeah.
No, I was just saying, say hello, I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's popcorn style. We're gonna keep the room open for maybe another 15 minutes or so. Go ahead, Truth.
When I came up, and I'm from the south side of Chicago.
I'm from Chicago. We got a lot of Chicago people in here today. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Chicago too. Together.
Right on.
Yeah, Chicago. Yeah, girlfriends together.
Right on.
In a banger and someone who is a member of a gang, they're totally different things. So when we talk about someone who's a banger hit, quote unquote, banging, that's different than I know. There was in my old neighborhood, and I stayed off 75th and Emerald. My dad did. That is Gangsta Disciple territory at one point. And there was one of the leaders there who was highly educated, a very smart man that you would not know that he was the leader of this particular gang, because he gave off this dirty foundation.
So we may as well begin.
So I think that there's a gross difference between the two, and I think we've never experienced that. Or if the new schoolers, I don't know, because it was a different code back then, so things have really changed. But anyway, I just wanted to say that.
79th and Halstead was a bad fucked up area. If you know.
And not to continually bash on her, Bella, when she was here, but I think that's why I didn't resonate very well with a lot of the shit that she's saying, is because what it sounds like is somebody who has really no cultural knowledge whatsoever and is just making comments about a myriad of different subjects without actually even not even caring to try to understand or to listen, just assuming that because the perspective differs from her morals or differs from her lived experience, that must be ignorant. And I think that's why it came off so offensive. And I quite honestly, it came off racist.
And that's why I'm disappointed that the men started going back and forth about gangs, because y'all let Bella quietly weasel off the stage before she got this tongue lashing. And but that's cool. Y'all,
She will be back, and then
Well,
remembers.
I want to say to Mike, you're embellishing this gang life. I've been there, done that. And to Eric, I went to college and got myself better. So it's not cool, Mike. It's just gonna end up
Bro, that's
doing
not
what,
true, brother.
25 years.
That's not true, brother. I'm not gonna allow you to speak that type of narrative, brother. I ain't gonna cut. There's a lot of good gangbangers. There's a lot of good Crips, brother. The Crips saved my life, like I said.
Okay, cool. Stay away from it. Been there and done it. I was a GD for a long time. I'm a sergeant in arms, and I still bear those scars.
Then you should know what's up, bro. That's crazy that you speak in that.
That's why I'm telling you. You're younger than I am. Leave it alone. That's all I'm asking. Growth and development, man. Because you don't want to sit at that table and have to make those kind of decisions.
I was.
So please leave it alone.
Wait, hold on. I hear a female voice. Go ahead to the lady.
Yeah, it's me. I couldn't get off mute earlier. I worked in Chicago public schools for 16 years, and I can say I'm no longer teaching there now, but a lot of my middle school, a lot of my former students are no longer with us because of being in gangs, and it's very unfortunate. I wanted to say that to Mike.
Listen, guys, not too much on Mike. I don't want no problems with NYKE, but I appreciate everybody trying to speak.
Damn, sister, why are you scared of me? I ain't never threatened you, sister.
NY, can I address some of the stuff in the chat here?
Hold on, no, wait. Mike, I'm not saying you threatened me, sir. I just said I know how I say this out of respect. And if it's coming out fucked up,
I mean, it sounded like
respectfully,
no.
It's coming from a place of respect because I know y'all are no joke. You dig? Y'all are no joke. And that's what I'm saying. I understand folks on the stage are compelled to offer you some advice and encourage you to leave that life behind. But I think you've made it perfectly clear on multiple occasions that the gang saved your life and that we should not judge gang members. There are some good gang members. Some of them are community leaders. They protect the community, et cetera, et cetera. So if my submission in response to you sounds sarcastic or I'm not articulating it properly, I will stand down and apologize. But I'm saying from my experience, especially on this app, I've seen not saying you, a number of gang members crash out on these stages, threaten people, and then if the female mods, specifically the female mods, don't respond correctly, don't handle the situation correctly, then they end up in my back channel threatening me. So that's why I'm trying to put this whole crib conversation to bed.
All right, sister, you good. It's all love.
It is love to you too, sir. But I will allow you to have the final say on this if you like.
All right, I just want to say, man, to everybody out there, man, I hope y'all look at Crips differently, just gangbangers in general differently. Just try to get to know a Crip, try to get to know a gangbanger before you just think, oh, we don't follow drugs and killing people. Like, just try to really get to know us first, bro.
Okay, dog. Don't even promote that.
What he's saying is, don't judge a book by its cover.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Facts. Like I said, I have a whole college education.
Because I can put my life in the wrong. I don't want to do that.
It's cops out here killing folks, but yeah, we want to judge gangbangers. Come on now, let's be honest.
Hold on. Let me say this, and I'm gonna give it back to UKP. First of all, I've heard too many black people on social media, black liberals specifically, claiming that as a part of Project 2025, Trump is going to deploy ICE to start rounding up foundational black Americans. Some of you all who believe this are in this room right now. You might be on this stage. And if that's you, if you are under this wild delusion that Trump is coming to take black Americans out of their homes and put them in alligator Alcatraz or ship them off to some foreign nation because you're black, you better find a gang member to help you build the new
Negroes. Leave the gang members alone. Go befriend a thug to save the community. Who is the new Harriet Tubman? Who is the new Frederick Douglass? Go befriend a thug and a Crip and a Blood to save these ninjas from thugs. Because y'all talking like your sons and your nephews who claim to be about that life ain't gonna do shit when ICE comes to round you up. If you believe this nonsense, I've heard it. I was on Fanbase a month ago. It was a whole black ass room of black liberals literally crying real tears because they believe Trump is coming to get us. Who's going to protect and save the black community? You better befriend a thug. I'm done. Who wanted to speak?
I just want to say to Mike real quick, and I'll end on this on the subject. And to everybody else, I think exactly what you're saying is valid. You know, I personally never got involved in gangs because I have family who was on both sides of it, so it really didn't make much sense for me to get involved or to pick a side or anything like that. But you know, I think that people are very dehumanizing toward gangbangers, and just kind of look at them like essentially all they are is violence and care about their set and care about their hood more than anything. And it's like, I do think that's problematic, but I will say on the other side, you know, I have lost a lot of family and lost a lot of friends over it. And from my experience, what I've mainly seen is a lot of pain. And it doesn't end. You know, the war never ends because people don't get over shit. And then somebody kills somebody, then it's a whole nother thing. And then sets keep breaking up into more sets, and it's more and more cliques. And then a bunch of people you were cool with, you're not even cool with them no more. Now it just is so ugly and it's so tragic, you know what I mean? And so it's nothing to dehumanize the person who's in it. And a lot of times it's tough because, you know, my auntie was the first gangbanger I ever knew, and my auntie, her mom was a dope fiend, you know, and she started selling crack when she was like 12 years old. So she got clicked in with some Crips, you know. But at the end of the day, it's like her life didn't turn out. She ended up doing time, and her life was hard, and now her daughter's life is hard. And like, you know, it's all I've seen come from it for the most part is pain, and I've seen it be used as a coping mechanism for difficult upbringings. But you know, I respect you, and I respect where you're coming from, and I got a lot of people in my family and friends who are involved in that type of shit. But for the most part, what I feel toward them more than anything is concern generally, you know, because I don't want to lose them, you know. So I hope that while I respect that it saved your life, and I respect that it plays a large sense of purpose, I hope that the violent aspects that are associated with it, the aspects that can put your life at risk that are associated with it, I hope that becomes less prominent in your life. So that's all I can say.
I agree with you, Eve, because I made mistakes in my life and lived that life. It's not, nothing comes from it, man. Nothing at all. And I just want to say this though. I was black and blue to the day I died because I took that oath to make it up to be a sergeant. Leave it alone, man. And I had to walk away when my children was born because I saw life. I said, I'm done. How we gonna do this to get out? Okay, cool. And guess what? The one challenge me, I'm just vanished because I said no. I want to do something better because I'm having a family. Walk away from that shit, man.
Alright, I just want to say this, bro. I don't really want to center myself too much, man. You feel me? I want y'all to get back to the topic for real. But when you really sit down and think about it though, like, you feel me? They ain't really no Crips, no gangbangers. That's when you really think about it, like, who's out here being pedophiles? You got your rapists, you got your weirdos, you got, like, all those people, they're not Crips, they're not gangbangers. Those are your normal people. So, at the end of the day, yeah, gangbanging is a dangerous lifestyle, you feel me? But anything is dangerous, bro. But at least we not doing none of that weird shit. Most of the time, we standing on business, and we only do shit if it's out of disrespect. Like, niggas in the chat that be talking all tough. Bro, drop the location, gang. Like Mike Allen, we can get a scrap. We can scrap it out.
Hey, look, hold on.
06 Crip, nigga.
What's your first
No more violence, please. Oh my God, let's let it go.
I want to say something too, because I moved to Chicago 8 months ago.
And I live on the west side in Chicago, and I have a gang in my neighborhood. These guys are at the end of my street every single day. One time I got in a little altercation outside. Who came in at my back when the cops came trying to get all tough? The Bloods down the street. They all surrounded the cops. They had the cameras out. They were talking shit, put that pressure on them. They literally saved my life that day. So I owe my life to the Bloods. It's what it is.
Real shit. People don't want to understand that though. They just see gang members.
That shit in the media. They'll never tell you about that.
I know I'm old because when I left Chicago, boom, no Bloods in Chicago. But I want to say this. What is the
I could put them on the phone right now.
Okay, let's go somewhere else. Come on, guys.
Yeah, Seneca. You want to hear Seneca?
Y'all want to keep talking bad on Christian shit again?
We're not even talking about anything gang-wise. No. I just said no. We're done with that. We're done.
We're done with the gang talk, guys. We're putting a button on it. Crap.
We're gonna talk about what we're gonna have for breakfast in a couple hours. Something.
As a matter of fact, I want to hear Seneca. Seneca spoke a lot tonight. If you missed it, you got to get a ticket for the preview show next time. I don't know. Okay. If Seneca has any final thoughts, that's cool. But we're slowly about to shut the room down. But Seneca provided a lot of commentary this evening. Very spicy. He got the crowd going. He helped generate guide the conversation. Whether we agreed with his submissions or not, we heard a lot of responses. And Elmo, if you missed the show, so be it.
Okay, no problem.
You gotta get them pre-sale tickets, sir.
You gotta punch your ticket in, Elmo. Come on now.
That boy is legit. He's a very good lad. Yeah. Anyway, as we start to wind down the stage, anybody have any final thoughts not related to Bloods and Crips and gangs, please?
Yeah, I'm running for Congress.
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead, John.
Okay, sorry.
And then you got it, miss. But let John go, and then you got it.
Yeah, I'm running for the 16th district of Illinois for Congress, and Matt Cool down there has been challenging me, as well as Dr. Adams, who has the Darren LaHood PTR at the top of this room. I just want to challenge these green bean moderators and super Darren LaHood fans to create a room after this healthy debates is over, and I will answer any questions, debate, and upset any super LaHood.
That was last night, John. You missed it.
Oh, it's going tonight.
John, we're going to bed, John.
I got a single vote on it, so.
We are going to bed, John. Nobody's hosting a room afterwards. We're going to have to do that.
No, it's too late.
It's not too late. Matt Cool is in the chat right now. Look at Matt Cool. Matt Cool is going to organize it in one house.
Dr. Adams has been.
They had a whole room last night. 2 rooms that your name was brought up in. You did not appear in any room. So you missed that one.
No, he was probably there. He was just not there on stage. But John is here, there, and everywhere. He's got 100 phones recording every room on this app. So he was there, no doubt. He and one of his iPhones was there listening. He physically was probably just not on stage.
So if you want to have a set up a room that you want to have a discussion with these people.
Y'all are doing
That's
that.
all. Don't go it down.
Listen, Matt Cool, if you set up this debate this week, if you actually do it, Matt Cool in the audience, please be sure to pay me.
And I'm pretty sure
I don't
Matt
want to
would,
miss it.
Matt would do it.
And if Adams is there, John is there, make sure Steve is there, Matt Cool, I have no doubt is going to be very, very entertaining. Yes, we cannot miss it. Okay, so this is, yes, I meant to do that. Mike with a Y, let me go and add you because you might come in handy one day, sir. You might need me. I might need you for some protection services or some ice to help. I need ice to stand down when they come knocking on my door. Mike with a Y, we don't have to create a Negro bat symbol. You know how Batman had the bat
we gotta have some protection. Trump is coming with ICE, and I'm not going down quietly. So I need some shooters, and I'm done. Anybody else?
Be Chicago PD, honestly, might be Chicago PD for that. Chicago PD, right?
Oh, hell, they don't like a white hair looking woman. I'm there with you, girlfriend. Let's go. Let's go.
Right? We gotta protect everybody. And just for the record, that Looney Tune, Beth or whatever her name was, Beth, I don't hate white women. So,
yeah. I'm on the LPD. You deserve to hear, so don't.
Yeah. Everybody gets you protected from ICE. If they come for the white blacks, they're coming for the white women next.
That's right. Right.
That's a shout out to Elmo. If we finish here, we gonna go to the mansion now. We gonna go there, bro.
We have crowdfunding from Mr. Seneca. We need a shrine in his name in Africa.
Listen, white girls, y'all saw Handmaid's Tale. You know what's gonna happen. You know what's gonna happen.
Right. Oh, shit. That's right.
They're gonna put me in the kitchen making pancakes and cornbread muffins if you guys will be the breeders. Fuck around and find out.
That's right.
That's what I would know.
So let's be the fruit, goddamn it. Okay, so any final thoughts? Anybody in the room?
Yeah, shout out to the crib, shout out to the mother, shout out to all the gang members.
Shout out to Mr. Seneca.
Shout out to Mike too, man.
Mike too. Yeah, Mike too.
I just want to say, NY, thank you. And your banter is unmatched. And I've been spending a lot of time laughing pretty hard about what I got to my point of view, so I appreciate that. And I appreciate all of y'all just, having, y'all made my day.
Well, I appreciate
it. We're gonna go to the masculine mansion.
Yeah, hey Pete, go ahead and plug your house right quick so people we have
we're gonna go to the masculine mansion for anyone who wants to stay up and have some conversation. It's gonna sway left, sway right, but guess what? We gonna stay center.
Masculine mansion, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and search for the house at KP. I appreciate y'all keeping the peace. You know, I spend an unhealthy amount of time on this app, and one thing I don't like is when I go into rooms and everybody on the stage is talking over each other. You can't hear the moderators don't manage the stage. So it's just when I'm modding, it's just a JB's like this too. Healthy debates is not my rule, it's the healthy debates policy. We have one mic policy for those windows. And I just like to let everybody say their piece. Whether I agree with their submission or not, it doesn't matter. Everyone has a say, everyone has a voice. Black, white, gay, straight, it does not matter. Male, female. I just ask you, right? When you come in here, just be peaceful. Try to be respectful. Don't hurl any, death threats. And, just let people say their piece without being, interrupting them, and we do move along. And I appreciate everybody for being overall respectful on the stage. And so shout out to everybody in the audience and everybody in the chat. And if you have not joined the house, cash in your pink tickets. JB usually hosts rooms early in the morning, so he'll be back in a few hours. And if that's it, and by the way, if anybody likes entertainment, for those who don't know, I worked in the film TV business for the past 20 years. I run a house here, clubhouse called Press Hollywood. If you like entertainment news, we talk about entertainment news, conspiracy theories, UFOs. We like to put on our tinfoil hat and go down the rabbit hole of conspiracies. Any actors, directors, writers in the room, we also do how-to sessions, how to land an agent, how to, land a job as an actor, how to work with media, how to get guest spots on podcasts, et cetera, et cetera. So follow me if that's your cup of tea outside of talking about politics and racial profiling. And when you want to keep it light and fun and conspiracy theory kind of conversation, go ahead and give your girl a follow. Other than that, MG, thank you. Adams has been asleep, but we love Dr. Adams, and that's it. I'm going to end the house now, and we'll see you guys next time here in Healthy Place.
Still here?
be all right.
Hey, Angelica gonna come by and pick your ass up.
That nigga came by and lived in Mike.
Oh, shit. Oh, what's wrong with this nigga Smokey, man? Oh, man, this nigga keep trying to...
You guys are trying to get up with Congress.
Did him a blowjob as a test of her. For being a loser? And just look at woman on the app, IKK, they're all lies. It's all lies. Tristan, the other fucking speaker. I brought so much. Got it. One of the women on the app, the other fucking. Fuck this bitch. I really know people that. You're a fucking loser! No, there's not a father on this fucking planet who would want you near their fucking daughter! You piece of fucking shit! You know it! You're a fucking cockroach! We need this shit, addresses and social security numbers. Okay, oh wait, this is against me. Hold on, no, stop. I'm in the middle of something. Dude.
Okay, I gotta go to the other ones. I can't be involved in this conversation.
So I literally, I put $1,000 on it. If any time where I ended up giving up somebody's social security number or address or family member, it's not happening. Find the fucking clip, and I'm leaving this on on replay. Okay, find one fucking clip, the years I've been here, where I did that. You're not gonna find it, I did not do it. So once again, this pathological liar, doing this same usual bullshit he does. He even, a couple of years ago, he was doing this shit. And it's funny because it's like, he has to sell this scenario, like, oh yeah, Pepe, he was doxing Roger, he was giving out addresses, no I didn't, motherfucker, I gave out his goddamn screenshot of a picture from YouTube, dipshit. But you have to feel like the hero, you have to feel like the good guy. I'll stand around 10, I can protect anybody, and I'm friends with all this, Oh, take it easy, fucking tough guy. We've all seen your fat fucking ass.
I mean, like speaking of another goddamn, like, ugly motherfucker. Fat fuck. And who the fuck are you gonna, I mean, in real life, I would, literally, you wouldn't stand a fucking chance. And that's the funny thing, seeing this little flimsy, whiny bitch sitting here talking about me. Motherfucker, you would not be able to do anything to me in real life. I can literally do what I want to you, and the only thing you can do is say, please stop. Motherfucker, how many fights have you actually fucking been in? I mean, it's fucking stupid. But it's easy to act like a tough guy online. And that's the other thing I don't do. I don't go around challenging people to fights. That's fucking pathetic. But you want to act like a fucking tough guy online. Be my guest. Fucking loser. But he's everybody's hero. So let's look more at this mental health.
I got some clips of you from last night, Pepe, because I cross-streamed your room into Roger's room. And so, you know, we're all listening to your room last night, but I'll play those clips in a minute. Go ahead.
The one thing that you piss me off is insult my intelligence. And people like fucking Pepe, bro, I'm telling you, you guys gonna fucking hang out with that dude and point guns on you. You can't fuck.
Guys, come in my rooms. Please don't go into rooms. I need the attention. I'm the top dog. I'm the one that needs the audience. I'm the best model of the app. Best model of the app? What kind of gay shit is that? Best model? What the fuck? Do you know any of the people who have big rooms on this app that can actually do it on themselves? They didn't suck people off in order to get a fucking audience. Like me, motherfucker, I got this goddamn app. I was Clubhouse famous, bitch. All by my goddamn self. You stupid, goofy motherfucker. What have you done? You end up leeching off, you end up finding the Million Man Marathon. You end up weaseling your dumb, narcissistic, antisocial ass onto the Healthy Debates admin team. And you moderate. You don't produce content. You don't have an original thought of your fucking own, bro. But then, you know, and I'm sure you're glad Roger's gone. Now you can help keep debates all to yourself. You get that narcissistic supply. You get to tell everybody how smart they are. Oh, my wonderful friend, I have to introduce her. Oh, you look lovely in your PTR. Dude, do you understand that you do that to everybody in your fucking stage? You fucking creep. You're funny. I mean, the sad thing is that people with J's, you can look this up, narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder. People with his illness, those are not treatable. And they're lifelong. This motherfucker can't change. He's always going to be a parasitic person. He's always going to be a person that charms and cons his way into whatever he wants. He's going to seek excessive validation and praise and attention. Because that's how he's wired. And so, you know, and I kind of hate wasting time on this thing, but, all right, you're going down the audience.
It's projection.
And speaking of mentally ill, I mean, John, look at you, dude. Like, here you are, a grown man in your fucking 40s. You're sitting around in your fucking underwear. You have, what, like 50 goddamn cell phones all pointed around, streaming to different fucking platforms. Nobody fucking listens to you. You have zero goddamn audience. You sit there and respond to one of your accounts with all of your other accounts and vice versa. And you just say stupid fucking shit. You can't string along a fucking coherent opinion or belief or anything. You don't, I mean, you're barely even funny. Sometimes you have your moments. Like, what the fuck are you doing with this? I mean, in all reality, John, what the fuck are you doing?
What are you doing, Pepe?
You just annoy everybody on here because you're constantly fucking streaming their rooms. Everybody on this app looks at you as a mentally ill, deranged fucking person. John, you're not fucking normal. I mean, this is fucking stupid. But I'm actually one of those people, John.
I agree.
That despite how much you told me I'm a dumbass, I'm a piece of shit, I don't read books, I don't do any of this shit. You know, I never cuss you out. I don't, you know, the most I usually do is put you in the audience. And you're getting played for a fucking fool by Roger.
Where's Roger now?
I mean, but I'm guessing you're smart enough to know that, but you're willing to utilize the attention and the platform for whatever fucking reason. But dude, whatever the fuck you're doing, John, why? Like, what fucking future?
Why am I doing what I'm doing? Because I'm wondering, what are you doing? What you're doing?
You haven't. It's like seriously retarded.
I'm a retard reporting retards.
But let me look at another fucking clip. More clips. Saying. What is he saying here?
Just wanted to put you on point. I didn't look that way.
As a religion can be a Freemason. Of course, the Catholic Church condemns Freemasonry. It is wicked. But
if a cop comes up to me and asks me for my ID and I haven't committed a crime, that's my Fourth Amendment right not to. She's like, it's not your Fourth Amendment right. Your Fourth Amendment right doesn't have anything to do. That only works if you're on private property. And I'm like, that's not how that shit works. Actually, Fourth Amendment rights pertain to being searched and seized. Personally, that's why we don't have to present our ID. Is because that's an unreasonable search and seizure unless you have committed a crime. And so she didn't know that shit, but she came like trying to, and then she was saying that she knows for a fact that what she said, that what she was saying was true because she's seen it on CNN. So that was just dumb as fuck. Then she's telling the other lady, I forgot what her name was, but she's telling her, oh, black people ask for receipts more than anybody, and then just like nonsense, she just said so much dumb shit and and she sounded drunk, honestly. Because she sounded like a female, like that I would be dealing with while she had been drinking, and then I have the realization while I'm in the argument, like, fuck am I talking to this bitch for? Like, it was just so very tracking, and why I just had
all the information that comes out, all the news, even more so we see the marvelous, amazing plan. It's exposing the evil, and also through exposing the evil, folks are looking for good, and they're starting to try to, say the quarterback shared he's addicted to radio.
Yeah, I just looked it up again.
It's like blood from
the homicide rate
so much wisdom from you, so much power.
Like,
and also we're learning.
I mean, I guess like if you believe in Trump's vision, like this makes sense to people, but this doesn't make sense to me. I think it doesn't make sense. Ice makes no sense.
So it's like one thing maybe if you say you wanted to, I'm not saying that they should, but I'm saying it would make more logical sense if you said maybe you wanted to, like, I don't know, FBI or National Guard, SWAT, or like something that would, what are we going to do for people? Like,
how does he think, what does he think's going to happen in a state like Illinois or California? Because he did list Chicago, Oakland,
He's gonna massive incarcerate young brothers. So
that's exactly what's gonna happen.
And look at it like look at it like this. The more you can, I know this is gonna sound fucking crazy, but the way he's looking at it, hey, the more we throw in prisons, the more taxes we draw, government, you know, it's a profit. It's a profit for them, regardless. It's a profit.
I'm saying, like, if we're really serious about crime in America, there's certain things that will be
right up. So people have their own personal, what you call God. You need to understand that first. So when you talk about a personal God, just like they think the black woman of God, if I say, well, there's a power that is energy, and they be like, and I say this energy is a...
Yeah, let me see if I can put you on me back. We're gonna get to the bottom of it. Yeah. Because CJ, can you explain to us what the fuck is going on? You've been breaking the internet over there on the dark side. They been whooping your ass for about 4 days straight. What the fuck did you do over there, CJ? I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it.
I mean, I don't know.
Anybody in here knows the 411 on Brother CJ?
Yeah.
They reach out to me through my official channel on my website, or if you can through Twitter, and we'll try to get connected.
I have tried to reach out through you for Twitter. I don't know the proper channels to get a hold of you, sir. Anything that you can do to help would be appreciated.
Just give them a follow-up. Okay. I'm putting the website in the nest right now for the office locations with the phone numbers. I was actually, in college, I was a staffer there for a little bit. So I've been on the other end of those phone calls.
Thank you, Panda. Right. If you guys can get me that info, I'd really appreciate it.
Will do it. They reactivated a bunch of really old accounts that hadn't been used for a while. I had a couple old accounts that I got a message that it was suspended for violating blah blah blah.
Oh, unless you're a speaker, then let me look at something.
Son of a bitch, they fucking wiped the old Chatman account and some sex bot picked it up. Son of a bitch.
Sorry, buddy. They got you.
Jimmy, sex bot have a new beef now.
Hey, you know what? I know I had this discussion when I met, except before I go out following the speaker pen, right? I know I did, didn't I?
You know, I believe you did, and I think the error of judgment has been corrected, and maybe people will maybe learn a lesson around these parts, and maybe they'll. I don't know what you think's going on here, but apparently people lost their goddamn mind. If they come up here, and I'll fucking shit at and re-put the fucking face. The cells burn down every fucking night because of shit like that. Oh my god. Fucking mistakes, dude.
Surely not that hard.
I needed the friendly reminder myself.
Oh, thank you. This is why we do those friendly reminders. It's just get everyone a little loosey-goosey, so we just do a nice, easy space without something just being on fire, because apparently I have a problem with Jason.
You have a problem with Jason. Dude, there's a crackhead right now riding a weed whacker powered scooter down the road.
Oh, weed whacker powered?
Dude, I'm gonna hit a weed whacker. He's just...
They get
Well, he was going like all of 3 miles an hour.
Who knows, he might be an alcoholic on his 13th of his life.
I'm sure.
What are you guys talking about? That is Chapman. Office.
That would be great, if that was like some time travel.
It's funny because, there's a specific type of person where I live because it's so hot that rides a bike. And he has the whole other song with a need to be love.
It's all the guys on the ground. You're on the
shirt and he like just the signs of the DUI. I love it. Oh my gosh.
Or they have a button-up shirt, but it's open, flapping in the wind.
Absolutely.
I can give you evidence about Hitler. One second. The timeline was it doesn't match what Bridget said. It doesn't match what you said. You said Indiana. One second. The time said it was it was 1911 or something. She said it's that time Hitler was in Vienna.
That article, right?
The timing of this is also very, like, if you have evidence, if you have something to support what you're saying, then show us, right?
Okay, you're interrupting me, so let me finish this. Okay, so now you're on. Go ahead. I mean, like 20 years, I think, is when it was.
They broke up in 1914, because 20 went back.
No, well, that puts it down.
That's what happened. It wasn't 20 years, you just lied.
No, I had
And the World War I started, and he also served in World War I, so the claim is made, he came to Liverpool to avoid...
And he worked for boxes, right? Hitler actually won 2 Irish.
Stop interrupting.
Yeah, because he became leader of the country.
Yeah, he's next.
Thanks, Rick. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys.
How you doing, pal? Anything interesting happening in your world today?
Not much lately. Working on some base value.
Did I see you in some videos out of Imagine?
What?
Did I see that you had made some longer videos out of Imagine where you were like taking Imagine clips and putting them together?
Yeah, I think I did that. I created a Tesla something. I think I'm sure you have watched it. It's cool. I use like I had cinematic shots with the prompt that generate a few things and made a video. It exactly looks like Tesla, like logo, text, and everything. Extremely accurate.
Yeah, I saw it. I thought it was really good. It's Imagine's still a little bit clunky in like and how it moves, but I think that'll be resolved relatively quickly.
Yeah. I think the prompt clearance is a little bit hard for Imagine right now, and I'm sure they're improving that. It's hard. You need to extremely prompt it precisely to get the results, and most of the time you don't get it. So.
some fine ass inmates. It's a damn shame that they.
No disruptions. Compared to chillism. I like chillism more than them rooms though, right? But I'm saying that to your point. 130 people on the fucking stage, right? We're talking about fucking Diddy. We're talking about things that people could disagree about. And nobody's coming off you because of the threat of being glued, first of all, right? And the conversation is going so you can get progressive to the point where people don't.
Yes, trying to get from Congress.
I feel like you have to live on the border to be qualified or educated about the issue.
No, it's so for the people on the border towns that seem more impactful, like if you live by an area near the civil over. Mexicans.
Bring your legs a little, kind of like a shock absorber. And by the time the punch makes contact to your glove or to your arm, now your job is to
into the intent of people pushing out the term like opium and spreading that, and specifically using that particular term to attack people like LT and attack people like Dave from the X-Ray Tour Board. Step back and just think about that. You sit in the farthest deep state media operations. They infiltrate the alternative media space too, and they get people pushing these things, these narratives. It's bad. Hope is bad, right? Too much hopium. I'm here to tell you, you can't have too much hope. The opposite of hope is despair. So you have these people telling you hope is bad. They would rather you be in a state of despair, apparently. Apparently. So they're pushing all this negative connotations associated with the people who are giving us this hopeful message. And they're calling it hopium. Right? And they don't want us to listen to hopium. Why? Interesting, right? What you think about it from that perspective, you talk about?
You know, a couple of years ago, someone came up to Michael, my co-host at the Cafe Lockdown, and she grabbed him while they were protesting on the steps of Parliament and said, "You have an obligation. You have to listen to me. I never come out of the protest. I'm coming to this one. I'm going to tell you something very important. You have an obligation, moral obligation, never to steal hopelessness." And it's been one of our principles, you know, not to sell hopelessness. And I remember the people COVID were sitting around people who were, I guess you call them blue pills, and they were all sitting and telling me resistance is futile. You know, there's nothing you can do.
No, Dr. Bob, those we call them black pill. The blue pilled ones would be the ones who are still walking around in ignorance. I think that would be the appropriate corresponding metaphor for blue pill. But yeah, they're calling those people the black pill. The black pillars, right?
Yeah, completely without and of course, you rejected that, and I rejected that from the beginning, the idea of hopelessness. And if you see how far we've come, and how much stuff we're talking about in the last 40 years has come to pass, I'm beginning to wonder about our ability to manifest our future. And
it's real.
I watched the video where he's talking about the event stream, YouTube now, and the levels of control on the horizon of that. And so, you know, afterwards, I'm worried that we could manifest it, so we better be manifesting positive things. This is the only one. But to the extent that you start to get too much right, you may just start to manifest it. And so there's an obligation to also manifest the real world, not destruction.
And how can we manifest a better world? Well, by giving it attention. What is attention? Stretching out your mental energy in order to grasp concept. Attention. So, how can we continue spreading this positive message while also seeking truth, covering some of the dark topics as well, because people need to know certain things, unfortunately. It's the reality of the situation. Crimes must be exposed, right? Truths must be revealed. People must be held accountable. Now, you know, here's another interesting thing, Doc. You know, the people who get attacked with the opium, well, of course, it's because they're pushing a positive message, but why are those people pushing a positive message? Well, let's take a look at LT and Dave. Both get attacked with this narrative, right? You know, these guys are opium pushers. Oh, you listen to X-22. Oh, these people are cute people, right? And little did they know, they were laughing at us years ago, right? Little did they know. Now they're seeing the pedophiles get arrested, and they're like, wait a minute. All right, largest sting operation you guys have ever seen. Global operations in effect. Assets have already been seized. People have already been removed. The public will be briefed on certain things, as it's appropriate. And, the most recent messages that we're getting is that it's time. Right? And you guys have seen so much movement as it relates to the declassification of files recently. And there's a lot more coming. They're just getting started. And when it started, people were like, oh my god, they're gonna get shit on mortgage fraud. And I was just like, just wait. He is more. Sure enough, what happened? Oh yeah. Chips in a whole lot more trouble right now than just mortgage fraud. All the Russiagate stuff is connecting back to him when he was on the Senate Intelligence Committee. Eric Swallow was being implicated too. Told you. Right? So, who's in control? Well, right now it looks like the patriots are in control. But the battle has always been for control. Was it obvious that the patriots were in control? Probably not. Even some of the things that I saw, I wasn't really too sure. But, I had seen enough in the past to be a bit reserved in my judgment and watch and see how things play out so I could make a better assessment. Well, I had my speculations that they were gathering evidence in the background and they were waiting on the right time to move, and yeah, all those speculations were confirmed. Now we have multiple grand juries that have been convened. The stuff that's happening right now, as I told you guys before, it's gonna make Watergate look like a puppy show, like a joke. The level of the conspiracy that's about to be unveiled, and you guys are all living through it right now. Just think about that. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. It has already been very interesting, as we have seen. Are you guys paying attention to what Trump has done with the IRS? And the stuff he's saying about the Federal Reserve recently? I mean, people, we have arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! I don't know what else to say. There are significant developments that when I look at the bigger picture, I get one. So here's the thing. This is a commonality between Dave and LT. Both of them have a hopeful message. Both of them also are familiar with the keyboard. They may not be like expert decoders, like some of the the deep divers out there, right? And by the way, I'm definitely not any expert decoder, but I've read the board. I'm familiar with the post and I'm able to access them, right? And when certain connections are made and people are posting certain references, I can connect the dots. Definitely people are pointing it out, right? So, they're both familiar with the board. So, they are also aware of ongoing operations happening in the background. So both Dave and both LT review the board, review the information from the board. They listen to what Trump says, right? They listen to what guys like Scabino say. They're paying attention to those comms, right? Communications, right? And of course, why is it being done this way? Well, because the deep state is also listening, watching, trying to monitor what's going on. So, information warfare is a thing. When you're dealing with war against your enemy, knowledge of your enemy, their position, all of that information can be vital. So sometimes, we've seen a lot of this. When you guys saw Trump go in the second term, we saw some stuff happening with the media where information got leaked, and there was this whole signal stuff, and then you saw people got fired. What do you guys think they were doing? They were testing the system. They were catching the potential leakers. They had internal operations going on to sniff out rogue members of the syndicate. All happening right before your eyes. They like literally the Trump administration. I would put it past them to put out a set of information just to see and monitor and track, picks up the information, which media organization they push it to. Because we know there was a lot of leaks going on, right? And then you saw a lot of people lose their security clearance. Interesting, right? Well, all these things are connected. Now you're taking away the criminal syndicate's ability to see what's going on. Now they can plan and react to certain things. Yeah. And slowly but surely Trump is stripping away power and control from different areas. The intelligence corridor is being cleaned out. Big time. Big time. Right? Big time. I'm not sure if you guys know what's happening with the IRS. But let me give you, before I get to that. So Dr. Bob, both LT and Dave follow the cue board. They understand certain things are happening in the background, so they have a more optimistic outlook than a lot of people. Because, they're at least privy to certain intel that the majority of the public isn't privy to. And that makes them a bit more, assured, is the word, that there are people in the background doing what they need to do to hold these people accountable in the right way. Now, this assurance and optimism doesn't mean that we can be relaxed. That's another thing that the media took advantage of. They started to put up this narrative that, these people that are pushing opium, they just want you to sit back and relax and do nothing. Well, if you read the cue board, the first thing you understand about the plan is that you, me, we, the people of the world, are a part of it. It's not about sitting on your ass and doing nothing. That's the first damn thing you actually come to understand after you go through the cue board to some degree. Yeah, there are operations happening in the background that we have no impact on. Okay, no problem. That's fine. But that's one part of the plan. That's not all of it. The other part of the plan involves we, the people, coming into knowledge, understanding what's going on, understanding who these conspirators are. Why? So that we can do something about it. Why? So that we can remove them from positions of power. Knowledge is important, and knowledge changes the landscape. The reason why the media, the same global criminal syndicate that pushes out propaganda, attacked the Q board and came up with QAnon is because of the threat of the information that it poses to their system. It's quite simple. The Q board told us all about these people who are in high places, who are doing things to children. Not only that, they told us all about Hunter Biden, all about Hillary Clinton, all about Obama, all about the syndicate intelligence network, right? The information was fed to us publicly in an open source manner, decentralized. Anybody can access it. And it was done in this way, for public purposes, so that so that there could actually be a civilian resistance. And now enough people who understand what's going on have started to inform others about what's going on and about their, need to act and become part of the solution and not sit down on their ass and do nothing. But before you can do something, you got to get informed. And that's why you're here in the Truth Seekers Tavern. So welcome, everyone. Grab your coffee, grab your tea. Years ago, I mentioned the term quo warranto, and we got to see it being used in a very interesting affair with the whole redistricting in Texas. You remember that? Yeah. So what's a quo warranto? This is a provision by which you guys can you can use this provision to remove public officials that are not serving the public's interests. And there's a specific procedure, and all you need to do is activate it. But you need to know who you need to target first. And that's why you need to pay attention to what's happening in your states and your counties. We have all the information. We know what to do. We know how to remove these people. Knowledge is power. Just ask questions. Right? I wish Jen Rich was here right now. I mean, we talked about this stuff years ago, and when I saw
everyone is welcome here. You just gotta do it the right way. But you can't do it the right way, man, because like I left not too long ago, went out of the country.
So went to the right way. In so many ways, that's the right way.
Let me say what I mean by you can't do it the right way. I recently went to Colombia, and it was not hard for me to go from the United States, fly to Colombia, go do what I wanted to do, come back to the United States, okay? It's not a hard thing to do for most people. The people who are coming across the border illegally, it's a hard thing for them to do because they don't have the paperwork to do it. They don't have a birth certificate.
You just said you already said it, illegally.
Right. The reason they come illegally, right? I recognize that there's a law, man. I just disagree with the law, kid. It's not like I think there's not a law and they're not illegal.
Let's bring back Obi Trice. Whatever happened to Obi Trice back in the day?
I'm talking about rap artist, period.
Tupac, Biggie Small.
They're dead. I'm talking about old rappers that's dead. I'm talking about today's music.
Okay.
Just like how they tried hard to get people to hate Donald Trump. They tried hard to convince people that QAnon is a cult. Yeah. Same people pushing the narratives. Pay attention. And this is what discernment is about.
They thought that QAnon was.
So,
they didn't know it was
a lot of
spam.
time I come in and I get flack for the Q stuff. I just let it slide because it's just like, people who don't know, they don't know. It's not their time. They're not ready to know. So you don't force it on them. Right? But I'm definitely not going to let anybody come in and just make some brash statements that are way off base. If you don't agree with it, that's one thing. That's fine. You haven't seen it, no problem. Maybe you should take a look at it. Right? There's some interesting information there. Right? I mean, you go to those boards and you type in key phrases like Clinton. The amount of information that pops up. Yeah. Well, the Clinton body count is definitely something the public is aware of. The Clinton email scandal is now coming back into the forefront. So, I have no idea what's going to come next. I can't even guess what they're going to declassify next because, Tulsi Gabbard, the morning that Trump went to meet Putin, she declassified files proving that they basically, and by they I mean the deep state within the intelligence community, former DNI and those people, right? Clapper and Brennan and Comey and these people, right? They basically tried to sabotage the relationship between Trump and Putin, US and Russia. Sabotage diplomatic relations. Like there's freaking emails that proved that these guys are spinning this nonsense and spinning this story. And she declassified bombshell stuff right before Trump goes to Alaska. Timing is everything, right? So it's crazy.
Researcher, speaking of emails and controversy, we were talking about, giving just a very deep shots to pregnant women, what a scandal that was. Well, there was a character
They got a lot of streams going.
called Dr. Tom Shimbakuru, who led the vaccine safety data leak for the CDC. And he was behind some of the papers that purported that, this is safe, we haven't started anything, but this is safe, give it to any pregnant women. And he's come under fire. Senator Ron Johnson asked in the Senate, in the subcommittee on investigations, to issue a formal subpoena to the Department of to the HHS, asking for all the emails and Slack communications and surveillance related to C-19 safety that was issued by this Dr. Tom Shimbakuru. It was explicit, it was comprehensive. Guess what happened? 2 weeks after that, there was destruction and a sudden deletion of it, all the records related to this. So stay tuned. This is a story that at the moment no charges have been led, but this Dr. Shimbakuru is he's not in his office anymore. Someone else has been given his position. There's been no public comments. He hasn't testified. He hasn't been charged.
Wow, interesting. So they're just trying to they're shuffling him out and hoping nobody's gonna pay attention. What do you think?
It's very suspicious. But this guy, and like I say, he was the one who wrote the papers that reassured millions of people that it was safe, and he's gone missing, and all the communications and files have been deleted, which speaks to high heaven, and may well be set up for criminal action. So I just want to mention that because it's also emailed skullduggery, and it's hot off the press we were talking about it last night.
Okay, wow. Yeah, that is very interesting, Dr. Paul. Thank you so much for sharing that. Guys, Dr. Paul. Yeah, I was just about to say that there. Go ahead, tell them about the article.
Yes, so this is James Lyons Wheeler, his Substack called Popular Rationalism. This is what I'm reading from. And if you don't know James Lyons Wheeler, he's an amazing scientist and very good researcher, so I can highly recommend the Popular Rationalism Substack.
Yeah, I can get behind his publications. I have seen a few articles he's written on the Brownstone Institute. So yeah, very good stuff. I like it. I actually am not familiar with this Substack, so I'm glad that you also dropped it there. Thank you.
No problem. I'm mindful that it's past your bedtime.
Yes, it is approaching my bedtime. It is 1:37 a.m. here in Kingston, Jamaica. Producer, we're gonna need your streaming services for the next one. So before we dive into that, guys, the floor is open. Any comments, any perspectives before we hand the mic over to producer for the X22 report, which is gonna be a late night stream here.
Hi, it's Glenn. I just put a notice in the chat on a 37-year-old bodybuilder from Massachusetts that died suddenly. You couldn't paint somebody that worked harder on their health, and it's getting a little more visibility in certain circles in the United States. Land my plane.
Thank you for sharing.
You know, it also happens to be in Massachusetts, RFK Jr.'s hometown.
Yes, it's sad to hear that, you know, even bodybuilders are succumbing. But, you know, we do need to understand what's going on. This is how severe these toxins are, these inoculations. All right. Yeah, genetic markers, right? All right, thank you, Glenn. Wow, awesome. All right, I'll grab that link. Okay, any other comments before we close the panel to start the exchange report?
Just damn that climate change. It seems to go straight to the heart and to the bodybuilders. It's hallucinates and climate change is big time cheap. I noticed the BLT also mentioned gold and silver. Big things I think are going on there. I wouldn't be surprised if that came up in Alaska. It hasn't been reported. So stay tuned, keep your eye on those markets because I think a sea change is coming, and it's coming this year. So pay attention. All right.
Oh, thank you for mentioning that. Right, so I forgot to tell you what I learned about the IRS. So guess who has a new position at the IRS, guys?
Scott Bassett.
Yes. Nobody? Is it too open?
Joe Biden.
Oh, hell no.
I would say Satan. I would say Satan, but that would be an older appointment.
Okay. Have any of you heard of the name Gary Shapley? Gary Shapley? Anybody? Has anybody here heard of Gary Shapley? Okay, well, for those of you who don't know, Gary Shapley was an IRS whistleblower. And he is now the deputy chief for the IRS Criminal Investigations Unit. Oh boy, they're screwed. Enjoy the show. No, nobody didn't find that funny. Guys, this is like this is gonna be good, right?
I don't think anybody's awake, researcher.
I mean, I guess not, Coach, but you know, he is now deputy chief for the IRS Criminal Investigations Division. Yeah, an IRS whistleblower was blowing the whistle on fraudulent activity, criminal activity within the IRS. Is now the deputy chief of Criminal Investigations Unit within the IRS. And this comes after he was being harassed by, he was fired, I believe, unjustly. Yeah. He blew the whistle, and some stuff happened, and I don't remember the full details, but it's funny how things kind of turn around, right?
It sounds like
we're winning.
It sounds like putting RFK in charge of the HHS. It's a good sign.
It is a great sign. These are the type of people we want to put in those positions. Why? Well, partly because I think they've earned it, but aside from that, well, Gary Shockley has shown the courage to speak out and do what's right and blow the whistle against, criminal activity happening within the agency. What better person could you put as one of the heads of the criminal investigations divisions? It seems appropriate. It seems fitting. It's poetic, right? Yeah. Poetic justice. Is that the appropriate term here?
In that area, researcher, are you expected to play Sunday morning with Maria Barlova? Because
not particularly. I wasn't planning to. Yeah. What happened?
Great interview. The whole interview with Marco Rubio, and then at the end, she had the lead person doing aggressive accounting at the DOJ, and you talked about delving into January 6th. All of it, including the destruction of records by the first congressional team.
Oh, wow. Well, that actually sounds very interesting, Glenn. Do you have a link to that particular report? And I would stream that definitely.
I
don't see why not.
Don't speak because
is it on YouTube yet?
Well, what happens generally is it's on YouTube, and it usually lasts for about a day, either on YouTube or on Rumble. That somebody puts it up and nobody bothers them, but because it's Fox channel, it won't stay up for forever. I see it because it's part of my bundle, Fox News. So, and I DVR it all the time, so I can get it anytime I want. But
Spider-Man next year.
The average person, like I say, either has to look for it under today's date in either Rumble or YouTube for somebody that grabbed it.
Is it like a
keeps it up for
30-minute
about
show?
1 to 2 days.
Is it like
I'll look for it to bring it back if I find it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, I will set up. I guess a few short streams after the X-22 report. But for now, we're gonna start the report. Before we do that, is there anyone who would like to chime in? Last call.
Just good night, all.
All right. Good night, Dr. Paul.
Yeah, good night.
Thank you all so much. Good night, Michael. Thank you all so much for joining us here tonight, guys, in the Truth Seekers Tavern. And it's been a great conversation. Great report from LT, and we do have another one, which is probably going to be good too. So strap yourselves in, adjust your device volume accordingly. You are connected to the Truth Seekers Tavern live on Clubhouse, and we're about to start the report. I think most people are asleep. So let's do this. Producer, you're up.
You want answers?
entitled. You want answers. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
All our street names are the whole neighborhood is banned. The hospital signs, ban it. The road signs, allow it. You know, it's all Spanish.
You said they're Mexican. Well, let me just ask really quick, just to make a differentiation really quickly. Are you saying that they're Latino or Hispanic or Spanish or however you want to define it? Or are you saying that they're Mexican? Because when you're saying that they're, just to clarify, when you're saying that they're Mexican, that means specifically that they're from Mexico, that's their nationality.
Ethnically, they're Oaxacan.
Okay.
So ethnically, they're what the people that naturally live from Mexico up through into Colorado. They're Oaxacan. So these people have been here for generations, like 40 or 50 generations. They didn't move over the border. The border was set in place, and their community was split. But they have lived here. All the street names are them. We have whole barrio neighborhoods that are all Mexican, all Mexican traditional houses. These are all Oaxacan or native Mexican people, not Hispanic people, not Chicanos. These are all different groups of people. The Chicanos live north. They're in northern Mexico. The Ometepec are down here, which are the Christian and Catholic versions, all the way up to San Xavier. Most of the native people here are, they're native to Mexico and America. Like the people who live on the Indian
Should there be any level of filtration?
Like, have you ever heard the phrase announcing prevention's orthopedic cure?
Well, right, yeah, but this is like, you have to understand that when you're in this area and you drive from, say, Tucson into Nogales to Mexico, there's no change in the people and the diaspora.
It sounds like we're a pretty accommodating country.
No, I mean, it's not that we're accommodating, because
are there any predominantly American cities in Mexico?
Are there what?
Are there any predominantly American citizen, like city? Like you said, the Phoenix and Tucson area is predominantly Mexican. Are there any predominant American cities in Mexico?
Yeah, the coast south of Rock Beach, which is I forget the Mexican, the Spanish name for it. It's Guajero. I want to say it's Guajero.
You're saying there's a higher population of Americans in there than Mexicans?
Yeah, 100%. Americans and Europeans.
I'm sorry, could you tell me what's it called again?
It's south of Rock Beach, so it's like 45 minutes, maybe an hour from Nogales. I think it's Guajero.
I've heard of it.
It's in southern Sahara. It's in southern Sonora, and it's the community like by the ocean where all the nice houses are. Almost that whole area is like Australian, New Zealanders, Chinese, like white people.
Oh, no shit.
It's not Spanish.
No shit, I didn't know that.
And you can't really own property. You have to buy property outright. You can't get a mortgage, so you can really only buy those properties if you have the money to buy your cash to buy them, which most Mexicans don't.
But like to E's point, you would agree that we shouldn't wait for like you said in Colorado when they take over we shouldn't wait for them to take it over for us to be like, oh shit, it's a problem. Like it'd be good for us to kind of be ahead of that. Like I would assume you'd agree with that.
Well, I mean, the problem is that those Venezuelans came in with non-ID. So I'm saying if you have everybody that's coming in and you give them the ability to come here and work, and you just have to show up and get an ID and get your fingerprints and go through the process, right? That stops that person from having multiple identities and living a criminal lifestyle. I think people are incentivized to live a criminal lifestyle when they have trauma and all these things in their life because of the determinants. So if you take the deterministic route and you say, oh, if we give these people good societies to live in, if we do the broken window policing from like a maintenance perspective, where the neighborhoods are good, the neighborhoods are policed, there's cameras at the corner, i.e. sole freedom, right? If we build that society, then the people coming in isn't the problem, because the 1 or 2% of people that are criminalistic will be monitored and rounded up and arrested and go into that system, and in that system they will be a profit mechanism for the country.
It's an interesting thought.
Yeah, it's ironic. I'm also also a determinist, but I just tend to take the complete opposite perspective in terms of borders, because in the same regard where you're saying that I'm not acknowledging that the what about the artists that come in, what about the factors like that. I mean, I feel like I can make a similar argument to what we were talking about earlier pertaining to gang violence. Is like, hey, I'm from Sacramento, and like some pretty good music comes out of here and out of the Bay Area and stuff like that, but like a lot of niggas died over it, and so in the same regard, I just don't feel like the good always is outweighing the bad, and I think I certainly can imagine there's a lot of amazing people even out of some of these really tough countries,
One of the arguments
it's
I hear
just
that is that black people commit twice the amount of crime as white people do. Like that the gang violence in Chicago outweighs, like you have a poor neighborhood in Alabama full of white people, and for some reason, all the violence is in Chicago. Right, okay, it's still 0.001% people. So 99% of black people are doing the right thing and not doing violence, not causing murder. But the conversation that we had was about the 1/1000th of the population that isn't doing. Yeah, you're gonna have bad things happen with an increasing population. You're gonna have more crime. If you go to New York City, you have more crime than you have in the middle of your Illinois near Olympia.
Right, obviously. Yeah.
Right? You just have more crime because you have more people, you have more social interactions, all those things.
More opportunity.
Right, but people are still criminal at a level of about 2.5% of the population. So about 2.5% of criminals for any given population size. That increases the raw numbers, but it doesn't increase psychologically. Like people don't change the pecking hierarchy and all the different things, the hierarchies of people, based on the fact that they're poor.
Can I ask both you guys a question? I've never heard the determinist thing before. Can you guys explain what that is? And both of you, where's that gray area where you guys are both determinists? I don't say that wrong. You guys are both.
The book he hates, talking about
Yeah, I am frozen.
nurture, right? Like what happens, your experiences in life determine who you are as a person.
And where's that gray area where you are both determinists, but there's the gray area where y'all kind of.
Well, philosophically, I'm glad you quoted Robert Sapolsky. Robert Sapolsky is probably my favorite neurobiologist / primatologist / endocrinologist. Yeah, exactly. He's absolutely a genius. But yeah, no, essentially on a philosophical level, in terms of, and I don't want to go too tangential because it's kind of a deep concept.
But this is because of stress that we're arguing about stress.
Well, yeah, that's why zebras don't get ulcers, right? There's basically 4 camps you could fall into, and we're kind of in the middle one. So you've got people who believe in, I'll try to keep it layman's. You got people who believe in fate. That's like a predeterminism. Like they believe in that everything is orchestrated, everything is, that there's no escaping it, kind of prophetic in that sense. You got people who believe in determinism, which is kind of a rejection of free will in some regard. It's not believing that everything is going to happen predetermined, but that things work in a deterministic manner. So that I am essentially, everything that's going on in my mind is a product of what's going on with my brain, my body, my nervous system, my stress hormones. I was predisposed to a lot of these things by genetics, ancestry, stress that I was exposed to while I was a fetus, and all types of things. My whole political perspective, 30 years later, is ultimately formulated by a whole bunch of things that I didn't control. And then you got people who are in the compatibilist camp, which means that they realize that their brain works in a deterministic structure, and that, but they also think that they believe that they can reconcile it with free will. And then you have complete libertarian free will, where these are people who believe that they can make choices individual and separate from what their biology.
That would be your
essentially.
Where do you lie? Where do you lie then, John? Where do you lie?
Me and he agree, and this is what surprises me. If he believes in determinism and the person is derived by all these factors, therefore the Venezuelan that comes here and moves into an apartment building is, if he was in his same position, like if he and Venezuela switched hands, then he would be committing crime at a higher rate. I believe that the Venezuelan comes here, he's formed by his decisions, but the factors, like here in the United States, the better living situation chance that most people that come here would be better behaved as opposed to worse behaved.
So the surroundings determine what happens. As opposed to, and Ian, where are you falling on this?
For the most, it is funny because, well, first of all, I'm philosophically very oxymoronic, but I don't think that that's by intention of trying to be provocative. I do fall on the same spectrum, but I think that it's that yes, if I was in the exact same Venezuelan, I would probably be doing the exact same thing because I only can really account for two things that are going to influence behavior, and that's going to be biology and environment. And outside of that, I don't see much room for anything else. So if I see a schizophrenic on the street, who's homeless, and I were to trade biology atom for atom, neuron for neuron, I would be exactly him. If I had his exact experiences that shaped his biology to be exactly what it is, then I would be exactly him. I wouldn't be not schizophrenic. I wouldn't have to be in this position, trading it on. Like, I think that what helps it is like not just going on the biological level, but looking at it on the physical, like the atom aspect of it. That how could I have done anything different than what he is doing? And if I had his exact experiences, exact genealogy, all of that. So yeah, I do believe that. I think that we fundamentally agree on the philosophical level, but I think in terms of prescriptive level of how we should address that is probably where we differ, because he tends to look at it more like open borders, and I think it's ultimately a compassionate view that he has. So that's why I really do think that he has a positive intention behind it. I just think that there's such a thing as pathological compassion, where the road to hell can be paved with good intentions, and that compassionate view could also come at the cost of deregulating what is a society that's producing something good for the rest of the world. So I think, like I said, philosophically we agree.
Primates don't migrate. Primates migrate in a bifurcational pattern does not respect. It's not a natural way of movement right now. It's artificially attractive. You can't just free
I understand it's not. I understand it's not natural, but neither is capitalism. And so I think that it does fall into the genetic fallacy concept that just because it's natural or not natural doesn't necessarily mean that it is the right way or wrong way or effective way of having governed, how we govern a society.
My anthropology path, I apologize for not knowing the term, but there's different types of animals that operate. They're all animals, but they operate differently in how they stage their young. So their young, for some animal groups, stays with the mother stays at home. For some animal groups, the mother leaves the babies in a nest, and her and the dad go out. And in some parent groups, the dad leaves, and the mom leaves the nest, and search the berries, or the dad leaves to search the meat or whatever. So all these groups act different and do different things before, but they're also mammals and very closely related to wolves. Any mammal that's kind of at the end where they have a kind of you know what I'm saying? So lemurs, that kind of thing. This is the same way humans. And to crush that down is like you're really fucking with evolution here. And I think it's a really bad thing to do because of all the things most humans with stress. Right? When you have these criminal groups, why are they criminals? Because of stress. There's not a change in hierarchy. There is a change at the outburst. There's an endocrine change that pumps the ambush, right? Like adrenaline does not change your behavior on who you make it be in hierarchy. What it does is give you a temporary, it does what you would normally do. So if you're gonna run, you're gonna run. If you're gonna fight, you're gonna fight. But it doesn't change your mood form.
Yeah, I understand. Actually, I want to, Mike, I want to hear what you're hearing.
I'm actually enjoying listening to you guys. I've never actually heard this before. Does Joyce factor this all, or is it all about environment and stuff like that, or can just a bad person be a bad person regardless of their environment? They're just a bad person.
So it's not fun to think about, and if you don't like it, I would recommend not thinking about it because it You know, because you don't always come to a conclusion you're gonna like with these types of conversations, whether it's true or not. Like I don't particularly like that I fall into the determinist camp. But it's very likely because I mean, it would be nice to believe in it, you know. If I, you know, and it's hard because it's like you almost like you can philosophically not believe in free will, but you can only really like,
These guys will go all
hold it down
night.
for like 30 seconds until you start feeling like you're making your own choices again, you know. So it's only a philosophical point that we can come to. You can't really, and that's because agency is such a fundamental pillar of mental health that I think we evolved an illusion of free will to feel like we are making choices and things. Because if we didn't feel like we were, well, then what the fuck is the point of life? You know, why would we even attempt to do anything? So, yeah,
Some
when you
people
say
need
just
to read a
brain
book.
split,
That's the
reading,
point of life. That's the point of life. Read a book.
yeah, essentially. But you know what? I don't think so anymore. I think that humans are a far more evolved species. I think that 1% genetic differences can make a very big difference, and our neocortex is significantly larger than over the last 7 million years than the species that we evolved from. So I think that, yeah, I think that also. Okay, let me ask you this really quickly. Have you reconciled how the Pareto distribution would be relevant to the rate of evolution over the last 7 million years compared to the last 4 billion?
Yeah.
So like how
Yeah,
different of a
but
species
I've
we
been thinking
are
about that
just
when
in
doing a
7
lot of
million, the last
analysis
7
on the
million
Pareto
years.
principle in
We've
the
made
past 8
more
million years.
significant advances in the last 7 million years than we have the prior 4 billion.
Right,
In terms of how much that differentiation is.
Population.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I'm sure we can agree that the primary thing that separates us as a species of Homo sapien versus our chimpanzee ancestors is the development of a neocortex and the capacity for articulated speech and complex thought. Like, that's fundamentally, it's not just, we don't just have consciousness, we don't just have awareness anymore. We have awareness of our awareness, and we sit and contemplate our awareness, and we think about things like life and death and morality and all types of things that other generals don't even contemplate. That's why
Lemurs, I think lemurs think of that.
Yeah, but not the way we do. Not the way we do. There's no determinism.
I think that's tool development, though. If you have before tool development and the hierarchy of needs, you don't have the ability to think about those things because we're in constant survival mode at really high levels of stress. And as that stress changes, it allows brain formation, neurological formation, those different, thought processes. And, you didn't know what you didn't know because it wasn't available. Nothing's created by AI.
But that's my point, is that there's no, well, yes, animals do exhibit a form of morality. That's demonstrated by the way they organize themselves, dogs. But, well, they know what they're doing, but in some regard, but we don't have any determinist dolphins, we don't have any Christian dolphins
that we know of,
and so we know that they take that.
Back to the galaxy, man. Like you're saying that dolphins aren't as complex because they don't have cities, essentially. But we don't know what their neurological formation is.
We do know what that's the thing, though. We can actually study what their neurology is, and we can study their patterns of communication. Like, it's just like when people say, like, a dog is barking and it's really its own language and we don't know what they're really saying. Okay, no, yes, we do. Actually, that's not a language because it's not how a language functions. We can measure their brain activity and see that they're not saying specific dog words, that bark can only mean a couple of things. It can be distress, it can be affection, it can be a combination of emotions out there. But we know that it's not a language like Hindi or Chinese or English or something like that. So we know that ultimately the level of brain activity and complexity of thought is nowhere near the level of a human. And what is the number one thing that separates us as humans?
So I don't think this is settled science.
If you embrace
dolphins don't study
it anymore. You said what? Oh yeah. If you're gonna bring John, I'll bring him up because I can't give out any more advice to him.
And dolphins don't study us. We're like dolphins. They're not studying humans. We can learn.
So here's my theory, right? I think this was because brain food size, and that's why the same reason you have migration. And then you have social groups forming because of the increase in size, which leads to some members of the group being able to focus on intellectual tasks, and some members of the group only be focusing on hunting, and the group starts to bifurcate like that within the social system, where the people who are good at hunting go hunt, and the people who are good at making things and make tools, and that progression keeps going. And it's just the primates are like we're a split off from primate, so we are that evolutionary track. And caused by socialization, more of our groups are getting closer. The closer you get fighting all the time. So the people they pick to reproduce with were more social animals, and millions of years of picking the most social animal, you get speech.
So where's the term? I don't want to say it wrong. Deterministic theory come into what you just explained. Like some people do this, some people do that, some people do this.
Well, essentially that there's realistically no species that has free will. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, there's all types of arguments that you can make for free will, and there's better ones than others. But I find it really difficult, like exceptionally difficult, to make what is the intuitive argument for free will, because it feels very intuitive that we have free will. Because, hey, look, I can choose red or green if I want to. Let's see, I thought I was going to choose red, but I can choose green, right? But fundamentally, there's some biological process that I have to account for that made me even have the curiosity to contemplate it in the first place. Like, then I'm measuring my personality and looking like, okay, well, my personality temperament leans more toward openness to experience, and that's not something I chose. That was influenced by my genealogy and my ancestry. And if I like music, it's like, okay, well, I choose to listen to this music. But then again, if 500 years ago your ancestors were nomads who participated in particular types of rituals, that makes your genealogy more predisposed toward liking certain music and being susceptible to enjoying dancing, and that shaped your preferences over the last 500 years. Like, pretty much every single decision and thought in neuron you have can be accounted for by some prior cause to it, and can be explained no matter how complex that explanation is, because we have trillions of neurons, or no, billions of neurons, trillions of synapses. There's so much complexity, but just because it's infinitely complex, or not infinitely, but immensely complex, doesn't mean that complexity can't be accounted for. It just means that it's difficult to be accounted for, and under the logical frame, it seems that obviously, just because we're not able to account for every single neuron doesn't mean that it's not having a reason why. It's kind of it puts a different perspective on everything happens for a reason. When people say everything happens for a reason, they usually mean it fatalistically. When they say like everything happens because it was meant to happen, because like some type of prophecy or some type of reason of the future, as opposed to everything is happening, everything that's going on right now happened because of a prior cause, something led to it happening. And that's basically determinism in a nutshell. Everything happens for a reason.
Like trying to put meaning to something that we really can't have meaning for, so to speak. We're just trying to apply a meaning. Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, it's not. That's why I say it's not nice to think about.
It's heavy shit, bro. Like, you guys go mad, but this is heavy. This is fucking heavy shit right now. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Because there's layers to this, right? Like you started, there's layers, there's little layers, there's little layers. It's like, well, fuck, dude. Now we're like, whoa. I've never even heard of this.
Not really. I mean, this is mostly like thinking about evolutionary biology. I don't have all the answers to it. This is just thinking about evolutionary biology and how like this is leads to like artificial intelligence. So we're kind of working from the.
Well, it's like subconsciously, or from what I'm getting from it, like subconsciously, you were going to make the choice you were going to make, whether you knew it or not, because of whatever factor you had, either in your ancestors or where you were raised or blah blah blah. But you were probably going to go down that path regardless.
Well, almost. I mean, if you look at neuroimaging data, for example, if you look at like before somebody has a thought that they can identify with their thought, if you were to look at neuroimaging data, you'll actually see the part of their brain associated with those thoughts or behaviors light up before the person is consciously aware of the behavior or thought.
best to keep up here, K, bro. I fucking Jesus.
Oh yeah, it's like I don't want to think
distribution is like where the population is split into people who work and don't work. Like a corporation is said to have 90% of the people that just fucking stand around with their thumb in their ass, and 10% of the people actually make the money. And so that's why you see corporations with smaller and smaller groups of people.
Well, it's even worse than the 90-10. It's actually the square root of the amount of people in a given domain produce 50% of the results. So if you got, like it's 90-10 if you look at like 100
worse than what I said.
Oh, it's worse. It's like infinitely worse, right? Because it's like if you have 100 people, that means 10% of them produce 50% of the work, right? Which doesn't sound too bad because like, okay, top 10, produce the same as the other 90. But then that also means if you have 10,000 people in a given organization, then the top 100 of them produce 50% of the work, and then the bottom 9,900 produce the other 50%,
And this is
and so
what
on.
do with their time.
So exactly. So and so on. If you have 1 million people in a given industry, the top 1,000 of them produce 50% of the work, and the bottom 999,000 of them produce the other 50%, and so on.
This explains why China's so fucked up, because it's got billions of people, right? Do the square root on that. How many people are contributing to the work? How many people are sucking on the team? His contention is, hey, we open up all the borders, millions of people coming here. Now what? Now 4 of us are fucking supporting 300.
Yeah, you're right, man. You're right. You guys suck. This is tough shit to swallow, bro. This is tough shit to swallow.
Say, what the fuck? What do square roots right
This
now?
is tough shit to swallow.
Jeez, fellas. I want to do this shit.
Okay. That's why I mean, spreadsheets and GPT. Just ask why they are.
You a nerd.
Dude said China's got billions of people. Take the square root of that.
Well, there's a distribution of intelligence too, right? So
You know what,
if
John?
you have people, you also have higher amounts of really smart people to solve problems.
Yeah, and John, I tell you what, I blanked out probably about an hour and a half ago. That's why you didn't hear me say anything. Motherfucker, I gotta go do some operations in the morning. I ain't got time for this shit.
Well, funny thing is, Kenny, you have no choice whether you want to do the operations or not, brother. You're gonna do it.
That's predetermined to do that.
Yeah, it's predetermined.
Mike, you want to?
That's true.
Man, you're good people, Z. I like you, E. You're good.
Mike, look up PV.
Yeah, cool, but it's like, I don't think that hard no more.
PVNP is a math problem. It's PVNP completeness.
It's motherfucker. It's a
How
nerd.
you can figure out how, like, if a process will end in a certain way, right? And this is just as true for organic processes as it is for electromechanical. So PVNP, if we solve that problem, then we'll solve determinism and we'll know whether it's true or not.
Yeah, fuck that.
Who the fuck is thinking this hard and they're looking for this? God damn.
That's not. These are old problems, man. These are just this is old shit.
Well, despite our agreement on a lot of the philosophical domain, it's interesting that we don't extract
Just don't keep
the
going.
same direction to the political domain. Because we seem to be not completely antithetical in the political domain. I mean, we probably agree on some things, but yeah, I think Kay and Mike, what it really comes down to is like your political beliefs. I always say that politics is just like a cultural and economic manifestation of philosophy. So that's essentially at the core of your political beliefs are really just your philosophical beliefs.
Would you say
So
religion?
I'll let you guys done about this. I don't care.
you said what, Mike?
Would you say religion kind of falls into that kind of thing too?
Yes, religion is a philosophy for sure.
I
Religion
still have
is
this conversation with my kid and just kind of do the political compass, just showing this.
So
That his philosophical beliefs, alter his political beliefs. And he doesn't even realize what's happening when he answers the question.
yeah, I mean like
And he's working.
I mean, although sometimes it can go very odd directions, such as with myself, and you pointed out, John, that like I'm a determinist who has a lot of conservative views, but doesn't fall in the category of conservative.
particularly attempt to agree with the side, like agree with what's counterintuitive. So whatever you think, whatever your perspective is, the strong. And this is kind of what Mike, what me and you were differing on earlier. You and Seneca were very strong on the, take accountability. I don't mean to not strawman you in any way, but kind of like pull yourself up by the bootstrap type of position. And to be honest, I generally lean a little bit more toward that side of the argument, but I think that you have to be really careful and precise with how you formulate that argument. So I think the problem with where I agreed with some of the stuff Seneca was saying, there's other problems that I disagreed with what he was saying.
We were forgetting about the determining factors that lead.
Well, I think I'm
trying to say, right?
Yeah, well, I think when I looked at Seneca, what he had was like, first of all, he's fed up. He's fed up, and from his perspective, with black people who don't take accountability in their life. He's fed up with the guy who walks into the store and steals some shit, gets caught, and then it's like, oh, it's because I'm black, right? Yeah, okay, people like that are really bad representation of the black community. And I think he's seen a lot of that, and I think actually what it really is at the core of his belief is he's found a very empowering message for himself, which is that, hey, it's not the white man's fault. They're not holding me back. I actually can take accountability for things. I can change my life. I have the ultimate authority and power over my life. America, we're not dealing with these same things we were dealing with since before 1865. I think that he has a very empowering message, but I think that the way that he's taking that empowerment is, one, he's using it very condescendingly toward other black people, and also he's being overly general when he says the term black people, that black people need to learn to do this, and this. When you make a statement like black people need to learn to do this, and this, it's never going to be perceived well. It's not going to be persuasive for people who have the counter argument. I think that what happens is that it's just the same concept as a Candace Owens complex, where you had somebody who had this liberal mindset at one point and had these beliefs like, oh my God, we're being oppressed, these things, and then they had a wake-up call like, hey, actually I have way more power. But then now you've literally swung the same way the pendulum has just swung to the other side. So now you're just going into all these right beliefs, and now you're not accounting for how you felt prior, which was that there actually is some oppression, there actually is racism, there actually is things that go on. And I think it's really difficult to find a balanced view, because what you have on the left is you have a bunch of liberals who are complaining about the white man and how, everything, it's so impossible for the black man. And then you got people on the right who are saying black people can do anything and don't do, and that racism isn't real. So you have to synthesize a balanced point of view. The only thing I felt like he wasn't synthesizing a balanced point of view into what he was saying. And that's why I didn't fully disagree with everything he was saying. I did very much so disagree with the way he was expressing it.
Yeah, it's not absolute. It should be applied. Sorry, go ahead, Kenny. Go ahead.
No, I came in at the tail end and you didn't even speak. That's why I want to get that conversation going, because and why I wanted to shut down the room, I said, well, we just roll it over here, because I wanted to learn more of that conversation.
From what I got from it, I think you're saying like it's not an absolute thing, it shouldn't be applied that way, which I actually agree with. And I think what I thought was off a little bit about what Seneca was saying was that like he for lack of a better term, he was basically saying they bring it on themselves. And I thought that was kind of a weird way to look at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was saying you reap what you sow.
Yeah, right.
There's aspects of it where it's like, okay, this is what isn't properly accounted for. Where he's right is that the solution ultimately has to come from a place of responsibility, because we don't have other options outside of responsibility. So like, if my life is shit, even if I have an oppressor, it fundamentally is my responsibility to figure out how to surmount these obstacles in my life. Like I didn't have my dad in my life and whatnot, and I didn't have a good relationship with my mom, and I still don't have a good relationship with a lot of people in my family. But I found a way to make a pretty decent life for myself and make some decent money for myself and be in a decent enough position to where I'm happy with my life. Now, ultimately, that comes down to my responsibility. But at the same time, I also have advantages too, that I have to account for.
also, I think, where the problem with conservatism sometimes, and there's problems with both liberalism and conservatism, is liberals think everybody can do anything. You know, but also liberals at the same time, while they think anybody can do anything, they also take no responsibility. Like they think that if something bad has happened to you, like if you experience trauma, then you're just like hopeless and like nothing is your fault. And I know that's a little bit overly generalized, but I'm just saying that's a bunch of
progressive side.
Or the progressives, yeah, thank you. And then when you have like a lot of conservatives don't take account for the fact that like they're like, well, I grew up and I didn't choose to be in a gang and I didn't choose to do these things. But it's like also look at what your background was. Like look at your life comparative to somebody else who would have been in that circumstance. So I feel like a lot of conservatives like compassion. And I don't even mean, maybe compassion is not even the right word. I think just like the ability to actually put yourself in another person's circumstances, and they can say things like, oh, well, I never chose to do drugs. I never chose to do this and this. Yeah, some people don't choose to drink because they literally don't like how it feels. That's why they don't drink. It's not a moral thing. It's not because, oh, I just don't drink because, you know. And there's people whose, you know, dopamine receptors are 20 times more sensitive to it, and their mother did crack, and they're predisposed to addiction. And if you were in that same person's circumstance, you would be struggling with addiction as well. I mean, my grandmother doesn't smoke weed. She doesn't do anything because she doesn't like the way substances feel. I love the way alcohol feels. I just choose not to do it because I think it can be destructive for me. So it's like we're fighting a completely different battle. But I'm also not interested in eating like fast food or high sugar food because I just don't really like it. But she is. So we're all predisposed to different things. The problem with conservatives is that they're not accounting for people's predispositions. They're not accounting for people's background. They're not accounting for their history. They're not accounting for the fact that even the motivating message that they might have for themselves that's empowering, other people don't even always have the same intellectual opportunities to process those ways of thought because the stuff that they're going through has not enabled them to be able to do that. So it's easy to just say anybody can do anything and we can all pick ourselves up by the bootstrap, but that realistically is just not true. That we can all do.
Yo, let me ask you a question. How high are you?
As high as my profile picture.
This motherfucker's high as an eagle ass.
I hate to admit it, but there's a little bit of truth to what he's saying there. It makes it it's fair.
Yeah, I can tell.
It's fair. Well, no, I mean, it's as conservatives, we kind of get caught up in the whole thing. Well, just make the fucking right decision. Like, what's wrong with you? Just make the fucking right choice. And we kind of
this motherfucker have been around the whole realm of reality.
We kind of like forget to take a step back.
I was trying to talk about the IQ distribution. Like that's like the key problem here. Like
just niggas high too. God damn it.
50% of these people are really dumb, and they just do not have the ability. They don't have the horsepower to make the right decision. They just, no matter what group you're talking.
And
I don't know what it is, Adrian. I need to get high. I need to start indulging in that
The
place.
more complicated the world gets, the more of the IQ distribution is not able to compete, which is why we have the poverty problems that we're having.
They got that medical.
Adrian, you're more than welcome to come off mic.
They got that medicinal shit, Kay. We can't get that shit.
And Mike, I just want to address what you're saying.
I don't indulge in marijuana. I just don't. I like the smell of it, but I don't. Like, I've been high one time, and that was it for me.
Nerd.
Sorry about that, Dave.
Yeah, I'm a nerd, but I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah,
And Mike, I just want to address what you're saying real quick too. Like as far as like the problem with conservatism, I'm not saying that conservatives aren't right in terms of their solution. Their solution is actually 100% correct because there's two primary pillars of mental health, and they're agency and gratitude. And when you look at, for example, something like appreciation, it actually is a fundamental pillar of your life, of your mental health. Appreciation, you have to look at it not just like being happy about the things that are in your life, but look at it like the opposite of depreciation. Look at it like in terms of economics. Appreciation is the psychological mechanism you use in order to preserve the positive things that are in your life. So you need that preservation, and then you need that sense of agency
decisions in your life. These are the two primary pillars of mental health. So conservatives have gotten that down. They appreciate, hey, we're in the greatest country ever. We have the most opportunities ever. They're in that. They also have the sense of agency. Hey, I can do anything. That is not the problem. The problem, like they actually really do have it right in terms of their assessment. The diagnostic is proper. What's not what they're getting wrong? What they're getting wrong is the prescription. So the modality on how you influence somebody to take accountability, the modality on how it's like what it's like as a diagnostician who doesn't understand operant conditioning, and what I mean is like a psychologist who understands how to diagnose but does not know how to treat. A psychologist who understands how to diagnose can see, okay, this person has narcissistic personality disorder in combination with bipolar and these other mood disorders and stuff like that. But they do not have any sense of like, okay, what's the proper prescription to prescribe this? What kind of cognitive behavioral therapies do I need to give this person? How do I treat them? So yes, the conservatives do an excellent job at diagnosing problems, but they don't always.
That would be a psychiatrist. That's a psychiatrist.
Yes, a psychiatrist.
We can't do that.
Well, the psychologist is going to do the cognitive behavioral therapies, the psychiatrist is going to prescribe it.
Correct.
Yeah. In the sense that you are, but a diagnostician is not really going to be either one. You know, a diagnostician is just somebody who's capable of assessing the problems without treating them or prescribing it.
That's all we need.
Not crazy. Yes. Wow.
That's interesting.
And like what I'm really saying is that you guys have the right diagnosis, but by just telling somebody, well, just get up and do it, that's not going to work. Like you have to get them. And the crazy part is, like I said, I tend to align a little bit more with you guys' way of thinking about things. Ironically, despite the fact that you probably, well, yeah, it is, and despite the fact that I probably came off like the opposite perspective, I actually tend to align a little bit more with where you guys are thinking of it. But I also look at the other side of the perspective that if you wanted to reach out to those people, in order to change their perspective, you have to deeply empathize with their plight and sort of on a step-by-step basis, which is that, you know, you can't, like he said, you're telling crippled people to walk. You can't just start off telling them to run. You can't just start off, like when I'm talking to old brother Mike, who's the gangbanger and stuff like that, I've grown up around these type of people my whole life, and some of the smartest people who taught me this shit I know were gangbangers. But at the same time, I'm at a different perspective where I would never want to be involved in anything like that, but I have to empathize where they're at, meet them with where they're at, see what their individual circumstances are, what's motivated them to want to be in that in the first place, and run a proper set of diagnostic criteria, and then assess what is the way that I can communicate with this person in a way that's going to be effective, that's going to be empathetic, and that's actually going to inspire a change in them. And conservatives just do a fucking awful job at that, despite the fact that they have the issue, right? And liberals oftentimes have the approach, right, in terms of how to be,
I think
you know,
just trolling.
No, but
Which one,
I
Seneca?
think you guys just like punishment. Like liberals and conservatives like to punish people who step outside the bureaucracy. They love rules and they love to keep the game on their side. And when somebody starts winning against them, they want to change the rules so that their group gets the win. People who think like that. It's like
I feel like liberals are like, just be nice to me and give me compassion, and like it's hard for me, and then conservatives are just like, get the fuck up, and like, but they're telling get the fuck up to like people who like can't walk sometimes, you know, like they're like Andrew Tate with like cancer, just fucking get up and walk it off, fuck, you know, like.
Yeah, you only got one leg, but motherfucker, you better get the hoblet.
Put some I got one leg. Sounds like a problem for a bitch.
But I don't see liberals still aren't free with the money. Like they don't just want to give money to anyone to have them, you know, quote unquote walk. They don't want to get people out to zero. Like in the large. They want to be paid to manage that person's life. They want to be paid to make the decision for that person. But they don't want
I wanted to ask you, could you differentiate progressive, because you corrected me earlier, and I appreciate it, progressive versus liberal?
Yes. I think most people are liberal in certain instances versus progressive. Your progressives is what you're seeing now within the last 10 There's no rules. It's gonna be Lord of the Flies.
You know what frustrates me about this is we're always talking
Yes,
about
sir.
these things, but this is like this is old school philosophy that came up that was anybody, there's no rules. You know what I mean? From an art, like there's a deep social, like of progressive. There's a deep social connection between, postmodern philosophy and literature and thought and the, Michel Foucault's of the world, and then that kind of spawns progressive.
Do you guys think that progressives have to be liberal?
Yeah. Your viewpoints are generally liberal, but you're also about control, right? You end up in the top left now.
And that's why you can see your liberals, the old school liberals, are more right to center right, I should say, now, because I was a die-hard liberal.
About like the fundamental problem between conservatives, because there's a lot of aspects of it, and a lot of them come down to personality. But another thing that is problematic, they all tend to have the exact opposite problem, and it's not even surprising because they're opposites. Is that conservatives, liberals are way too flexible. Like that's the purpose of liberalism, is to not. You want to stand on the shoulders of giants, and you don't want to be radical iconoclasts, but you don't at the same time. Yeah, you don't want to be radical iconoclasts and just tear everything down. But at the same time, while you're preserving that tradition, you want to be susceptible to software updates that are useful. So we're not just keeping the same old software. So the conservatives have that right in the sense that I haven't heard of Terrence McKenna. But I know maybe I should look into it.
No, I'm sending it to you right now. Give me a minute. Go ahead. I'm sorry for your work.
But the problem with conservatism in that sense is that yes, they can be a bit too rigid because they see the value in the tradition. They realize that like what people have said, like Douglas Murray said. He said these are people who think that they're smarter than all of their ancestors and haven't even bothered to read their ancestors. And the conservatives are the ones who realize that like, hey, tradition has value, and there's people who come before us who are way smarter, but they're not always, they get rigid with that, and they're not susceptible to update, and so they can get stuck in an ideology. But the looking left is the exact opposite. They're always so willing to try something new and be so flexible and not set boundaries properly, to where they're willing to say, hey, yeah, let's let men participate in women's sports and have all types of crazy ideologies.
So do you see that men the women of Sparta stories, right? The women of Sparta are like the greatest athletes, all that.
I don't know about the greatest athletes.
So the socialization of women in Sparta was such that women were put in the same position as the men for generations. So by late in Spartan history, the women were considered tougher than any man in any country other than Sparta.
I don't know if that's true. We didn't have a way of properly assessing that the way that we do now.
Right.
Yeah, but the Spartans got their ass whooped by a bunch of gay guys.
Well, I mean, yeah, John, like women, like a woman MMA fighter, like a woman.
Look at Amanda Nunes versus John Jones.
No, I was saying hold on. From an evolutionary biology perspective, there are plenty of different groups, like hyenas, for example, where the women are much bigger and larger than the men based on socialization. So
yeah, but not with humans.
Well, it's because humans aren't socializing.
But it's not just humans. It is in our. Yeah, but that's the anomaly.
Biology, now, right?
But what's that anomaly based on? It's based on their genetics. And how were their genetics selected? They were selected in
no, that's not true. It's not based on their genetics. So the reason that it's not based on their genetics is because if you have women who are conditioned to be larger based on what their genetics are, then the men will also proportionally be larger than that demographic of women as well. So if you have, for example, Samoans who tend to be bigger, have larger features, yes, the women will be larger than some men. If you look at like Korean men for example, or
Right.
Filipino
Or
women.
look at black women.
But you're not, but that's comparing apples to oranges because you're comparing Samoan women to Korean men as opposed to Samoan women to Samoan men who are going to be way larger than the Samoan women and the Korean men and women. So you have to compare it to its proper counterpart with.
Okay, where am I going with this conversation? It's like,
Well, because what he's essentially saying is that, I mean, I'm saying that I don't think men should be able to participate in women's sports and that the left has lost their fucking mind with all the transgenderism shit. But I imagine that he might be a little bit more sympathetic to those.
I'm not even sympathetic to it. I'm just saying that if you, for generations, thousands of years, if you just let men and women play together, the women that get produced from that over time will be way tougher than they would have been otherwise.
No, I don't think
They
so.
might necessarily be tougher than the men in any given year, but over time, the women will be, like if you choose all the women who are more fit to have children with, and the women who are less fit are not, you will, get a genetic trait of women that are more fit.
Yeah, this is what boggles.
It's just evolution of selecting for fitness. Like this is
okay, I'm lost. What does this have to do? What does this have to do with men playing against women?
What he's saying is he's trying to make an argument that men don't have an inherent advantage. He's trying to make a biological argument that men don't have an inherent advantage against women. But I'm saying
that's
absolutely crazy.
That's been disproven. That's a bullshit argument there. I'm sorry.
And what I'm saying is
men have denser bone structure, more muscular. We can dominate any female in any sport. You can have a high school boys team can outbeat anybody in the WNBA because we just better. You can take the same thing in soccer. When a purple-haired girl was sitting there and stumped on the flag, that played for the U.S. soccer team, she disrespected the flag, got their asses whooped by a collegiate team. Got their ass ran. Men are just better and dominant at sports than females because of our genetic makeup.
Right, what's your genetic makeup over time, Dave? Do humans never change?
Yeah, but it doesn't. No, they do, but they don't change over the course of short periods of time, like 100,000 years. When these have been better.
I'm just saying that if you have women who are competing with men, the women that you produce on the outside of that, they're socially selected. If you socially select all the women who are physically fit, who are larger people.
But what I'm saying is that what you're saying is incredibly hypothetical because what that's what it would take.
You're moving low that is
species socially select. I'm just saying that if you look at hyenas, the women who are larger, so there's no woman, there's no man.
They're not women, they're female.
Okay, there's no male hyena that can beat up a female hyena because they're just.
Yeah, but that's the thing is we're not hyenas and we have
because
of
we
years
selected differently. Correct, right. So I'm saying if we.
But even if for the next 10,000 years, if we decided to socialize females differently to make them the dominant species, they still would not be able to dominate men because the level of how long it has taken for men to develop to be physically dominant to women is not something that's happened over the span of human lineage. It's something that's happened for millions of years because you look at chimpanzees and the male chimpanzees are still dominant. Even 7 million years ago, we're still dominant to the females. We're not going to breed this out in another 100,000 years, or maybe probably not even another million years.
You can say your gorilla is the same thing. Exactly. Female gorillas would never go up against a male gorilla because she knows she's going to be pulled apart.
And I think it's more rational to conclude that instead of trying to shape evolution for the next 20, 30 million years to where females can compete with men, we should just establish that it is not fair for men to be able to compete in women's sports when you have someone who's a swimmer ranked 200 and something, and then now suddenly everyone when he starts competing against women, I think that it's just better to separate them as opposed to let's wait 30 million years for us to be able to.
Now put that Leah Thomas, when you're speaking of Leah Thomas, put him against Michael Phelps and see what happens.
No chance. He
gets smoked.
In the same
with these.
But you want to go sit here and beat up on women? That's bullshit.
And it's the same with these UFC fighters. You can take pros who are not in the UFC. You could take amateur fighters and put amateur male fighters and put them against. There is no woman in the world who can beat rank number 50 in the middleweight division of women. There's just none. It's such a disadvantage, and that's where I say liberals lose their fucking mind with this compassion shit, because where they're coming from is really, I think, to some degree, trying to be like, well, look, we need to let everybody into spaces. We don't want these people to be, ostracized from life. If I was in that person and I was born transgender, I want somebody to treat me, and I want to have the same opportunities. Yeah, I see that it's coming ultimately from a positive perspective, but we gotta not be willing to lose our fucking minds in order to support people.
The boxer out of Michigan, Jack, black girl. She was Olympian like 3 times, gold medalist. She tried it. She said, "Oh, I can beat a male." Got her ass knocked straight the fuck out. Not straight the fuck out.
But that was
and then she tried to say, well, his gloves were unpadded, made up all kind of excuses. What the fuck is her name? Clarissa Shields. Great fighter. They're gonna knock her for a woman. Because now she wants to go on this campaign to fight Layla Ali.
Yeah, I can see to the somewhat irrelevant. Well, I'm not saying you're making this point, John, but like this is the point that's commonly made that is irrelevant. Ronda Rousey would fuck me up. Amanda Nunes would fuck me up. And I actually train. I'm a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I've been training boxing for 10 years. I'm just not as good as them. And I train with like female black belts, and female black belts fuck grown men up even when they're 110 pounds. There's no debate about that. We know a highly trained female will fuck up a grown man who has no training. Absolutely. But
correct.
That is skill. Exactly, because the skill. But then when you put another man who has the same level of skill or the same level of training, there is no chance that woman has you're gonna die. You're gonna die. Like there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing you
It's
can
like
do.
putting your top degree jujitsu against what's the famous podcast?
So Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan. Well,
yeah.
fucking break your leg in a minute.
Joe Rogan.
I would never fight him. I'm third. I have my 3rd degree in Taekwondo. I would never try to fight that guy.
You don't want to get kicked by Joe Rogan.
Fuck no. You heard of those stats?
Oh my god.
Shit. Fuck that.
So this seems to be the same in chess. And I mean chess IQ, there's a lot of correlation here, right? Where men are just dominant in the field. And I'm always asked the question that I look at what's competitive and I don't know, has a physical attribute so chess is one of those things, endurance running is one of those things, but it does not seem
You're about to make me get real toxic.
No, look, I don't
we're about to go there. Masculine action.
I don't see any woman that's competitive in the endurance racing and
or chess or video games.
If you look at chess or video games, right? Piloting, I mean anything that's kind of mental and physical. Formula One, IndyCar. You remember Danica Patrick, right? That was fucking.
Yeah, couldn't win a fucking race at all.
Right.
Win shit.
Why do you think this is? Is it because my very progressive liberal self in the past would have said that at some point women will, there's some woman out there, but now I'm less and less believing that that's going to be the case.
Well, look at it as far as the chess problem. As far as the chess problem, we know why that is, and you were talking about IQ literature. So let me ask you, because I'm not sure how you've done a lot of research, but I've done a lot of research too, and very likely our research has also differed on. You probably know things I don't know. I probably know things you don't know, but I want to see if you know this. What is the differences in IQ between men and women?
I think it's the standard deviation.
it's virtually none. It's virtually identical in terms of their IQ differences, but there is a difference at the outsets of it. So all of, like, in terms of average, exactly, in terms of average IQ, they're virtually identical. There's no difference that you can really find whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm talking about the high end.
But yes, but also the low end. So the reason it's average is because all the stupidest people in the world are men, and all the smartest people in the world are also men. So when you're looking at the people who tend to get the really fucked up 55 IQs that they just are pretty much, like totally useless to society in terms of productivity, right? Or developing any skills. They're all men. And then you got the people, the Bobby Fishers, and the people with 180 IQs and 190.
Virtually all men.
Tend to be men. They're virtually all men. So when you look at what does it take to be a Magnus Carlsen, there's no training to become a Magnus Carlsen. In case if you don't know Magnus Carlsen, best chess player who's ever lived, pretty much. Basically, there's no training to be a Magnus Carlsen. This is a superior, just like there's no training to be a Usain Bolt. You know, like you could train your whole fucking life. You're never gonna be able to run with this man. He's just got freakish genetics. You know, similar to a John Jones guy who's just got freakish genetics.
Women with freakish genetics, like even Vogelson or whatever her name is, the German chess player. He's the best woman ever lived. I think she's 24, 2500, something like that. She ain't even close to Magnus Carlsen.
Yep.
The Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, the girl who did the Queen's Gambit too.
Yes.
Like, he's also way far apart.
She wouldn't be able. She wouldn't be able to. Yeah, the level of.
Not even in the same ballpark.
Yeah.
The
It's
greatest programmers that ever lived that are on the women's side, like Ada Lovelace, that the programming language is made out of, not even raising candle.
Not even in the. And not even in
What was the chess player that ended up fleeing to Canada because of charges? He was getting charged of huge in the 80s.
Bobby Fischer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bobby Fischer still wasn't as good as Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he was really good, but Magnus Carlsen.
Since that what got me into playing chess.
Even Hikaru is better than Bobby Fischer ever thought.
Oh yeah.
Because of computers and all sorts of stuff, there's not even a comparison between people today and chess and people. You know,
but that's where we go into the patriarchal domain, where I'm willing to slightly be misogynistic, but more so patriarchal than misogynistic, is that
I just don't
yes,
like
women can't compete with men in pretty much most competitive domains because they're not wired to be competitive. They're wired to be well, yes, they're wired to be social. They're wired to be connected. They're wired to be what's the word that I'm looking for that I can't
nurturing.
Nurturing is the opposite of competitive, collaborative, you know, in that sense. So when you look at a male, what do you think, protect and provide? When you look at a female, why did she have breasts in the first place? You know, it's to nurture her children. It's to be a caring. So exactly, but that's the thing is they're not wired to be competitive, just like we're not wired to be docile. That's why society doesn't reward us for being docile.
My wife is a very smart lady, but she doesn't have any interest in chess and or things. Like I like chess and cameras and engines and electric and all these things. She has zero fucking interest in that shit, bro. Biology, chemistry, like zero interest. Smart lady, works in medicine, has zero interest in doing medicine or learning about it on her time. Like it's just because it pays her bills. It's very utilitarian. So,
but I would tell you, she's in medicine, right?
Yeah, she went into
If
medicine.
you notice,
girls do egalitarian.
But if you notice, maybe her female friends that's in medicine as well, how they are trying to become so masculine. It's insane. I can't stand talking to them fuckers.
Well, dude, my wife's very egalitarian. I mean, we have a lot of kids. She puts on makeup before I get up in the morning. She's not.
But I get what you're saying, KP. You're saying that you can't stand the fucking modern. This is why I don't like female rappers. I'm sorry. It's very rare that I can appreciate it because it's an imitation of trying to be a nigga, and you're not. And it's like it don't even sound right when they say certain stuff. Like they be like, yeah, and that nigga ate my ass, and I put it like, and it's just like, no, that's not.
Or even hear young women say, "Suck my dick." It's like,
oh my god, it's just like you're gonna be single for a long time, baby. You got another thing coming.
It's like I'm damn near 50. I'm damn near 50 years old. I don't want to hear that shit.
Bro, I really like since I've become like I'm the big 5-0 now, so I have in my old age, man, I can't listen to rap anymore, bro. I really haven't been able to listen to it since I was like 40 years old. Like 35, 40 years old, I've been done. I just can't.
Yeah, I was done with the great era. We had Pac, you had Biggie, you had Nas, you had some other people.
Oh yeah, there were some good folks.
That was a great era.
Oh my god.
Now you can go back to Houdini was one of the dopest groups. This new shit, like what the fuck did you just say?
I ain't gonna lie, there is certain motherfuckers that you can't knock Mac Dre, you can't knock E40, you can't knock Larry June if you know Larry June.
E40 is hilarious.
Well, that's of our age.
They're all old school though. Yeah, they're in our age.
Yeah. And you don't know Larry June's a little bit older than me. Actually, let me ask you, John, how old do you think I am? So yeah.
32.
32. I'm
32.
Yeah, I was pretty close.
Yes, sir. That's why I say like certain.
Wait a minute, I'm old enough to be both y'all daddies.
I'm 50. Retarded.
Oh, not you.
Yeah, I was born in 75. I'm old.
They'll see that, brother.
KC, you was fucking real young.
I got 30-year-old children.
Well, my eldest is 31. My oldest is 31.
Yeah.
What's up, Hodges?
So I've got a 26-year-old almost 30.
You got it, bro.
Yeah,
It's the same guys as in you. Heard it.
In my time, man, we really changed what liberal meant. When Kate talks about liberal and progressive, like I think George Carlin is out right now, and I think of him as a liberal, he would be Terrence McKenna.
Done. He would be done.
They would have thrown that motherfucker out the street. Like Terrence McKenna be more canceled than he was with the Senate.
I'm talking about shit. When he did his stand-up, that was like 92, 93-ish, I think.
Yeah,
his ass would have been cooked.
1997?
He would have been cooked.
Yeah, I think he died in like 04 to 07 or something like that. Maybe 08.
When he said, hey, there's a big club, and your ass ain't in it. Done.
But he was what I thought of as liberal, like a free speech advocate.
Yes, he was very liberal.
But everybody else down the progressives do not want that. They more bound. Like everybody's got to follow our social policy, or we're going to socially exclude you.
That's why I wonder, is like, how do we get?
And if he was alive, he'll be way far right now. He'll be on the right.
Yeah, he'd basically be a Trump supporter. That's how far the Overton would do it.
How do we get back to a classical liberalism where people haven't lost their fucking mind? You can still fight for women's rights without saying bitches gotta be niggas. You can still fight for,
not do that.
I don't know though. I think that you're seeing, I think you are seeing a shift back because you have, with men, what's the epidemic you have? With men, the epidemic is that you have a bunch of lonely men who are involuntarily celibate, right? You got the incel problem with men. But then with women, you got the involuntary childlessness, right? And involuntary can't end up getting married. So they're experiencing something too. It's just that men are experiencing it younger, women are experiencing it a little bit later, and they're having older. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and so in the same sense, there's a bunch of unhappy women out there, and there's some young women who are starting to say, do I really want to take my advice from this old, ugly, blue-haired cat lady bitch who is giving me all this shitty advice on how she understands men, and the last 40 relationships, that she was in, it wasn't her fault that it didn't work out, but she didn't get it by like relationship number 3 that there was something that she needed to improve upon. So like these young,
because I can tell you from meeting several women, just friendships, not situations. 60. They have no man. Never had sex in 20 years. It's insane.
They start looking because nobody wants to fuck.
That's why they start buying them roses and all that shit, dildos and whatever. It's fucked up.
But that's what I'm saying is that young women are starting to catch hold of that, and then now you got young women shifting back like, oh, I want to be a traditional wife. You got women who are so scared of what these old bitches are going through. They're like, I don't even give a fuck if my nigga cheat on me as long as he's good to me, you know. And so they're shifting back. God bless them.
Then the pendulum is swinging back for the older women, saying, I ain't had no.
Hey, you know what I wish I could do?
I ain't been laid in so many years. They starting to switch, say, I can shut the fuck up and get me a man.
Yeah, I want to say to these 20 and 30-year-old men, just focus on your business and your house and your life because your wife isn't born yet.
You know, that's another one.
You mentioned Kevin Samuels.
No, because his profile pic. I just said I thought it was funny that he had a profile pic of Kevin Samuels, but he joined right after all the patriarchal conversation. But no, in terms of what you're saying, John, I agree. I agree with what you're saying when you say, you know what I mean, don't focus on your woman right now. I have very strict policies for the type of females that I deal with, you know, and they have to be providing some type of value to me, to my life. And so I don't even even like standard shit that people be talking about. I was listening to Charlie Kirk talk about, you know, what's he saying? Don't ever split the bill and this and this. I'm like, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not paying for no bitch. I just went over to a female's house a couple weeks ago. She was irritating me, so I blocked her for 6 weeks. But one thing I did say is every time I came over, she was like, hey, are you hungry? I got some food. She's like, I got a bottle for you, this and this. I'm not doing shit for this bitch because you're going to need to justify the value that you bring to my life before you begin trying to get anything out of me. I got to choose and be. Like, I think that's exactly how the problem with a lot of young men is that at the end of the day, if you really value yourself, if you're really investing into yourself and you're investing into your mind, your body, your fitness, you know what I mean, your finances, and you have built something for yourself. I got other men around me. I have a standard for the men that I have in my life as well. I'm not looking at this female like she's the prize just because she has a pussy. That's the one thing every female has. So, you know, when you have a bunch of females who are manipulating the fuck out of men constantly because men are so starved for some pussy, that is your superpower, is not being capable of being manipulated. Your value is predicated upon your ability to walk away and not give a fuck and keep it pushing.
Yeah, I'm not a person, right? I'm obviously.
Yeah, I need to get in this Monte Carlo so I can tell you. Trader days now, my nigga.
I kind of have a family value system, and I've always been in long-term relationships. So I've been with my life. I'm divorced, but I've been with my wife currently a little over 10 years, and we just have a family unit. And like my household, my wife, my ex-wife, kind of a breadwinner, but we have more of a family unit that's more of a conservative household overall. But we have very liberal ideas. In a lot of cases, like you've seen with me talk about the border, we live in Mexico, right? We hang out with most Spanish people, with black people, and we travel a lot. So we have a weird, we're kind of the 1% of people here. But I really have a long-term, I want to be in a long-term relationship viewpoint. Like most of the people that I see do not have that mentality.
I certainly don't. I don't see how I could justify it possibly. And this is the thing. I was just talking to my boy yesterday when he was watching these fights. He said, because he's super Christian, he was like, I don't see how, unless you were a Christian or unless you were somebody like me, how you could even justify monogamy for somebody like you. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't see. I'm not saying I would never, but it's like, God damn, this bitch better be like the Prince of Dubai or Princess of Dubai or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would have to really be some special type of, because outside of that, why is that a good even marriage? Like the idea that I'm gonna split half my shit with somebody, over like.
Now we just have an agreement in place, man. We don't. When I got married the second time, we put a legal agreement in place that we don't split anything. Really, we have stuff that occurred during the marriage, and we have stuff that
what does a woman offer to you in that regard that makes it worth considering her to that high of an esteem?
Like, give you for instance.
Outside of pussy and companionship.
Yeah, I'm in New York and I needed some shit done in Phoenix, and she took a flight to Phoenix, bought a house, didn't need my help, and just got everything right so that we could get up there when I got back, so that I could, move the business forward up there.
So then, what I would ask you though, that's dope. That's dope. And I can respect that she's of utility, and I don't mean that to be condescending in any way, right? But like, my homie, Adam, for example, he be taking.
I don't even care. Hold on, brother.
Okay, but you don't care. You don't care. There are other people that don't have knowledge of this that may care, right? So this whole entire room is being streamed to fucking Twitter. Okay, this whole entire room is being streamed.
He's been here for hours.
Okay, I'm again. I believe in having people having consent, right?
That's you, but it was
right. So as long as everybody on stage knows that what you guys are saying right now. Again, as long as everybody on stage knows that you guys are being the stream to fucking Twitter. Okay, all right.
The replays are on, bro.
It's a pro-nuclear family room. They can stream whoever they need to.
That's what. We already know what he does. That's it. So just chill. And if you don't want to be streamed, guess what you can do? Leave the fucking room. Simple.
Well, here we go. Stop using weird, bro. Weird gets weird.
Weird as shit.
This dude's wild.
What the fuck is he on tonight?
Dude, the internet is on.
Somebody's streaming.
Oh, no, Keith.